Chapter 1, Which Kid Doesn't Want to Be a Student at Hogwarts? The early morning bell rang 7 times, and as the sun shone through the window into the house, the 11-year-old John, who was nestled in the quilt, opened his eyes helplessly and got up from the warm bed. If he gets up again, his mother's voice will probably spread all over the street again. How about long-bodied children who don't have enough sleep? Especially at breakfast on weekends. John muttered as he brushed his teeth. Parents never consider the mood of children, this rule is universal in the world. 11-year-old John Smith was born in Greenwich, southeast of London. This small town famous for the Meridian has now become a tourist attraction due to the relocation of the observatory. The Smith family has lived here for generations. If there is anything different from other homes, it is indeed a little different. This is also an event that caused a huge impact on John himself. His mother by blood, and now the mistress of the Smith family, Lynn Smith, is a witch. John also completely concluded based on some of his mother's remarks that he really came to the magical world written by J.K. Rowling. John Smith, whose Chinese name is John, is a rebirth. As a socialist successor who has grown up in the 21st century, he has been studying hard under the strict spurs of his parents since childhood. Although his talent is not too high, his hard work will be rewarded. A month before his death, he had just received a postgraduate admission letter from a university. This made his parents quite happy. They completely let go of the control on him, and even he and his friends were not prevented from traveling to the UK. Then he had an accident and died in a car accident in a foreign country. In his previous life, John was never a safe and well-behaved child even though it was in the eyes of teachers and parents, but he was keen to browse articles about mysterious things and various legends while he was studying. Others paid attention to celebrities. For Lace News, he focuses on academic achievements such as deciphering, magic, grotesque stories, and the shift of famous scientists to study philosophy. The Harry Potter series, as the most successful book in the wizarding world, will naturally not be missed by him. But, this should definitely not be a reason for him to cross into the magical world. Of course, the overall situation is set, complaining will never solve the problem, at least when he goes abroad. He also bought an insurance that the beneficiary is his parents. There is a younger brother in the family, and his parents don't need to worry about his old age. So after experiencing several repeated worldview reconstructions during his infancy, John completely accepted this fact. He was reborn as a witch's child, and is about to become a little wizard. "John, what are you doing? Come down!" Mom's shout came from his ear, and John rinsed his mouth quickly, put on his shirt and went downstairs. Mr. Love Smith is eating breakfast at the table on the first floor while reading the newspaper. Although his wife is a witch, he is a real ordinary person. As a professor of sociology at the University of Greenwich, Mr. Smith, who already has status and money, has shown considerable interest in the fact that his wife is a witch, and even wanted to enter the wizarding world to find out, but it is a pity that Smith the lady has been preventing this from happening. "Dad, hasn't my letter arrived yet?" "Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I think if there is a letter from you, your mother will notify you as soon as possible, isn't it?" Mr. Smith blinked at John, obviously to remind John not to forget his father's little wish. John was silent, pretending not to see, turning his head to look at the kitchen. Mrs. Smith was walking out of it with a plate of French fries. She looked like an ordinary housewife, not like a witch at all. This is of course the appearance. As her son, John knows very well that this housewife is actually a staff member of the Mystery Department of the British Ministry of Magic. This department is extremely mysterious and does not have any sense of existence. Even John, who has read the original several times and basically remembers the plot, has no other impression of this department except for the one in the prophecy hall. But since John was born, this job has become dispensable. At least John has never seen his mother go to work. "Well, she is just a housewife," John murmured silently in his heart, and stuffed a piece of French fries into his mouth. Although his mother's craftsmanship has been eaten for several years, the French fries are still delicious. A family gathered around the dining table for breakfast. The scene was warm and harmonious. Of course, there was also an owl Carly with pale green feathers who ate with them. It was Mrs. Smith's pet. It stands to reason that the school will send the admission letter by tonight, but don't worry if you don't send it. It may be that your age is not enough. Of course, this is rare. Seeing her son's nervousness, Mrs. Smith comforted. You reading www.yuyugonshu.com. John nodded indifferently, and suppressed the tension in his heart. Half of the tension was because he was finally entering Hogwarts, who had thought about it countless times before, and the other half was worried that he was not enough this year to enroll and would have to wait until the next year, although theoretically is old enough, but everything is afraid of accidents. He really doesn't want to have any entanglement with the Harry Potter trio. At least until he has the power to protect himself, the less contact the better. Fortunately, his worries did not come true. Halfway through his breakfast, an owl flew in from the window, threw the pale yellow envelope on the table, and landed next to Carly the owl. The two owls touched each other's beaks, and then shared breakfast in Carly's lunchbox. Mrs. Smith went to add bird food to the lunchbox, and John picked up the letter with his father. Like the description in the book in memory, the envelope is made of heavy parchment paper, and the address is written in emerald green ink without a stamp. John turned the envelope over and saw a wax seal, a shield coat of arms, and a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake surrounded by the capital H letter. Greenwich 56 Kettering Avenue, having breakfast received by Mr. John Smith. Oh! This word is really well written. Mr. Smith appeared to be more excited than John, as if he was about to go to the magic school. Let's open it quickly and take a look. What is written in it? Of course, John, who has completely calmed down at the moment, knew what was written in it. He probably read that passage more than a dozen times. After all, he was a kid who loved Harry Potter. Which kid doesn't want to be a student at Hogwarts? Chapter 2, Ollivander. Mr. Smith had no idea what John was thinking. He had already opened the envelope, looked at the contents, cleared his throat and read. Principal of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Albus Dumbledore. President of the International Federation of Magicians, President of the Wizarding Association, First-Class Magician of Sir Merlin. Dear Mr. John Smith, we are happy to inform you that you have been approved to study at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. A list of required books and equipment is attached. The semester is scheduled to start on September 1st. We will be waiting for your owl to bring your reply before July 31st. Vice Principal, Female, Minerva. Yours sincerely, McGonagall. Then there is a long list of books and essential supplies that Mr. Smith can't understand. Let me see. Mrs. Smith wrote her reply and gave it to the owl, who came to take it away. She also walked over at this time. She picked up the item list and looked up and down a few times, and said, "The two books, Theory of Magic and Dark Force, A Guide to Self-Defense, are not the same as I was back then, except that they are not as bad as I remembered. Many, thanks to Ravenclaw, my memory has not deteriorated. I want to deliver the book tomorrow. But John, it seems we should still go to Diagon Alley. Your uniform, wand, and pets are all you need to be there in person. Go today?" John asked. He still felt a little sudden to open the door to the wizarding world so soon. "Of course, my dear." Mrs. Smith glanced at her husband, and she seemed to point out, "Otherwise someone will definitely take this opportunity to follow." After she said this, she said to Mr. Smith, "My dear, don't you want to go to school to attend an academic seminar? Go ahead, although today is the weekend, it is always a bad thing to be late." John avoids the groaning sight projected by his father in good time. He clearly distinguishes the situation. Mrs. Smith has the highest status in this family. Although his father often disagrees, he is always the one who is the most dependent on his wife's orders. "It's fine if you don't help him." If you help him, you will face the mixed suppression of your parents. He is not so stupid. So the resentful Mr. Smith drove away from the house. John watched his mother wave his wand and changed his outfit. He was guessing whether it was apparition or riding a flying broom, when he was led by his mother to the fireplace. Is Flo net again? John was a little disappointed, but not surprised. After all, this is the safest and most convenient way. When he was a child, he used the Flo net several times to visit his grandmother's house. He had personally experienced the Flo net. At least there was no uncomfortable feeling. It was much better than the uncomfortable apparition transformation in the legend. After several years of practical testing, he has a lot of understanding of the world, and a large part of this understanding is different from the content of his previous life. For example, this world is not a low demon's world as stated in the previous online forums. Actually, since his last life, John did not think that there is a high and low difference between the world. Perhaps there are differences in size between each world, but the levels between them should be similar. But just like human beings, the world also has a life cycle. When the world is at a mysterious peak, magic or technology will always prevail, but one is the highest point and the other is the lowest point. As for which one is the high point, it depends on the tendency of the world itself. The world of Harry Potter and the real world of the previous life are on the same planet. According to the common characteristics of the whole world, the world of Harry Potter is obviously a mysteriously inclined world. The reason is also very simple. In the era of prosperous technology, magic still exists. This is an example. It is conceivable that if the Ministry of Magic releases restrictions, the various technologies of the wizarding world may surpass the science and technology of the same period for hundreds of years. According to John's research, the decline of this magical world is almost over. According to the original plot, since the protagonist Harry Potter enrolled in the school, the magic of the world gradually began to recover, such as the magic stone that can be turned into gold, the magic stone that can extend life indefinitely, the resurrection magic of the Dark Lord Voldemort, Grindelwald, Dumbu, the existence of great wizards such as Leto, and even some mediocre little wizards learn spells much faster than before. These are all proofs. He caught up with a good time. John, who was dragged into the fireplace by his mother, thought so in his heart. He had no idea of fighting Voldemort. That was the mission of Harry Potter, the son of the protagonist's plane. John's character and interests made him want to be a man even more. Scholars who explore the nature of the world. Ordinary people can find the essence of the world through mathematics and physics. Why can't they do research through magic? You know, he has not only recorded the plot about the direction of the world, the powerful spells that have appeared, the names of the potions, and even the interesting spells written on the potions book that Snape has researched. He remembered it clearly. As long as he has a magic wand, he can try to practice magic. He, John, is the future great magician and world-class magician. This kid, can you not block the exit of the fireplace? There was a slightly older female voice behind him. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. John then recovered and hurriedly let go. Mrs. Smith was talking to a witch shopkeeper not far away. The two seemed so close that Mrs. Smith didn't notice that her son was not following. Maybe it's because Diagon Alley is too safe. John narrowed his mouth, glanced at the back of the old witch who had just left, and walked to the side of Mrs. Smith. Oh, is this little John? What a handsome boy! John smiled and said hello. He was a little uncomfortable with the warm praise of the witch shopkeeper. Of course, his appearance inherited his parents, and he was indeed handsome, but he didn't like people always staring at him. Look at it. It's good to wait for Hogwarts. There are all good-looking people. Try to keep a low profile. It is estimated that you can avoid being noticed. Fortunately, Mrs. Smith finally found his uncomfortable, and said goodbye to the witch friend briefly, and then took John into Diagon Alley. The textbooks and other things were pre-ordered for him by Mrs. Smith. Because of the existence of owls, the delivery service in the wizarding world was many years earlier than in the real world. Generally speaking, only wizards from Muggle families would purchase textbooks in person. But the clothes and wand must come in person. After measuring the size at Mrs. Morgan's robe shop, the mother and son went to the magic wand shop. The only wand shop in Diagon Alley is not as shabby and small as described in the original book, and there is even a young witch working here. John cast his gaze to the sign at the door, which was a familiar string of English. Ollivander, a sophisticated wand has been made since 382 BC. Chapter 3, Invitation from Aunt. John followed his mother into the magic wand shop. There was a mother and daughter walking out of the shop, apparently choosing the wands for enrollment. Mrs. Smith and the witch mother nodded at each other, even though they didn't know each other. The young witch received in the shop hall led Mrs. Smith to sit on a bench to wait, and then led John to a space separated by a curtain at the back of the hall. The famous wand maker master, Mr. Ollivander, was standing on the ladder to sort out the wand. The witch waiter whispered to John to wait, and then retired. John quietly watched Mr. Ollivander float up and down the ladder. He looked at the wall formed by the long and narrow cardboard boxes, and suddenly remembered a description in the original book. He read out softly, "The dust and silence here seem to make people feel that there is a mysterious magic hidden." That's it. John asked himself that he couldn't think of such a straightforward and beautiful description, but this did not prevent him from remembering the description in the book. Oh, a very novel statement. Mr. Ollivander had already climbed down the stairs for some time and walked to John's face. "Good afternoon." "Oh, hello, are you Mr. Ollivander?" John said nervously. "Oh, yes, don't be nervous." Mr. Ollivander said, "I know I will see you soon, John Smith, this is not a problem. Your eyes are almost the same as your mother's. She came here to buy her first a magic wand, it's almost like yesterday." Good familiar lines. John seriously suspected that Mr. Ollivander had said this to every wizard who came here to buy a magic wand, but he would not be so stupid to expose the matter, just smile in cooperation. "Well, Mr. Smith, come on, let me see." Ollivander coughed twice and picked it up from the workbench. "Which hand are you good at?" "Oh, I am used to using my right hand." John raised his hand and asked Ollivander to measure the size for him, first from the shoulder to the fingertip, then from the wrist to the elbow, shoulder to the floor, knee to the armpit, and finally the head circumference. The complicated process even made John suspected that Ollivander wanted to make a magic wax figure for him. "Mr. Smith, come and try this one, made of cherry wood and unicorn tail hair, 13 inches long." After the measurement, Mr. Ollivander waved his hand, and one of the boxes on the ceiling flew into Mr. Ollivander's hands automatically, and Mr. Ollivander took out the wand in it. John picked up the slender wand and waved it. As expected, there was no response. "It's normal. The wizard's wand is never selected right away, but I just don't know if it's Mr. Ollivander's marketing method." "Oh, maybe you can try this one, a willow, dragon nerve, 11 inches long." John cooperated with Mr. Ollivander to choose the wand. After all, he knew nothing about wands, and there was no other way. "I like picky customers, but it doesn't matter, I can always find one here. Oh, try this." Ollivander gently raised his hand, and a carton flew over from the edge of the wand wall. He took out the wand inside and handed it to John. "Grapevine wood, unicorn feathers, 9 3/4 inch long, it's softer and more elastic." John took the wand and tapped it lightly. The top of the wand burst out with golden sparks, just like fireworks. "That's it, great." Ollivander happily wrapped the wand in silk and put it in the wooden box. He smiled and said to John, "It's a wonderful combination. You must be a little wizard with extraordinary ambition and style. I wish you in Hogwarts. I have a happy study life." "Thank you for your appreciation." John took the wooden box, and at the same time he heard the sound of his mother's high heels stepping on the blue stone floor. The moment the curtain was opened, Mr. Ollivanders' voice also sounded. "The price is 6 gallons, thank you for your patronage." Came out of Ollivanders' wand shop, went to the clothing store to pick up clothes, and picked a silver grey owl. This trip to Diagon Alley was over. The main reason was that I was delayed for too long in the magic wand shop. When the mother and son returned home, it was already noon. Put the things in his hands back to his room. When John came down from the stairs again, he happened to see 2 strange owls standing in the living room. "Any new things have arrived?" John stepped forward to open one of the packages. Inside it happened to be 2 books, Magic Theory and Dark Force, A Guide to Self-Defense, which were the 2 missed when Mrs. Smith ordered the book. Another owl sent a letter with the recipient Lynn Smith. John opened the letter based on the principle of no privacy between mother and child. "Dear sister, I heard that my cute little nephew received the admission letter from Hogwarts. My mother and I are very happy. Today is the weekend. I wonder if your family can come to the manor for dinner before dinner? Both my mother and I miss it. Our little wizard. UU reading www.uugonshu.com." Another, "To my lovely nephew John, your cousin asked me to take it for you. Your dear May Yang." This is a letter from the family. John has a good impression of his aunt who has experienced an unfortunate marriage but is still gentle and amiable. He is also familiar with the manner of the grandmother mentioned in the letter. After all, he lived there for a year when he was a child. His grandmother, Carolina Yang, is a very kind old witch, who looks very similar to the grandmother of the previous life. Maybe all the old people in the world are about the same length. John yelled a few words loudly, briefly narrated the content of the letter with Mrs. Smith, and got his mother's instructions to call his father and talk about it. Love Smith seemed very excited about going to his mother-in-law's house. He promised to go home early today, and then hung up the phone. John put down the phone, turned around and saw his mother who was standing on the stairs, waving the magic wand and sending books and cauldrons into his room. These things took up a lot of space, and John's house was quickly built up. A low wall. Of course, his vinewood wand was stuffed into the sleeve of his shirt by him, and it was not mixed with those school supplies. This is the most important step in his exploration of the magical world. Of course, he can't mix with those things. "Don't you want to change the robe? We will go to my grandmother's house later." John shook his head and declined his mother's suggestion, saying that this suit is very good. He didn't think the wizard's robe was so convenient. The large robe could hold more things, but it also limited the flexibility of movement to a certain extent, at least at home. John still prefers casual clothes. Chapter 4, Gryffindor or Slytherin. Isha Young Manor, a small town on the outskirts of London. The owner of this manor is said to be the offspring of travellers from the Far East many years ago. The original owner was a Chinese named Yang Hang, who settled here and married the daughter of the local nobleman Issa Balenka. Having children, their descendants have lived here for generations. And those who live here now are Mrs. Carolina Yang and her daughter, who are over 80 years old. Next to Issa Manor, there is also a not-so-small house. This is an old house belonging to the Smith family. However, since the old Smiths who lived here died, their son and daughter-in-law who lived in Greenwich basically did not live here. After that, now there is only one old butler looking after the house here. Incidentally, the daughter-in-law of the Smiths is Carolina Yang's daughter, Lin Yang. Of course, it's Lynn Smith now. For the residents of the small town, the 2 families who live in the neighborhood are the same weird, and they rarely communicate with the residents in the town, but the 2 families are very wealthy, otherwise they would not be able to cultivate so good child. I heard that I am still a university professor. The residents of the town always say that. But such rumors, Love Smith apparently did not know. He received a good elite education since he was a child, so that he has no intersection with the residents of the town. An hour before dinner, the Smith family appeared from the fireplace in the basement of Issa Young Manor. For Mr. Smith, this is not the first time he has used the flu net. As the husband of a witch, his identity has been filed with the Ministry of Magic so as not to trigger the secrecy laws, but it is the experience of these magical means of transportation which made Mr. Smith so curious about the wizarding world. In front of the fireplace, they were greeted by the Yang family's house elf, Kalika. This female elf now serves the Yang family together with her mother and brother, and to them, the Smith family can also be regarded as their masters. Without him, Love Smith and Lynn Smith grew up together. They could not be exposed because of the confidentiality law, but this does not prevent them from developing a good impression of Mr. Smith. And after Love Smith and his little owner became husband and wife, this kind of affection does not need to be kept secret. "Welcome back, my master." Kalika performed a standard noble courtesy and winked at John when she got up. John also returned a look. His friendship with Kalika, the house elf, dates back to when he lived in Yisha Manor. It was a really enjoyable time. Naturally, there is no need for elves to lead the way back to their own home. As a wizard family that has been passed down for hundreds of years in the local area, the Yang family not only has its own family's house elves, but also several wizard servants. These wizards are not very advanced. For the magic cultivation base, it's not a bad thing to be able to find such a low-paying job. After all, the families of these servants still live in the real world, and even two of them are not wizards. They still need ordinary people's money to survive. Love Smith is the one who pays these servants. Of course, this expenditure is only a small amount for him. It's not far from the basement to the living room. Just as John went upstairs, he saw his grandmother wearing a silk robe and glasses sitting on the sofa drinking tea and reading. This old witch is like an ordinary old lady, if you ignore it, if she just turned the small wooden square at hand into an exquisite silver cup. "Grandma, I want to kill you." John smiled and walked over to reach Mrs. Carolina's side, holding his grandmother's arm and reading together. He couldn't do it like a child to jump into the grandmother's arms and act like a baby. It would make him physically uncomfortable, but it would still be a sign of closeness. It can be done. In contrast, the Smiths are much more reserved. They greeted Mrs. Carolina and sat on the sofa next to them. Love Smith likes to come to Isha Manor very much. The library here has a lot of interesting books on the wizarding world. Every time he comes, he will read 1 or 2 books. Those books are the legends and secrets of the wizarding world, which are used for entertainment. Reading books will never fail to understand. Ms. Mei Yang, who heard that her younger sister's family had arrived, had also walked downstairs. Behind her was a black-haired girl who looked 2 years older than John. She was John's cousin. This is the future heir of the Young Manor, Bella Young. The relationship between John and Bella Young is very good. Because of the unfortunate marriage of his parents, Bella is obviously closer to his grandmother and John's younger brother, but is indifferent to her mother. There is still some time before the start of the dinner. Mrs. Smith and his mother and sister wanted to talk privately. Mr. Smith went to the library to read. John naturally went to the manor with his cousin Bella. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. I heard that you already got the wand? Show it to my sister. Leaving the parents, Bella's face finally showed a lively look, showing great interest in her cousin's wand. John didn't worry about his wand being damaged, and generously drew out his wand and handed it to his cousin. Bella waved her magic wand, but there was no response. It seemed that she wanted to use a little magic to show John. Being a descendant of a pure-blooded wizard family has many advantages. Take the reasonable restraint of minor wizards as an example. In addition to the fact that young wizards who have not yet started learning magic but have already obtained magic wands can perform magic, when the descendants of the pure-blood family are in school, they will not be warned by a letter from the Ministry of Magic if they cast magic during the holidays. John seriously suspects that the relevant laws of the Ministry of Magic were designed for the little wizards who were born in Muggles, and they have serious discriminatory tendencies. On the one hand, there are pure-blood wizards who are taught by their parents and can practice magic during the holidays, and on the other are Muggle-born wizards who teach themselves and cannot use magic during the holidays. The Ministry of Magic's preference is not too obvious. It looks like you have nothing to do with my magic wand. John tilted his head and retracted his wand, turned the subject away and asked, "Is Hogwarts fun?" "There is nothing fun. If you really want to learn something, you will be very busy. To be honest, there are a lot of homework." Bella Young is currently studying at Ravenclaw College in Hogwarts, and is about to enter the 3rd grade. Of course, entering Ravenclaw is the tradition of the Yang family wizards. "By the way, do you want to enter that academy?" Bella blinked and said, "I heard my mother say that your magic talent is very good. Do you want to enter Gryffindor or Slytherin?" Chapter 5, How Could I Be a Pure-Blooded Little Wizard? Choose Gryffindor or Slytherin. This is not a problem, because John didn't want to go to any of them. These two colleges indeed have their own advantages. If you choose Gryffindor, you will undoubtedly gain Dumbledore's preference and the various benefits brought by the admission of Harry Potter as the savior in the next few years. If you choose Slytherin, John also had the confidence to quickly integrate into the circle of those pure-blooded little wizards and get mixed up in it. But these two colleges have never been within John's consideration. The reason is also very simple. First of all, he doesn't want to disturb the original plotline too much. Principal Dumbledore of Gryffindor and Dean Snape of Slytherin, both of whom are masters of plutocratic. Without joining these two academies, the possibility of facing these two masters directly is rare. A lot. John has some small tricks to avoid contemplation, such as avoiding sight communication, or constructing a Hilbert space in his mind to encrypt with mathematical equations, unless Dumbledore and Snape can see at a glance the mathematics professor who gave the answer would never be able to break through John's line of defense in an instant. But this will only make him more concerned. Snape is also a potion master, and John didn't want to try the effect of Verita serum prepared by the Half-Blood Prince. Another reason for not wanting to join these two colleges is that no matter which college he joins, it is difficult to guarantee that he will achieve the neutral position he wants. Collective life will give people a wonderful sense of honor, and those who live in it will easily be infected by contrasting emotions. John thinks he is not the kind of person with strong emotions. Once infected by this collective emotion, he will inevitably use his foreseeable future direction and other information to gain an advantage, and then disrupt the original storyline. Then it is not. What a good thing! He had no interest in fighting against the Death Eaters, or even Voldemort, who could not even be mentioned by the name. Just kidding, I finally became a wizard. I don't want to study how to improve magic power to pursue longevity and enjoy a good life. What do I want to do to rule the world every day? I want to go to Ravenclaw, or Hufflepuff. Silence. After a while, Bella took her gaze back as if she had seen some monster. She frowned, her voice filled with puzzlement. Why? These two academies are nothing extraordinary. Perhaps Ravenclaw has some talented wizards who can make a name for themselves, but Hufflepuff is too ordinary. John heard the pause in the cousin's words. He probably wanted to say words like incompetence, but considering John's presence, he didn't say it so bluntly. John said he didn't care about the contempt of his cousin's words. No way, this is the status quo at Hogwarts. Hufflepuff College recruits all the students who are not optimistic about the other three colleges, and it looks like it's shattered. But this is exactly what John likes about this college. He takes in all the students who are not favored by other colleges and allows these ordinary students to go to school. This kind of humane approach reminds John of something that happened in his previous life. Story. Forget it, anyway, the Sorting Hat will help you make a decision when the time comes. Your thoughts are not important. Bella gave up the topic completely, and then suddenly remembered another thing. A smile appeared on her face. I heard that my grandmother has something for you. It is a gift to congratulate you on becoming a little wizard. Really? What gift? John looked very interested. Of course he could vaguely guess what kind of gift he might receive, but it was obviously more important to cooperate with his cousin to make her happy. After all, the unexpected decision I just made seems to have made this cousin a little unhappy. I don't know, but it should be a very precious thing. When I listened to my mother and grandmother, I talked about the words ancient and inheritance. Bella seemed a little regretful for not explaining to her cousin, but this regret was fleeting. She then said, "The answer will be revealed at dinner today. I bet that the aunt and grandmother are definitely discussing it now. This matter. Then we might as well go to the restaurant and wait. I happen to be a little thirsty." John made a reasonable proposal, which was immediately approved by Bella. When sister and brother came to the restaurant, a lot of fragrant food was already placed on the long table. "Oh, Miss Bella, Master John, it's not time for dinner yet, I think you are here early." A middle-aged female house elf, Kalika's mother, Jasmine, was placing a plate of roast chicken, and when she saw John and Bella walk into the restaurant, she reminded her aloud. Yisha Manor does not treat the elves cruelly like some pure-blooded families, so the house elves of the Yang family live fairly well. The old house elves like Jasmine can even treat some of the little masters. Behave to persuade. Although I can't persuade me, there is no other way. You reading www.youcanshu.cm. Don't worry, Jasmine, we are not very hungry yet, but can you give me something to drink? I want to drink watermelon juice. After John finished speaking, he turned to look at Bella. Bella nodded, and then said to the elf, "Give me a glass of orange juice." Jasmine was very satisfied with the two young hosts' willingness to eat on time, adjusted the angle of the roast chicken a little, and disappeared with a pop. Bella ran to the living room to eavesdrop on the parents, and John did not go to the table, but sat down beside a small round table in the corner of the dining room. This small round table was once placed in the garden for afternoon tea. Since Mrs. Carolina changed a new table, this small round table has been moved here. It was Kalika the elf who brought the drink. Her mother was busy making dinner. After all, it was not long before the dinner started. "If you are busy, just go, don't wait for me here." John is very fond of elf, this kind of magical creature with extraordinary magical ability. He likes it very much when he read the original book. Kalika and him are already very familiar, so she didn't stay when she heard this, but went to help her mother make dinner. John sat on the chair and squinted his eyes to taste the watermelon juice. The cold taste made him very comfortable. Not more than a minute comfortable, Bella, who had just left, ran back violently. John, I just heard my aunt and grandmother say that you are actually a pure-blooded wizard. Do you know this?" Numerous question marks popped up on John's head. "You didn't hear it wrong, did you? His father is obviously an ordinary person, how could he be a pure-blood wizard? What are you kidding?" Chapter 6, in the name of continuing the family blood. John was sitting on the table with huge doubts, and he was fidgeting. He is indeed a little afraid of his father being a little green man, and of course he is also afraid of having a father from a pure-blooded family. Or, I was actually adopted. Oh, my God! John's mind was spinning quickly, trying to think about which of the Holy 28 clan had distinctive features that could match him, and another very serious matter. In his impression, if you don't count the thin-blooded pure-blood family like your grandmother's family, there is almost no pure-blood family in Hogwarts that is not Slytherin-related, except for the Weasley family. Of course he will not be a member of the Weasley family, at least his hair is black. The sky is a lesson, he doesn't want to have a relationship with those pure-blood wizard families in Slytherin at all. Perhaps noticing that her grandson was a little embarrassed, Mrs. Carolina blinked at her daughter. Then the elegant old lady took out a delicate small wooden box from under the table and waved it to John's. "Before. My dear, we haven't officially congratulated you on being a prospective freshman at Hogwarts." John glanced at the box in front of him, always feeling that there was a very big secret hidden inside. He ignored the box, just set it aside, raised the wine glass and touched his grandmother at a distance, and took a sip of the watermelon juice inside. "Why don't you open it? This is a pretty good gift," Mrs. Carolina said with a smile. John's heart became more and more disturbed. The contents of the box or the truth or something are Schrodinger's cat to him. As long as he doesn't open it, he won't know the final result. "I think it's better to wait for dinner and go back to the room to see it. It might be a little bit mysterious." Mrs. Carolina laughed, but Mrs. Smith turned her head and motioned to John to open the box. "I have to listen to the mother's order. After all, no matter who the father is, the mother will definitely have no problem." John reluctantly picked up the box, ready to accept the final result. Does father know about this? Before opening the box, he still wanted to determine if the truth touched his bottom line. "Open it, dear John." Mr. Smith obviously didn't understand what his son meant. He replied, "I just learned about it just now. To be honest, I'm as shocked as you." That is to say, what he guessed is actually correct. "But why do you say this with a smile, father? Is this something to be happy about?" John was a little surprised and confused, but didn't show it. Isn't he a real kid? Some emotions can be handled very well. Then he gently turned on the box and opened the box. Very good, there are a few stacked sheets of paper inside. Because it has been left for a long time, it has become a little yellow. Could it be the letter left by the father who has never met? John opened the pieces of paper with a slightly trembling hand, looked at it again with great courage, then silently put the paper down, and looked at his mother with inquisitive eyes. He didn't understand. But one thing is obvious, this is not a letter, but something like a contract. This is the title deed to the Smiths' old house, the old house next to the manor. It was not Mrs. Lynn Smith who explained aloud, but Mr. Smith who was sitting next to her. And his tone rose, obviously in an excited tone. "I only learned today that the Smith family was once a wizarding family, but it has not been a wizard for several generations. But John, my proud son, you inherited the blood of the wizard of our Smith family and became a new little wizard. Starting today, our family's old house and Gringotts vault will be yours." John. Sounds pretty awesome, but I didn't understand it too much. Fortunately, Mrs. Carolina is a considerate old lady. She explained to her grandson in time, the Smith family was still a wizarding family a few generations ago. At that time, our two families lived together, but I don't know why. A few generations ago, the blood of the wizards of the Smith family was suddenly cut off. Even if they were intermarried with other pure-blood wizard families, they did not give birth to magical children. This phenomenon continued until your father. After discussing with your grandfather, I decided try it again. I didn't expect that you really inherited the wizard blood. This is really incredible news. Well, let me sort it out. My father is actually a descendant of a pure-blood wizard family. He chose to marry his mother in order to awaken the blood of the family wizard. Is that right? Simply put, yes. Mr. Smith nodded, but your mother and I really love each other. We didn't know about this before. I thought you just inherited your mother's wizarding blood. What a coincidence, he thinks so too. With a series of horrible conjectures triggered by Bella's foreshadowing, although this answer sounds incredible, it is more acceptable to John. The Smiths were very satisfied with the receptive ability shown by their sons. The expected surprise did not appear, which made them very happy. Then, this matter is settled like this. I will contact you tomorrow to renovate the old house. You can live in your grandmother's house for a few days, and then you can move in. It may be unaccustomed to live alone. You may be able to invite Bella. We'll go to live together. What? John suspected that he was under the forgetting curse. Why didn't he remember when he agreed to it, and, why should I live by myself? Don't you two stay with me. This, I'm afraid it will not work. Mr. Smith looked distressed. You know, Mom and Dad both have jobs. It's better to live in Greenwich. And it's good to live here alone. I heard your mom say that you can live here. You are free to use magic, and the Ministry of Magic will not send you warning letters. Yes, I know all this. John suspected that his father was not telling the truth, and then asked, but Mom doesn't need to go to work for work. Let her stay here with me. Don't worry, John. This time, it was not Mrs. Smith who spoke, but Aunt May, who had been silent. The middle-aged witch said in a gentle voice, Aunt will take good care of you. Your family has finally reappeared in the blood of wizards. I miss your father. Mom needs to give birth to some younger siblings. Chapter 7, Big House and Elf. John didn't think the matter of having a few children was decided temporarily, but he was just an 11-year-old kid, so what could he decide? Looking at the expectant eyes of the opposite parents, John finally defeated the aunt and grandmother's gentle gaze and Bella's curious eyes, and agreed to this request. After all, Britain has a relatively small population. In order to prevent wizards from being completely cut off, giving birth is a major event. He also expressed his understanding. As for living on his own, he can live at his grandmother's house, but he's also very close anyway. However, when I start school, you will come to see me off, right? Oh, of course. Mr. Smith nodded quickly, we will send you and Bella to the station together. After all, he still wants to see what platform 9 3/4 looks like. John nodded. Although he knew that non-witch parents might not be able to enter the platform, in theory his father was a dumb gun. Some parts of the world are different from the original, just like the shops in Diagon Alley are not in the original. It's as shabby as described. After dinner, the Smiths used the Flow network back to Greenwich, but John stayed. Bella Yang seemed the happiest. She usually stayed alone in the manor during her vacation. There was no other wizard family living here, so no one would play with her at all. At this moment, there is a cousin to accompany her, and she will stay with her forever. She is so happy. But John didn't want to play with Bella very much, playing with the little girl who was in puberty, that would kill him. My dear sister, if you are really bored, why don't you discuss something about magic learning with me? By the way, tell me about Hogwarts. I think we must have there are many things to talk about. His mind is full of Harry Potter spells collection. But even if he was practicing magic, he didn't want to move today. He used the Flow net several times in a row, and he had been walking around Diagon Alley for most of the day. His young body was really tired. Well then, you go to bed first. Bella confirmed that John was really tired, and she had to give up the plan to start entertaining tonight. Then I will teach you 2 simple magics tomorrow, say good. John nodded, went back to the furnished guest room and went to sleep. Mr. Smith moved very fast. When John got up the next day, he heard the rumbling sound of a machine outside. What are you doing outside? He put on his clothes and walked to the corridor. Bella was lying by the window looking at the house under construction on the opposite side. Because of the disappearance of the blood of the wizard, the magic barrier of the Smith family's old house has long since disappeared, and the magic energy inside has also dissipated. Now it is an ordinary small manor. Since it is too old to live in, it is natural to renovate it. John looked back from the construction workers, and suddenly saw Aunt May talking to an old man. Oh, that's the old housekeeper who was here to see the house before. He is getting older, so the uncle gave him a sum of money and asked him to go back. Bella explained in a timely manner. John thought of another question: if there is no housekeeper, would I want to live alone in such a big house? Not really. Grandma prepared a big gift for you. It can't be regarded as a gift. Bella's voice was a little envious. Part of your Smith family's inheritance belongs to Grandma, but those inheritance are used by Grandma. It's gone, and I replaced it with some of the more precious materials, so this time Grandma bought you a house elf, which is considered as a gift to your housekeeper. House elf? This gift is too big. Naturally, John would not believe that it was because of those inheritances. A declining wizard family whose bloodline of wizards had become thinner, and part of the legacy left by it was placed in the vault. Even if there is too much, there is not much left. Where it goes? It is probably because my grandmother loves her little grandson that she bought the house elf at a high price. John doesn't know how much an elf is worth, but according to the original book, the Weasley family is a sacred 28. If one of the clan doesn't own an elf, then it will definitely not be cheap. Is this what it feels like to be rich? Suddenly inherited the mansion and the treasury. My grandmother is still a rich woman. The pure-blooded little wizard John Smith, who is about to become a Hogwarts student, feels very satisfied at this moment. By the way, my aunt said she didn't say how long it would take to renovate. John can't wait to live in his old house and see his house elf. It is estimated that it will take 3 or 4 days. By the way, my uncle also said that if you have any ideas about the decoration of the house, you can tell my mother to let the workers help you. John nodded, turned, and went downstairs to find his aunt. Hey, don't forget that we are going to play together in the afternoon. Bella's shout came from behind. John didn't look back, just waved his hand to indicate that he knew. He is now full of house design. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com had no money in his previous life and couldn't afford to buy a big house, but he still read a lot of decoration design. The lighting must be good. He doesn't like the dim feeling. The kind of light is not a sufficient room will hurt your eyesight at first glance. Just look at Dumbledore and you will know that wizards are also short-sighted. He is also going to imitate the magic practice room in the responsive house, and create a similar room for practicing spells. The library can't be left down, there must be a place to store books and do research. He has not forgotten that he wants to become a magician. The goal. I feel that buying a book will also cost a lot of money. It's better to buy a second-hand book, maybe it will be like a Half-Blood Prince, and there may be some other gains. The thoughtful John shared his thoughts with his aunt. Mei Yang was not surprised by the novel idea of this nephew. This kid often said something out of his age when he was young. This is not true. Strange. Besides, the owner of this house is still John, and how to transform it still depends on John's idea. But the practice room you want may be slower to get out. That kind of room needs magical reinforcement. After these Muggle workers are finished, my aunt will invite some wizards to help you cast spells on the house. John agreed with this point. Most of the wizards' houses need to be blessed with some protective spells such as the Muggle expulsion curse, which he has already seen in the original book. It's better to finish the work soon. I still want to preview the magic that I will learn in the first grade before school starts. John appropriately showed his expectations for magic and school, which made Mei Yang happier. Don't worry, my aunt will do it as soon as possible. You can go and learn the magic of the first grade with your cousin. I think Bella will be very willing to tutor you. Chapter 8, Before School Starts. 2 weeks before he went to Hogwarts, John finally lived in his own old house, and he lived in with him, as well as his textbooks, clothes, owls, cousin Bella, and a bookstore in Diagon Alley bought 2 gallons and a pile of old books, some of the magical objects now placed in John's study from the Gringotts Smith family vault, and John's house elf, Caeldy. The imprint of the elf's enslavement has been transferred to John's hands, but when John saw it for the first time, he felt that the elf had not lived well at the original owner's house. He looked thin, small, and taciturn. It took John a lot of work to adjust Caeldy to a state where he can communicate normally. Such a precious magical creature as an elf, it would be a pity to use it as a slave. Therefore, in addition to doing housework and 3 meals a day, Caeldy also does John practice magic sparring. Although John knew a lot of spells, his ability to cast spells was so weak that it was a mess. The spells seemed simple, but it was very difficult to actually cast them. Whether magic can work smoothly is actually a matter that is extremely dependent on the wizard's own ability. John almost meets the standards in the main points of the book, and there is Bella's auxiliary teaching next to it, but it is still the most basic floating magic. Can't show it. Hermione? How did Granger master most of the first-grade magic in a month? With his mind full of questions, John's training became harder and harder, and he was almost immersed in magic practice and couldn't extricate himself. Fortunately, hard work is always effective. The learning ability cultivated in the previous life has brought John another level of talent. As long as he enters the door of magic, he will not be unable to use it, or even be able to. By analogy, try different applications of the magic in different environments. Just like in Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, Ron used a floating curse to hammer down a troll. Thank you for the exam-oriented education. In just half a month, with John's unremitting efforts, he finally mastered most of the spells that he had to learn in the first grade, and also had a certain grasp of transfiguration and potions. Regarding his efforts, Bella showed a certain degree of confusion, because she had never had any problems with her studies while studying at Ravenclaw College. Even if her grades were only at a mid-level level, she had never studied. What's wrong with it? So Bella couldn't think of what a little wizard who hadn't enrolled in so hard to practice the spell. Is he afraid that he would not be able to graduate? Naturally, John would not tell the real reason for doing this. He was just preparing for the coming dark age in the future. Otherwise, he could not wait for Harry Potter to defeat Voldemort and he would be killed by the Death Eaters. Cousin Bella was 2 years older than him. When Voldemort was resurrected, she just caught up with Bella's 7th grade graduation. When she hid in the house, naturally there would be no danger. John knows very well that his grandmother, Carolina Young, is definitely a witch with powerful magic power. And another reason is that what he has in his mind is also very dangerous for him. Just in case, occlumency must be learned quickly, and the magic spell, an indispensable magic for night travel, must also be learned. He is so difficult. The pen in John's hand paused on the paper, smearing a smear of ink. After sorting out his messy thoughts, he tore off the dirty note paper and threw it into the trash. His study has a protective curse, except for him and the elf Kaldi, it is difficult for others to enter easily. This is also to prevent Bella from seeing some magic books. Without exception, those magic books involve the unforgivable curse. When the elf helps him sort out the trash, it will also use magic to destroy all the trash, so that some of the words written by John will not be discovered by others. Even if it is written in simplified Chinese. According to John's idea, actually entering Hogwarts at this time is not a particularly good thing. After all, he didn't know much about Harry Potter's first-year students. The one he knew best was the Asian girl who fell in love with Harry Potter, Chu Zhang, so he had to be careful with get along with your classmates so as not to miss anything. So the image of a lonely, eccentric, and mediocre little wizard who likes to read bizarre books appeared in John's mind. Hey? Isn't this the image of a witch from the previous life? John sighed silently, and stuffed the notebook in his hand into the small suitcase. This small suitcase is filled with space expansion curse and weight loss curse, and it has been stuffed with all the things needed to start school and a few easy-to-action casual clothes. It is not very heavy to carry, which prevents John from having to carry the trouble of box admission. Bella also has one of the same suitcase, and John's one was used by his mother when he was a child. LV box is very durable and its style is not out of date. School will start in 2 days, and John is still looking forward to it. Aside from the irritating things just now, Hogwarts is definitely a holy place for learning magic. Both the library and the room for needs, UU Reading www.uugonshu.com has a large number of magic books, and every professor who teaches at Hogwarts has extremely high magic skills. Harry Potter 2nd grade at that time, the professor of defense against the dark arts, except for Guydrol Lockhart, was a liar who could only forget the spell. However, if the liar can do so successfully, he must be outstanding. John does have knowledge like the professor asks for the Oblivion Curse. For these magics that involve memory, each is quite advanced and difficult. Self-taught. Of course, that is 2 years later. After recounting the things to bring, John stuffed his own collection of several books and a set of old crucibles into the ring on his finger. This ring is a collection in the Smith family's vault. The effect is similar to that in a Chinese novel. There is a small hidden compartment on the silver ring, plus the space expansion curse and weight loss curse. There is a cubic space in it, which is very convenient for carrying some small items. John. Are you ready? We're leaving now. Bella's voice came from downstairs. She was here to tell John to leave. Tonight they will go back to Greenwich via the Flow network, and then go from Greenwich to King's Cross station. Okay, come down now. John locked the door of the study, glanced at Bella, who was wearing a waterspun long skirt downstairs, and solemnly explained the precautions for him not to be at home with Kaldi next to him. Such as avoiding Muggle intrusion, avoiding others from entering the magic practice room and study room, even his parents cannot. Kaldi solemnly stated that he would not let down the owner's expectations, and then watched John leave. This is the eve of John's journey to Hogwarts, and there are still 5 years before the storm of the magical world arrives. Chapter 9, Attention, the devil who beats the Mandarin duck is here again. When John woke up, it was 7 o'clock in the morning on September 1st. I slept the last night in my long-lost room, and it was not too late for John to wake up. Good morning, Bella. Bella was changing shoes at the door of the room when she spoke. She wore a pair of black lambskin boots, and John and her little suitcase were on her right. My aunt asked me to go up and wake you up just now. We are going to leave. We can go to London to have something to eat while it is still early. God, I really want to eat McDonald's now. John went to the door and opened the shoe cabinet. Mrs. Smith prepared a pair of new leather shoes for him. Mom, won't you go with us? John asked while changing shoes. Yes, let your father take you there, I think Bella will take good care of you. Lynn Smith's face showed a gentle smile. I think I might go to the hospital now. You and Dad move really fast. John whispered. Under Mrs. Smith's active confession, he naturally knew that his mother had already had a child again, and the wizard was always very sensitive to physical conditions. I just don't know if it's a younger brother or younger sister. At McDonald's near King's Cross station, they settled for a brunch. John and Bella rushed into King's Cross station at about 10 o'clock. Love wanted to follow in, but John refused. You can't enter this platform without magic. Dad, don't you feel sad? It's sad to feel that you want to enter but can't get it. Knowing his father, Emma Ruozzi, John poked Mr. Smith's heart with a single sentence, directly dispelling his father's little wool. After bidding farewell to Love Smith, Bella, who turned and walked into the station, asked in a low voice why John refused Mr. Smith to enter the station. My dad usually wants to know things about the wizarding world. It would be cruel to let him in but not let him follow us into the platform, or that we would let him in and he couldn't get in. John said lightly. He took out the ticket from his pocket and looked at it, and continued, Let's go, we are going to platform 9 3/4. Bella quietly followed John. Although she usually likes to drag John to play, sometimes she can't keep up with John's brain circuit. Maybe John and the professors at Hogwarts will have a good chat. John didn't pay attention to his cousin's random thoughts. He focused his energy on observing whether there were any familiar people around him. He was telling the truth, but he didn't explain it completely. Mr. Smith was not allowed to come in. On the one hand, he was really afraid of piercing his father's heart. On the other hand, he was also afraid that his father would meet the parents of other Hogwarts students. For example, a certain enthusiastic Mrs. Weasley. Since my own family has no intersection with the Weasley family, it is better not to know each other. It is not a good thing to have a relationship with the main force of the Order of the Phoenix, especially one of the protagonist trio. Ron Weasley's enrollment next year. King's Cross Station still has a lot of people. After all, it is the largest railway station in Europe, which carries a large part of the transportation demand. John, who has known the plot for a long time, is naturally familiar with the road. Finding the platform is not difficult. And Bella, who was somewhat nervous, didn't find anything the same. After all, she had been used to John's mature and steady for many years. The pit stop time he chose was very good. At 10 o'clock in the morning, there were not too many people, and they hardly met the students at Hogwarts. Until the two of them rushed into platform 9 3/4, Bella also did not see a familiar figure. "We arrived too early, the express has just pitted into the station." The two siblings found a carriage on the train that had just stopped and sat down. After placing the small suitcase next to the carriage board, John heard Bella's complaint in his ears. "It's good to come in early." John looked at the crowds on the 9 3/4 platform, one by one, pushing the trolley and carrying the huge suitcase. The little wizards were ready to get on the train, and said to Bella sitting across from him, "You think about it, get in the car with those little wizards carrying heavy boxes, and then maybe help them carry something, and then thank each other. It will be troublesome to think about it." "Bella! Why is my cousin so indifferent? The other little wizards are so excited, why are you so calm? Such a precocious character, really should be assigned to Slytherin, right?" It is very difficult for unspoken Tuco to express it all with his eyes, so John did not receive even a little bit of information from his cousin. He just sat in his seat and prayed silently not to meet or hear the familiar first name. But destiny often just likes to joke with him. "Bella Senpai, good noon." After John enjoyed a moment of quiet, a gentle young boy's voice rang in his ears. John looked up and saw a handsome and gentle boy with a big smile. The box stood at the door of the compartment. "Can I sit here? It's rare to meet acquaintances." "Oh, of course you can." Bella put on a smiley face in an instant, pulled the little boy's box in, and introduced the two people between John and the little boy. "This is my cousin, John Smith. He is also a pure-blooded wizard. John, this is Cedric. He is also a Hufflepuff student. Didn't you say that you want to go to Hufflepuff? Come and meet." "I said that I wanted to go to Hufflepuff, not for you to be close to others." John, who didn't realize who the boy was in front of him, reluctantly reached out and shook his hand, and smiled reluctantly. "John Smith. Cedric Diggory. Oh, hello." John withdrew his hand and let Cedric be dragged by his cousin to speak, but he reacted immediately. "Cedric Diggory, what a familiar name this is. Before, I was thinking about avoiding Ravenclaw's Chujong, but I forgot to watch out for boys." But why did Cedric know Bella? John looked strangely at the opposite Cedric, who was smiling gently, as if he had seen the Omen star floating above the head of the Hufflepuff warrior. "I feel that Bella is interesting to this Cedric. Puppy love is not a good thing. After waiting, it's better to take some time to vaccinate the cousin. With so many good-looking boys at Hogwarts, even if you find a Slytherin to fall in love, it's better than finding someone who is destined to die. Is it strong?" Chapter 10, Meditation and Blood Purification Potions. Chapter 10, Meditation and Blood Purification Potion. After making up his mind, John is not thinking about Cedric. After all, Harry Potter will not start school next year. There are still 5 years before Cedric's death. Don't worry. He flipped through the book Where Are the Fantastic Beasts that he took out of the ring before. He flipped through this book during his vacation and used it as a free time reading. After all, he has always liked books in this area. The author of this book, Newt Scamander, is also a character he has heard of. After all, the Hufflepuff students who can be expelled from Hogwarts are also legendary. Glancing at the description of the basilisk, John skipped the page. The basilisk was from the book The Chamber of Secrets. At that time, John was in 3rd grade, and now I don't have to think about it. Cedric was very interested in the freshman who was sitting across from the Fantastic Beasts, but he was forced to have a good chat with Bella, so there was no way to talk to John. Most importantly, he always felt there was an inexplicable compassion in the new student's eyes on the opposite side. The feeling of being looked at by that gaze is really uncomfortable. But I heard that this new student named John will come to Hufflepuff, so there should be many opportunities to talk in the future, right? By the way, senior sister Bella, have you heard? The new minister of the Ministry of Magic this year is actually Cornelius Fudge. I heard that he writes to Dumbledore every month. Maybe we go to school. Can you still see Fudge's owl? Cedric tried to provoke some topics that John might be interested in, but only attracted Bella's interest in speaking. These things he said are all things that sound big. If he talks about some side-by-side things, John might look up, but he has basically seen these big things from the original work, and he understands the secret behind them. It's much more than these students. The train quickly started. From the station to Hogwarts, it had to run from 11 o'clock to dark at night. Originally, John had prepared a lot of things to pass the time, but there was an extra Cedric in the carriage. Things are not easy to make. It would be great if I enrolled next year, with the savior on the train, who would pay attention to a little wizard who is unknown and talkative. The train quickly drove into the fields, and the suburbs of England were as much as he remembered, with endless barren grasslands. John thought about this silently. He took out a pair of earplugs from his pocket and put them into his ears, shutting out the talk and laughter of Cedric and Bella. If he hadn't learned how to do it, he really wanted to give it to himself. Cast a closed earplug to listen to the spell. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes looking at the scenery passing by the window. Anyway, when Bella gets hungry, she will buy her own food, so he doesn't need to worry about it. Take the train, why don't you sleep? In the past, John's only activity every time he took a train was sleeping, because his eyes hurt when he swiped his phone for a long time, but now he has new activities. In the past 10 days, he buried his head in magic books and found many ways to increase his magic power. The way Hogwarts teaches little wizards to increase their magic power is to let the wizard's magic power grow naturally through continuous practice. This method is safe, but it's too slow to work, so Hogwarts uses exams to test students' learning outcomes. Yes, instead of testing the magical level of students as in Eastern fantasy novels. John feels that this training method is not efficient. To be precise, it is not suitable for him. Just like ordinary people without magic developing technology, the essence of practicing magic is to strengthen oneself. If he follows the training method of Hogwarts, can he reach the level of a great magician in the Year of the Monkey? Harry Potter has to receive special training from the professors. So after screening more than a dozen books that were banned by the Ministry of Magic for student wizards, John found a few practice methods that suit him at this stage. The Law of Thoughts written by a wizard named Sri Lanka, The Theory of Wizard Bloodline Activation written by Salazar Slytherin, one of the founders of Hogwarts, and Magic Strong Chemistry written by a Lady Helena. As these books are explicitly forbidden to be read by student wizards, each has its own unique benefits, and one of the commonality is the cultivation methods recorded in these books. Without exception, each of them is difficult. The difficulty is right, it is difficult to prove useful. John has never been a character who is afraid of hardship. People who have gone through the college entrance examination and postgraduate entrance examination will never find anything difficult. Isn't just to solve the problem? This is John's strength. After several days and nights of endless study, John, who is sitting on the train pretending to sleep, has already practiced Sri Lanka's meditation to an introductory state. He can already feel the magical factors floating in the air and try attract them into your body. The magic power of the wizard is hidden in the blood and body, and it becomes powerful magic through the guidance of the brain, that is, the soul. The magic factors in the air provide the basic conditions for the wizard to perform the magic environment. Is like the energy between the heaven and the earth, or the existence that covers the consciousness. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. What the meditation thought brought to John was to feel the whole world quite intuitively. In Greenwich, John felt the prosperity of the human world and the fog over the London area, and here he felt the hard rock and the clearness. The air, a strong natural and primitive breath. What a sweet free air! Note, I don't know if the air in the United Kingdom is as sweet as that in the Americas, because I haven't been to or watched the interview. Don't be serious. John greedily drew the magic energy from the air. He actually didn't know how much his magic power had reached. Anyway, he was still within his control. As long as he does not exceed his control, there is no risk of becoming silent. After Hogwarts, he will start to study potions, and strive to produce the only record in the Witcher bloodline activation theory as soon as possible. 27 pages of potions, blood purification potions. The reason why such dangerous potions can be published in books is that it belongs to the research results of pure-blood legendary magicians. Those pure-blood families who control the magical world have selfish intentions. Secondly, it is also because of the Pharmacist Society it has been proved that the feasibility of this medicine is too low. Some of the rare medicinal materials in the raw materials have been completely extinct in the passage of time, and the remaining raw materials are also extremely expensive ones. Is probably the kind of expensive that can be exchanged for 30 Smith family vaults. But Hogwarts has a virgin forest. In the taboo forest, precious materials abound. No genuine products can be found. Alternatives can still be found. It doesn't matter if the medicine is weaker. Thinking of these possible expeditions after Hogwarts, John's meditation effect is much better. Chapter 11, Enter Hogwarts. The time during meditation will always pass faster, and John didn't think that after a long time, he was dragged back to reality by Bella's slap from the meditation state. Wake up, don't go to sleep, we're going to be there, let's change clothes quickly. Bella pulled out John's earplugs and said while looking at his sleepy brother. Has it arrived? John rubbed his eyes twice. Although he was pretending to be asleep, he still felt a little uncomfortable after closing his eyes for a long time. Yes, the car is about to stop, you quickly put on your robe, I will go out and wait for you. Bella wanted to go out to make room for her brother to change clothes, but she didn't expect that John had no idea of changing clothes at all, but pulled the outermost robe from the small suitcase and put it on her body. In this case, I can barely make it. Seeing that the time was almost up, Bella didn't mean to pick the wrong brother for her brother. She dragged John apart from the compartment, and said something in her mouth. There are names on the suitcases, and the flight attendants will send our things to their respective colleges later. Yes, you are rushing to find the new team. You want to cross the lake in the first batch, and it will be too late, the fluorescence flickers. A light burst from the top of Bella's wand, dispelling the darkness in front of the two brothers and sisters. Only then did John see the ebony people in front of him. These students, without exception, were all wearing the same robes. The freshman team is there. Bella's wand pointed towards the lake, and John looked along and saw a huge figure. That should be Hagrid, he is indeed a hybrid giant, his height is well deserved. What is it? Bay stretched his hand and pushed John, and took John's hand into the pocket of his robe and took it out, and stuffed something into the pocket of John's robe. I left you 2 chocolates. Frog, you must have been hungry after sleeping for so long, and it will take a long time to be sorted in a while. You should eat this for a while. It is good. John felt warm, and Bella always seemed to be careless and unreliable. Suddenly she looked like an older sister, which really made John surprised and moved. If she wants to fall in love with Cedric, then talk about it. It's impossible for him to secretly manipulate Cedric to save Cedric. But if you want to get married, you have to carefully examine it. Bella didn't expect that there were so many messes in her brother's mind. She sent John to the tail of the freshman team, and hurried back to her academy team. John was stuck behind the freshman team. He got out of the car a little late, but under the cover of the night, no one noticed that he had joined him suddenly. He quietly squeezed the ring on his index finger, opened the hidden compartment above the ring, and drew out the wand inside. Fluorescence flickers. The gains of diligent study and hard training appeared at this moment. Although John didn't practice the fluorescent spell for a long time, he could still see the way clearly with this light. To the effect, "I knew I should have brought a flashlight." His whispers and the light on the wand naturally attracted the attention of several new students around, but everyone was attracted by the black lake in front of him, and few paid attention to him. "There is Hogwarts." Hagrid, who looked like a hill in front of the team, pointed to the other side of the lake and shouted. "There is a towering castle on the high hillside over there. The top of the castle is lined with spires, and windows are shining mysteriously under the stars. Each boat cannot exceed 4 people." John followed and boarded a boat at the end, and there were 2 strange little boys on the boat. "Are you all on the boat?" Hagrid shouted, taking a boat by himself. "Well, go ahead." A group of small boats immediately drove forward across the flat, mirror-like lake, and everyone was silent. John looked up at Hogwarts Castle. It was not much different from the movie. This wizard's paradise, which has appeared countless times in the dream, finally stood in front of John at this moment, giving him a very unreal illusion. It's hard to say that it's not his hometown, but it's more or less emotional. He took a deep breath. The air is mixed with the humidity of the lake water, and there is a smell of old age, like the rotten wood suddenly glowed with new vitality under the water of spring rain. This is the taste of knowledge. The boat drew ashore quickly, and the new students climbed up a tunnel in the rock under the light of Hager's lantern, and finally reached a flat and wet grass in the shadow of the castle, gathered in front of a huge oak door. Hagrid raised his huge fist and knocked 3 times on the castle gate. The door was quickly opened. Professor Minerva McGonagall, wearing an emerald green robe, is waiting for them here. "First-year freshman, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid said. "Thank you, Hagrid. Leave it to me now." Professor Minerva McGonagall is as serious as he remembered, but John knew that the vice principal was actually a very kind witch. At least it was much stronger than Snape's cold look. Wizards are also humans. As long as they are humans, there is no one who judges people by appearance. Dumbledore is not, so he taught Voldemort to be that way. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. If you have a chance to see Snape in private in the future, maybe you can give him some immature tips. What's wrong with becoming a little more popular? Cold face will only blind your own appearance. Had it not been for the fact that he had left such a bad impression on the protagonists' trio from the beginning, I am afraid that the plot would not be so twisted in the future. John's secret slander was naturally no one noticed. He didn't even realize that the image he had just slandered was the character image he planned for himself before the school started. The freshmen were led by Professor McGonagall into the waiting room of the branch hospital. The space inside was smaller than John remembered, and everyone was crowded together. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall said in his annual speech. "The opening banquet is about to begin, but before you go to the restaurant, you must first determine which college you enter each. The names of the 4 academies are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each academy has its own glorious history and has cultivated outstanding wizards and wizards." Professor McGonagall said it slowly and clearly, and John knew that these words were of no use to him. First, he made up his mind to go to Hufflepuff, and secondly, he would not violate the rules at will and would not perform too well. And Hufflepuff was originally insulated from the Academy Cup. So while Professor McGonagall was talking, he took apart a chocolate frog and quickly stuffed it into his mouth. "Mint flavor, refreshing." Professor McGonagall didn't notice the small movements that took place in the back row. After she finished talking about the various regulations, she cast a cleaning spell to sort out the stains on the robes of the new students. "Then, I think now you can go to the hall and participate in the sorting ceremony." Chapter 12, Sorting Ceremony and Dinner. The last one updated the author's words and explained some problems. "I hope everyone will come back and take a look. There is no way, I am so humble." Across a long and narrow corridor, a group of freshmen, led by Professor McGonagall, came to the Hogwarts auditorium. Candles floating in the air illuminate the dining room, glittering gold plates and wine glasses, gleaming silver light, the ghosts mixed in the student team, and on the ceiling dome, thousands of slowly rotating in the dark exude stars of mysterious light. Everything is no different from the novel. John looked at the teacher's seat above the high platform in the crowd. In the middle of the classroom seat was an old man with a white beard. He could not see clearly with his eyes, and his tall figure sat on it with a special deterrent. Principal Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore. But if he hadn't understood the character of this character, it would be difficult for John to see his kindness from his expression, and it's also hard to imagine that this serious old man would interact with the famous Dark Lord Gellert Grind. Woe entangled his whole life. Then it's the broken hat who is singing. It was standing on a tall four-legged stool, torturing the new student with a broken gong, and the stain on the cap made John feel uncomfortable. Forget it, Shinobu will pass. John squeezed his nose, took 2 steps back, and almost hit the black-haired girl next to him. Ugh! Why does this little girl look so familiar? Before John remembered who this girl was, Professor McGonagall's voice was uploaded from the stage. Marietta? Ekmore. A middle-sized little girl hurriedly walked out of the crowd. She almost fell and put on her hat amid the laughter of everyone. Ravenclaw. A burst of cheers erupted from the second long table on the left. Marietta Ekmo ran over nervously and shook hands with Ravenclaw's students happily. Is this the girl who betrayed Dumbledore's army? She may not know that she will have such a big achievement in the future. Half of John's mind was focused on finding the familiar figure, leaving only one ear to listen to the name. Katie Bell was assigned to Gryffindor, and the Weasley twins stood up to greet her. Their red hair is so conspicuous, the serious red-haired youth beside them should it's Charlie Weasley. On Hufflepuff's side, he only saw a familiar face, Cedric Diggory. He was not restrained when sitting among Hufflepuff's students, completely different from on a train, Bella sitting in Ravenclaw's position and smiling at John. I guess he wanted to see if John went to Gryffindor or Slytherin. John always felt that he couldn't see Lavin at this point. What is the contradiction between Crow and Slytherin? And for a while, he and Bella's line of sight communication, Ravenclaw has another new student, Eddie Camichel, another familiar name. The Slytherin side looked solemn, and all the students of noble origin sat upright, observing table manners. So far, only 3 freshmen have joined Slytherin. This is not a good phenomenon. You must know that Gryffindor already has 7 freshmen. Just when he was about to watch a good show, Professor McGonagall called out his name. John Smith. The name is nothing special. Smith is the most common surname in the British Isles, and John is also a very common name. There is no Harry Potter's much anticipated feeling at all. It's great. He walked up to the stage and let Professor McGonagall put the sorting hat on his head. Wow, it's hard, very hard. A shrill voice sounded in John's ear. The magic is very powerful and courageous, my heart is not bad, and my talent is good. I'm going to Hufflepuff. John said silently in his heart. What? Are you sure? The shrill voice of the sorting hat seemed a little weird. I want to go to Hufflepuff. There is no doubt that you certainly meet all the requirements to become a Hufflepuff student, but I don't think that is a good choice. I want to go to Hufflepuff. Don't you have any other ideas? The sorting hat was a little impatient. Both Gryffindor and Slytherin can help you become a powerful wizard. Okay, stop talking nonsense, I'm going to Hufflepuff. If you talk nonsense, I will give you a bath. Sorting hat, well, then, Hufflepuff. John took off his hat with a smile on his face and returned it to Professor McGonagall, and walked towards the cheering Hufflepuff's long table. No one thinks this is a strange thing, like John's name, he should go to an ordinary college like Hufflepuff. The only surprise is Bella. But Bella just sighed softly, and said nothing else. John sat among the students of Hufflepuff and shook hands with the surrounding students. Cedric was the only one who knew him, so he could also say a few words to him, as the good old man Cedric knew. Every Hufflepuff is willing to say a few words with John. Even though there is no Cedric, they are all like this. John and everyone who greeted him smiled, and there is nothing else. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. He looked very hungry. Of course everyone was hungry, so no one was surprised. Another thing worth mentioning is that when Professor McGonagall called out the last name, John finally remembered who the girl he almost hit was. Autumn? John, Harry Potter and Cedric Diggory's future girlfriend. Hogwarts is so small. The flame that was just extinguished in John's heart that hit the Mandarin ducks flew again. He decided to eliminate the possibility between Bella and Cedric as soon as possible, and then make Cedric fall in love with Chuzhong as soon as possible. He firmly believes that as long as his little butterfly works hard to avoid the death of a few people, there should be no problem. After Chuzhong was called out of Ravenclaw by the Sorting Hat, Professor McGonagall picked up the Sorting Hat and left, and Albus Dumbledore stood up. He looked at the students with a smile on his face and stretched out his arms to them. It seemed that nothing made him happier than seeing them all together. "Welcome," he said, "welcome everyone to Hogwarts to start the new school year. Before the banquet, I would like to say a few words. That is, idiot. Cry. Remnants. Screw. Thank you." After he finished speaking, the empty plate on the long table was suddenly filled with food, and the hall was suddenly full of laughter. Maybe this is a good start? John cut a piece of pumpkin pie and put it in front of him, and began to enjoy the food. Hogwarts's elf craftsmanship is very good. In the year before Harry Potter enrolled, he may have a pleasant learning career. That's nice. John smiled and raised the watermelon juice on his hand and touched Cedric. Happy New School Year! Chapter 13, Hogwarts, A Dream. There is nothing special about Hufflepuff's common room, except for the large space. I heard from senior students that Hufflepuff's lounge is twice as large as other colleges, but John didn't want to understand what it was. What a proud one! The common room of the Badger Yard is located on the basement floor, very close to the kitchen, and not far away is the entrance of the Slytherin common room. It is said that badgers are natural enemies of snakes, but now it seems that it is not so real. Don't be afraid of Slytherin, badgers will never be afraid of snakes. When passing by with the Slytherin team, John heard Hufflepuff's prefect say, and he had no choice but to smile. Not to be afraid is not to be afraid, but usually the main fights with snakes are the little lions. Hufflepuff basically has no sense of existence in the original work. The entrance to the common room is a still life painting above the corridor. To enter the common room, you need to tap the correct barrel in the rhythm of Helga Hufflepuff. After entered, there was a round, low-roofed room with a touch of earthy fragrance. The room was covered with yellow curtains, and there were many upholstered sofas and chairs. The passage from the lounge to the dormitory is decorated with wine barrels, a total of 14, arranged on both sides of the fireplace, leading to the boys' dormitory and the girls' dormitory, and there is a smiling middle-aged witch hanging on the fireplace. The portrait, underneath the portrait is a silver nameplate with 3-line squiggles engraved on it. Helga Hufflepuff, 964-1032. One of the greatest witches in the history of British magic. I want to teach many people and treat them equally. John stood in front of the portrait and looked at the legendary witch. Her eyes were green, just like John, which made John feel a strange familiarity. Seems like it should be. Really weird. John, don't you go to rest? Tomorrow is the weekend, I think you can have a good night's sleep. Cedric's voice came from behind, which made John a headache. This good old man is good everywhere, just this inexplicable love and caring for others is really annoying. But he can't say that Cedric was wrong. The old Chinese saying goes that you don't hit smiley people with your hands, especially in the aristocratic Britain. Thank you, I think I'm going to find my dormitory now. John nodded slightly towards the portrait, then turned around and said a few words to Cedric, then got into the wooden barrel on the left side of the portrait. In the common room, the portrait of Hufflepuff smiled softly as always, as gentle as Hufflepuff's academy. Hufflepuff's student dormitory accommodates 4 people in one room, but everyone's space is separated by themselves, with thick curtains in the middle, ensuring that everyone has their own space. The interior of the space is arranged like a small tent. The bed inside is similar to John's bunk in his previous life, except that the bed is lower and the table is not under the bed, but on the side. Below the bed is a row of lockers, just right to put things. The curtain at the entrance seemed to have a simple spell, which greatly enhanced the privacy of this space. John was very satisfied with it. The small suitcase has been placed next to the table under the bed. John opened the suitcase and put his textbooks, clothes, and crucible in the locker. The small space was divided by the candle light. Quiet outside. After finishing these things, putting the quill and pens away separately, John took off his clothes and climbed onto the bed. Tomorrow is the weekend, so I can sleep well. John stretched. The sunlight in front of him was a little dazzling, making him feel a little uncomfortable. In the next second, he reacted and quickly looked down his head. Lying on the recliner, he was completely dressed in his clothes, a suit of compliant robe, and he was holding a copy of Introduction to the Basics of Spells in his hand. It looked like he was watching and falling asleep. Everything looks normal, only John is very surprised. Myself, this is... Have you crossed again? He stood up from the recliner solemnly and tried to draw the wand from the ring in his hand, but there was nothing on his index finger, and then he raised his hand again. Although these hands are young and smooth, they are not John's own hand. It wasn't until after a long period of thought that he found the old lady sitting on the opposite sofa. The old man with a familiar face was holding a teacup, and watching John's eyes were full of exploration. I knew that you could come in. John was taken aback for a moment, then reacted immediately, and asked tentatively, "Are you the one who?" The old lady asked calmly, "If you are talking about the one hanging in the Hufflepuff common room, I am correct." John's mind seemed to be disconnected for an instant. He smiled awkwardly, and thought it was not polite to laugh like this. "Then you called me?" "Oh, nothing. I haven't seen my descendants for a long time. I always want to see you when I think about it. Hufflepuff's kids always like to go to Ravenclaw and Gryffindor. The sweetheart, even the old house at home has been sold. You are the first to appear in Hufflepuff in nearly 100 years. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Old Witch, Helga Hufflepuff, talking in front of John for a long time. The amount of information in the words exploded. "However, it seems that you don't know me. Why, has the Hufflepuff family not fallen to this point? I know how old you are. The house was sold, but you didn't even leave a portrait of me." John felt he was dreaming. In fact, according to the witch Hufflepuff, he was indeed dreaming. This is a blood curse. Hufflepuff left a soul on all the portraits he left at Hogwarts. It is different from the way Voldemort creates the Horcrux to split the soul. This legacy is only in the body. The remnant thoughts left behind after death inherited all the memories and survived with the help of the unique magic on the portrait, which is a very profound magic. But the other 3 founders did not leave their own souls. Salazar left the school. Gryffindor and Ravenclaw believed that their spirits were passed on by descendants, but in fact, Ravenclaw did not have any posterity. Helga also poured a cup of tea for John. It has been a long time since no one came to talk to her in the portrait space, and the legendary witch seemed a bit silly. John showed the most qualified quality of a listener. He listened to the old lady silently, as if he was accompanying his grandmother, occasionally smiling and echoing the last 2 sentences. To please the old lady, he is too good at it. Of course, there are other things in his mind. For example, he can publish a book when he wakes up. Since Lockhart's book about the liar can sell well, my own book about the legendary witch should sell better. Is it the name? It's Hogwarts, a dreamland, how about it? Chapter 14, I didn't expect to be able to appear like this in the House of Requirement. Of course, not very good. Helga thumped on John's head, this is a secret. The meaning of the existence of a secret cannot be said, you know. But you said you asked Dumbledore to investigate the situation of your offspring. Dumbledore should always know that you exist. The story about the offspring was told by Helga himself, and there is indeed such a witch in the original book. Her name is Hepzibah Smith, because it involves Horcruxes, so John still remembers a description of her. She is a very fat old lady, wearing a delicate wig, bright pink robe spread around her, making her look like a piece of melted ice cream cake. This pure-blood witch who died under Voldemort in 1946 claimed to be a descendant of Helga Hufflepuff, and she was searched for because she had collected Hufflepuff's cups and Slytherin's locket. Killed by Tom Riddle of Horcrux, this memory comes from Hepzibah's house elf Hoki. It now appears that the witch did not lie about her life experience, because this has been confirmed by Helga Hufflepuff himself. Hepzibah's wealth should also be due to the inheritance of a large amount of ancestral inheritance, but the old witch did not live very well in her later years. She died of her husband and no children, leaving only a variety of rare antiques and inexhaustible money. But that's not accurate. If John didn't guess wrong, he would be the offspring of this witch. Counting time, the witch died in 1946 because Voldemort killed her, otherwise she should be able to live for a while, and John himself knew that his grandfather's father, the first in the Smith family, a dumb gun, was sent to a distant relative's family to foster care after he was 11 years old, which is now the old house John inherited. This ancestor was born in 1898. At that time, the witches gave birth to children relatively early and the time was right. This is a poor but rich old lady who gave birth to a dumb child and died her husband. John didn't have any thoughts to pity the witch who was suspected of his old grandmother. He just denied his conjecture. Helga said that Dumbledore didn't know the secret of the portrait, so he was the only one who knew. But I think you will never bring me here for no reason, because, you guessed it, I didn't know that your blood was flowing on my body before, so you should always have other intentions. If I can help you make some settings, I will try my best to do it for you. Well, you are indeed a very smart kid, if it weren't for. I would even suspect you are a descendant of Ravenclaw. John guessed that his ancestor might be talking about Ms. Ravenclaw's privacy, perhaps about the daughter who betrayed his mother, but John would not ask these things. It's okay to guess in my heart, and asking too many is annoying. I don't have anything to do for you, I just want to warn you something. When you entered the lounge, I found a very strange breath in you. The smell is like a curse, but I can't check it out because it is too mysterious. Helga's face gradually became serious. She actually had more serious guesses, but she didn't want to say it, because the child in front of her was too young, and some things might be difficult to understand. Her embarrassed mood also made John nervous. He quickly ate a delicious cookie to ease his nervousness. How to put it? I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. I have felt this kind of breath in Salazar, and also in Dumbledore, who just enrolled in school. You should be both of them. Familiar. Seeing John nod, Helga continued, every accomplished wizard has had this aura, but they are without exception, the final ending is not very good, you are an exception. I have never seen two people who have this kind of breath at the same time. Maybe you can help Dumbledore, but he is also a poor man. Helga said mysteriously, she didn't know that John had already penetrated Dumbledore's ending, because she was just a lingering soul, unable to make accurate predictions, and could not change anything. In the past nearly 1,000 years in time, she wandered in the portrait of Hogwarts, and no one had ever entered this world of portraits to talk to her. Because of the powerful magic attached to her portrait, those younger generations also respect her reputation. Except for sometimes asking the principal at the time to see her offspring, she hardly speaks actively. John is an exception. As a descendant of blood, his consciousness can enter the world of portraits. Well, I promise you if I can do it. John thought for a while and still agreed. For him, reading www.yuyuganshu.com may not be bothersome. But, can I come here to see you in the future? To be honest, Helga's accomplishments in food magic are unmatched. At least the biscuits here are the best biscuits John has ever eaten in his memory. Magic has its limits. Helga patted his descendant on the shoulder. You have already endured too much in the magic space this time. You may not be able to enter for a short time. However, I can teach the curse to strengthen the magic portrait space. Of course, not now. The answer was expected by John, but he asked again, can I take a portrait of you from Hogwarts? I have an old house, maybe so, we can talk freely in the future. There is a legendary witch teaching her own magic, and John feels that his future life may be a smooth journey. Oh, this is probably a bit difficult. My magic is applied to all my portraits at Hogwarts. You know, Hogwarts does not tolerate theft, and all the castle property belongs to Slytherin. Oh, I think I really know that a portrait can be taken away by you. John's mood was ups and downs like a roller coaster, and then he heard Helga say, Ravenclaw left a magical house for the school. That house has powerful transformation magic and space magic. One of my pictures, the portrait, is in her own study room. There were originally portraits of the four of us hanging there. However, because of some things, the portrait of me was left with traces of magic. You can take that portrait with you later. I will tell you how to enter that room, but how did you bring out such a large portrait? John laughed mysteriously. I may really have a way. Chapter 15, This is the new version of the ship's responsive house. John woke up from his bed. He raised his wrist, and the fluorescent watch hand indicated that it was past 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, and it was early morning in a while. The mechanical watch on the wrist is considered to be a semi-magical item, with precision curses and diamagnetic curses attached to it to prevent the powerful magnetic field of Hogwarts from affecting this Muggle item. Of course, this watch violates the Prohibition of Muggle Abuse Act. But how can there be so many people in this world who have nothing to look for? People who like to look for things and those who are looked for are either liked or hated. Coincidentally, these two emotions have nothing to do with John. John lay on the bed empty, the bed curtain cut off the breathing of others in the dormitory, making this small space extremely quiet. He started to think. Because he just saw Hufflepuff in his dream, he still feels unreal now. If there is really a God, then this God, is he smiling at this moment? Can God tell him why? He has made up his mind to spend 7 years of school life honestly, and now tells him that Helga Hufflepuff is his ancestor. He actually has a mysterious magical aura in him, and he is destined to have great achievements. And then the ending may not end well? What kind of a wise author can write this kind of plot where the protagonist's road suddenly begins? Is a fan of NZND, MDZZ? The more John thinks about it, the more his head hurts. He always feels that there is a pair of invisible hands in the dark, playing with all this. He can only act like a puppet, performing according to the established order. Of course, it may be just a dream, so don't worry. He comforted himself so hard, tried to calm down, and cultivated the calmness in more than 10 years, isn't it just to face the current situation? Tai landslide did not change his face in front of him. He couldn't do it, but accepting the new information was just a small scene, so there is no need to be so surprised. Tossed over and over on the bed to calm down, and when John felt that there was nothing wrong with him, he climbed out of the bed and saw that it was almost 5 o'clock. Took out the close-fitting underwear from the locker. These clothes exist for ease of movement, then put on the robe, touched the ring on his hand, and walked towards the common room. The ghostly fat monk of Hufflepuff was sleeping on a chair in the common room. John did not disturb him lightly. When he passed the portrait of Hufflepuff, the smiling legendary witch was still facing him. Blinked. Okay, now I can be sure that I was not dreaming last night. John nodded politely, and then went out from the exit. Although it was still within the curfew, normal people should be sleeping soundly at this time. After all, Filch is a dumb gun and needs a rest. Presumably, the Weasley twins are causing a headache to Mr. Administrator. John didn't mean to challenge the Hogwarts keeper. Living in the wizarding world of this kind of dumb gun is very painful, and there is no need to make it worse. He followed Helga's route and walked upstairs to the castle without hesitation. Fortunately, today is not a staircase holiday. It took John a few minutes to run from the basement floor to the 8th floor of the castle, and then he found the wall opposite the tapestry of the giant stick and the silly Barnabas. Behind this wall is Ms. Ravenclaw's study, library, bedroom, bathroom. In short, Ms. Ravenclaw's living room was here. After Ms. Ravenclaw's death, the house has become a secret exploration place left by Hogwarts for students. Powerful space magic, thousand-year-old concealment magic, and defensive magic integrated with Hogwarts. John originally yearned for this house. After hearing Helga's words, this yearning became its more intense. Of course he knew the way to open the House of Request, but with Helga's guidance, that way seemed a bit troublesome. He reached out his hand and drew the wand from the ring, pressed it against the wall in front of him, and said softly, "The most precious thing in the world is friendship. The most important thing in the world is friendship." The wall in front of him began to change. Instead of turning into a door, it turned into a light film like waves. With a little effort, John's wand tipped in. John didn't hesitate, and walked directly into the light film, as if he had entered platform 9 3/4. There is no special place in the house. Except for the outdated furnishings, the other places are very similar to John's own study: bookshelves, desks, chairs, paintings on the wall, quill pens on the table and half-used ink bottle. The ink in it has condensed into lumps. John stroked the traces of these objects. 1,000 years later, these objects are still well preserved, as if the original owner had just been there. He turned around and saw the huge portrait hanging on the wall. The portrait of Yu reading www.yunsha.com was very empty, but there was a young figure standing in the middle left, the purple dress like flowing water. Sprinkled on the ground, the golden thread on it outlines the mysterious honey badger coat of arms. After so many years, she seems to have not changed anything. Her smile is still gentle and gentle. John suddenly remembered the introduction of his ancestor from Hufflepuff College, and it said that she treated all students like her own children. Someone who can be called a mother by students must have something special about her. Are these blank spaces the portraits of the 3 founders back then? John looked at the huge blank space on the screen and asked. The Hufflepuff in the portrait nodded. Here she was finally able to speak freely. In the beginning, it was Slytherin who left, and his portrait also left from here. Then Gryffindor and Ravenclaw died one after another. No one knew the portrait here. In fact, we all knew that entering Luo the password of INA's study, but no one really came in. It was not until I was casting magic on the eve of my death that I found such a portrait here. Helga's voice is a little sad. A few of us used to be very good friends. John didn't know how to continue. At this time, he couldn't even empathize. This kind of friendship that had lasted for thousands of years became extremely heavy after time settled. He even said a few witty words to ease Helga's sadness. Can't do it. Don't feel sad because of me, it's been so long, I have already looked away. Helga on the portrait said, didn't you say that there is something you want to learn? You can ask now, but the magical world has developed for so long, I am afraid I can teach you not too much. Chapter 16, Ravenclaw's Legacy. John thought Helga was too humble. His ancestor 1,000 years ago, because I don't know how many generations have passed. John really doesn't know how to call Helga has a magical knowledge that transcends time. Although the magic of the magical world is improving, Helga's opinion it's always so unique. After explaining the initial cast of the phantom spell for John, John gave up the idea of mastering this magic immediately. Compared to the manufacture of invisibility cloaks, the simple invisibility spell of Phantom Mantra was not practical at our time. At that time, the environment was quite harsh. If we only used such a simple spell, we would probably have been put to the torture a long time ago. The shelf burned to death. After comparing some of the current spells with their spells back then, Helga said to John. She took away some books of contemporary spells from John. The magic of the world of portraits can rub the text on the books and recondense them in the world of portraits, planning to modify the way these spells are cast for John, and only later start training John's magic. John had no complaints about this. There was a legendary magician who tailored his power to modify the spell, which in itself was something he had never thought of before, and could not be expected. At least meditation has been praised by Helga. Since he cannot start practicing magic for the time being, he might as well explore this study room left by Ms. Ravenclaw. There are not many books worth reading on the bookshelf. They are all outdated spell books and magic item manufacturing guides. At these levels, the current magic world has long since introduced new ones and achieved higher achievements. John felt that Ravenclaw's legacy would not be so simple. At least what the legendary witch usually uses should be quite extraordinary items. Scanning the whole room, John put his gaze on Ravenclaw's desk. He sat straight on Ravenclaw's chair, and then began to open the drawers on both sides of the desk one by one. Hey? Is it locked? John, who had not found anything in the previous 3 drawers, suddenly got up. The drawer locked by Ravenclaw would definitely not go anywhere. He thought for a while, pointed the wand in his hand at the keyhole, and whispered, "A laho hole opens." There is no response, the spell fails. John didn't think it was a problem with his spell, because he had practiced it many times at home, and this spell was one of the best spells he had mastered. You can't do this. Although the spell Arajo Cave Opens is very subtle, it can't be used to unlock the anti-locking spell set by Rowena. Helga on the wall didn't know when from the portrait world. Joan returned to the surface. She is the top master of spells I have ever seen. John waved his magic wand and poked his head with the tip of the wand, but I can only use this kind of unlocking spell, and you just said that if you break it violently, you will probably be wounded by magic. 2. Of course, Rowena's magic is too dangerous for you now. Even the backlash of an anti-locking spell will seriously hurt you, but why are you so obsessed with opening this drawer? I just want to know what's in it. John knocked on the large locked drawer. This is a scene that has not appeared in the original book. It is impossible to say that he is not curious. It is definitely not a simple thing to be locked here by Ravenclaw. It may be the real legacy left by Ravenclaw. Rowena's inheritance. Then it is inappropriate for you to take it away? I think Rowena's heir is still in the castle. Maybe he won't agree with you. Helena has become a ghost, besides, she probably doesn't know. John got stuck in the middle of talking because he missed his mouth. Has been born again for 11 years. This is the first time he has leaked. Fortunately, what he heard is not others, but his ancestors. He raised his head and looked at the portrait. Helga in the portrait was also thoughtful and did not notice anything unusual. Hey? Can't you hear any mistakes or omissions? He was about to jump over the incident quietly, and he heard Helga continue to say, "Is Helena a ghost still known to you?" I said, the kid named Tom was unreliable at the time. The rhetoric and the identity of the descendant of the founder tricked Helena into telling the whereabouts of the crown, but in the end no one could find it. It's not a good thing to say this kind of thing in front of my little child. And it seems that the old lady still doesn't know that Tom Riddle has become the Dark Lord Voldemort. John looked at Helga in his own world, quietly not talking. Although Helga in the portrait looks very young, because of the legendary magic, he is essentially an old lady. Moreover, it is a common feature of legendary wizards that it becomes a state of being left alone when thinking. But Helga's words also reminded John that he had fallen into a misunderstanding of thinking. What is the essence of the drawer that has cast the anti-locking curse? Is essentially a locked drawer. Since there is a lock, there is naturally a key. And then Tom Riddle got the Ravenclaw crown. Reading www.howdidyougonshu.com hide it? The answer is that he found the House of Requirement, which is where John is now. This is a room for all requests. John knocked his head. Since receiving the notice from Hogwarts, his thoughts have been short-circuited by the real arrival of the wizarding world. Sometimes it is difficult to think of the joints in simple things. He put away his wand, stretched out a hand, and said in a low voice, "I need the key to open this drawer." After a while, there was no sound. The key didn't appear out of thin air or dropped out of nowhere as John had guessed, which made him wonder. "Couldn't you have no keys, right?" John tugged at the handle of the drawer, and he obviously felt the lock inside the bezel, so there must be a key. The only possibility is that the key was taken away by Ravenclaw as a funeral. Well, he still has another solution, but he can't do it yet. If you can't open it, don't do it. I always think there should be nothing in it. It may just be some books in the collection of Rowena. Helga said softly, she always likes to study some strange magic. Well, let it go first. John was thinking about some ways to unlock the lock, but without a locksmith, he would not have a key, so he could only keep this in mind first. I've been out for a long time. When there are more students in the castle, I don't think I can avoid it, so now I have to go. He said to the portrait of Helga, "Your portrait first, store it here. When this year's holiday, I will take you home." Chapter 17, There will never be a shortage of friends in Hufflepuff. What is in the drawer of Ravenclaw's study? This incident touched John's curiosity all the time. However, John is powerless at the moment. He still needs to find the key or a method to make the key. Let's take one step and look at it one step at a time. This is only the first day of enrollment. John walked down the stairs. There were already active students in the castle. He raised his hand and looked at his watch. It was already past 7. At this time, it is estimated that the lobby should have started serving breakfast. Putting the wand into the ring, John followed the route in his memory for a while, and finally returned to the lobby yesterday. Stood at the door and glanced a little, John saw Bella, Chujong, and a few Ravenclaw girls around Cedric, eating breakfast, turning his head and leaving. It's the weekend now. If Bella gets entangled in this time, you will definitely become the person between Bella and Cedric. That's not a good choice. Although he likes to beat the Mandarin ducks, but currently he can't beat his cousin. Furthermore, Cedric obviously did not express his liking for Bella, so whether this puppy love can happen is still two different things. John intends to go directly to the kitchen to get something and go back to the dormitory to eat. No one is more familiar with the location of the kitchen than Hufflepuff's students. The person who rescued and protected the house elves back then was his ancestor, and Hufflepuff's golden cup was the first to assist the elves. We make magical vessels for food transportation. Speaking of the golden cup, it should still be in Bellatrix's vault now. John didn't have the idea of bringing back the cup that had become a Horcrux, even though his identity had changed again and again. In just half a month, he became a pure-blood wizard and then a Hufflepuff. Descendants of, but his thoughts and goals are still in the original state. Don't make trouble. Leave Voldemort to Harry Potter, isn't it okay? In this world of magic that is gradually recovering towards the world of high magic, who knows if Voldemort, the former Dark Lord, will be blessed by the revival of magic elements in the world? After murmuring a few words in his heart, John finally returned to the floor where the Hufflepuff common room was located. On the way, he nodded and greeted several Hufflepuff students who were coming out of the lounge even though they didn't know each other. Regarding the information about the location of the kitchen, John remembers better than the other facilities. Perhaps it was because he had only heard about it last night. He didn't even bother to find a huge silver painting full of fruits. Portrait of Bowl. The kitchen is hidden behind the painting. John stretched out a finger to poke the big green pear, and the pear moved, and then suddenly turned into a big green doorknob. John grabbed the doorknob, opened the door and walked in. The area of the Hogwarts kitchen is basically the same size as the auditorium above. There are a lot of tableware on the cabinets, and 4 long wooden tables are placed in the hall. The locations of these tables are also the same as those in the auditorium above. The table is exactly the same. At this time, the table was full of food. These were the breakfasts for the students. John saw that there were still many elves busy, and it seemed that he had made a lot of breakfast. It seems that the elves are not too aware of the appetite of the new students. "Hello, sir." An elf spotted Albert and ran towards him. "Do you have any needs?" "Oh, it's my roommate. He is sick and can't go to the hall to eat. I think you should be able to take some food here. I need some porridge and pies. Can you get some for me?" "Oh, of course, please wait a moment." The house-raised elf ran away in a hurry. After a while, several elf ran over. They were holding pies, pumpkin porridge, and milk packed in paper bags and silver lunch boxes. The amount was enough for 4 people. "Up. Thank you very much, these are enough, you have worked so hard, little guys. It is always our honor and obligation to provide services to the offspring of Hufflepuff. You don't have to thank you for this." John was taken aback and looked directly at the old house elf who was talking. "Oh, you don't have to be surprised." The old elf grinned. "We have a unique magic that can distinguish the descendants of Hufflepuff. It is an honor for all Hogwarts elves to serve a real Hufflepuff." "Okay." John also knows that house elves are very magical creatures, and their magic is better than wizards, but I hope you can keep my identity secret for me. You know, I really don't like it too much. Too much publicity. Of course, your humility and Loki are the same as your ancestor, Ms. Hufflepuff. I, Treechy, promise you that all elves will obey your wishes and keep secrets for you." The old house elf Treechy bends down to salute John, and the other elves all bend down in a similar way. "Oh, okay, my name is John Smith, I'm studying at Hufflepuff College now, if I need it, I will definitely come to you for help." Surrounded by all the elves, John almost escaped and ran out of the kitchen. His hands and pockets under his robe were filled with the food the elves prepared for him. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. At least I gained the friendship of the elves. It's not too difficult to accept, but I don't think I can go to the kitchen to get food in the future. These little elves are so enthusiastic for so many years. John muttered in his heart and opened the entrance of the Hufflepuff common room, and at a glance he saw the portrait of Hufflepuff smiling at him in the lounge. It's hard to imagine how much prestige this gentle witch has left at Hogwarts. John was about to say something to Helga while no one was in the lounge, but he didn't expect that the barrel on the left side of the portrait suddenly opened and a boy got out of it. It should be a freshman. John didn't know him. At the sorting ceremony yesterday, he didn't pay attention to who Hufflepuff's freshmen were. He had no idea of making friends with others. Being too gregarious can easily affect the learning effect. John still remembers a sentence from his last life: "Not being gregarious means the beginning of your success." It's just that he intends to ignore this new student, but they didn't let him off. "John, good morning." The freshman came over to John. "Would you like to go to dinner together? I'm your roommate, Stephen Watson. You came back a bit late yesterday, and we didn't have a word. Do you want to go to dinner together?" "No." John raised his arm, and he was embarrassed to refuse, but he turned into, "I just brought something to eat from the kitchen. Shall I eat together?" "Okay." Stephen happily pulled John into the barrel, and behind them, Hufflepuff was still smiling on the portrait. The words of the last life no longer apply. Here in Hufflepuff, the only rule is that you will never lack friends. Chapter 18, Advice from Professor McGonagall. Sunday passed quickly and easily, especially when there was no daylight in the dormitory. When John was forced to meet his roommate again, it turned out to be noon. Speaking of which, tomorrow is the first day of class. John, do you have any previews? Preview? John shook his head. No, have you previewed? Of course not. Stephen chuckled. It's just that you heard that you cast the fluorescent charm when you enrolled yesterday. Everyone thought you learned it in advance. Oh, I was taught by family members when I was at home. It's great, said a little boy with freckles on his face. He is Fern Desley, John's roommate, and a wizard from a Muggle family. I really envy your children from a pure-blood wizard family. There is nothing to envy about, Fern. Sitting on Fern's right is Scully Ranch. He is a child of a mixed family with big eyes. You know, wizard parents are always very strict with you. They think you have to go to Slytherin or Gryffindor. That's where the pure-blood wizard should go. Speaking of, John, why did you go to hell? Where's Shipake? Actually, my parents don't care about me, they let me decide everything. Wow! The three little boys looked surprised. They could hardly imagine what kind of parents would let their children make their own decisions. This matter is a long story, I will tell you if I have a chance in the future. Strangely speaking, whether John volunteered or not, he had 3 friends on the first day of school. This fact was beyond his expectation. Because of the lack of information in the original work, he really never thought that Hufflepuff students are so keen to make friends. Forget it, it's not a bad thing to have a few friends, maybe sometimes I can help him cover or something. It's not just this incident that surprised John, and since arriving at Hogwarts, Bella hadn't come to him, as if he didn't have his brother at all. This woman, he still feels a little warm because of him. Monday came very quickly. In the morning, 3 roommates were excitedly dragged from his small room. If John had not been in the habit of putting on clothes to sleep, he would have been watched by these 3 guys. The first class of Hogwarts every day starts at 9 o'clock. When they come after breakfast, there is no one in the door of the classroom. I said, you don't use it so early. Class starts at 9 o'clock. It's less than 8 o'clock. Transfiguration does not require preview. John was dragged onto his seat by Stephen. Now there is no cat on the podium. It seems that Professor McGonagall hasn't arrived yet. Come early to get a good position. I heard that Gryffindor students will come early. Professor McGonagall is their dean. If we come earlier than them, we might get extra points. Fern and Scully are sitting on the same table, just behind John and Stephen. Adding points is not that simple. The conditions are very strict. If points can be added because they come early, Hufflepuff will not always be at the bottom of the College Cup. John opened his beginner's guide to Transfiguration casually and looked around randomly. John, I don't appreciate your attitude. Why can't we win the Academy Cup? Foreign obviously didn't know the history of Hufflepuff, and said somewhat dissatisfied. His words gained the pity of Stephen and Scully's attention, but they didn't want to blow Fern's enthusiasm, so they had to change the subject. I heard that Professor McGonagall is a powerful animagus. I really want to know how far he has practiced transfiguration before he can master this magic. Don't think about it, I heard that this magic can only be learned by geniuses among pure-blood wizards, and it takes a lot of time and energy. It seems that our academy has never practiced this magic. John listened to them silently, but he had different opinions, some opinions on the magic principle of animagus, but unfortunately this kind of opinions cannot be said in the class of transformation, otherwise McGonagall the professor will definitely hate him. And this transformation magic is with John, it involves a very dangerous conjecture, he will not say it casually until there is not enough corroboration. Yes, this magic is too difficult. John said casually, thinking of other things in his mind. He should order a copy of the Daily Prophet, and the UK will never be peaceful. The original book of Harry Potter didn't write anything about what happened at that time, but John knew it. Just as John was brainstorming, the first-year freshmen had already arrived one after another. Gryffindor and Hufflepuff took a transformation class together. The two academies have never had any contradictions, and the relationship between them is still very harmonious. I don't know when, there is already a cat standing on the podium. Animagus can also use magic after transforming. Hogwarts Castle does not allow wizards to apparate. However, magic of this level is not difficult for Professor McGonagall. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. At 9 o'clock, Professor McGonagall suddenly appeared, and the students in the room were shocked. I think staying vigilant should be the first lesson for wizards. At least don't be so surprised. This will make you lose your demeanor. Professor McGonagall is indeed a resolute female professor. She simply said a few words and then started teaching the transformation class. Minerva McGonagall, as the vice principal of Hogwarts, her own magical level is quite outstanding, at least she is extremely accomplished in transfiguration, and a set of demonstrations, which directly mobilizes the students' enthusiasm for learning up. This also includes John, but his attention is a bit biased, wondering if he can use transfiguration to conjure a key. Well, it seems that the principle is not difficult. Just make a ball of plasticine first, then put the plasticine into the keyhole, and use the transformation technique to harden the soft nature of the plasticine. This idea continues until the transformation surgery get out of class is over. Joe still didn't turn the match into a needle. You have no problem with your magic talent, and your technique is very precise. Before get out of class ended, Professor McGonagall stared straight at John, making John nervous for no reason. His mind had begun to construct a series of complicated mathematical formulas in an attempt to avoid contemplation. But Professor McGonagall was obviously not as scary as John thought. She just stared at John with scrutiny for a while, and said in a disappointed tone, "Mr. Smith, you are not focused enough. I hope you are using magic. Stay focused enough at the time so that you won't waste the powerful magic that you are a descendant of a pure-blood family. Although you are classified in Hufflepuff, there is one thing I want you to remember. A very powerful academy, and its founder is also a great legendary witch." Chapter 19, One Day at Hogwarts. When he came out of the Metamorphosis classroom, John recalled what Professor McGonagall said, but he didn't notice that the three people behind him were all fainting. It wasn't until 4 people sat down in the curse classroom that John realized the strangeness of his 3 roommates. "What's the matter with you? You haven't spoken all the way." "Nothing." Stephen looked up, and John saw a wonderful light in his eyes. "When you talked to Professor McGonagall, we all heard it." "Don't worry, John. What can I worry about? I'm even more uneasy when you look like this." Fern and Scully also raised their heads and said in a tone similar to that of an oath, "Yes, Professor McGonagall is right. Hufflepuff is a powerful academy, and we should restore its glory. John, we will work hard." John. He is still at a loss. Did he just have amnesia? What did Professor McGonagall say that inspired them? Not in the mood to deliberately understand the weird inner world of the little boys. John felt that it might be a good thing to give them some motivation to learn magic in this way. After all, the magic world will be turbulent for a few years. But will future changes really follow the description in the book? John also said it was not very good. The professor of the curse class, Professor Felius Flivy, is a short man. He has to stand on a stack of books to reach the desk, but no one despises the cursing class with a shrill voice. Professor. Compared to transformation classes, potions classes, etc., the curse class is always the student's favorite subject. John, who had just been taught by Professor McGonagall to concentrate, also showed superb learning ability and gained, after all, he had already mastered these elementary spells. Hogwarts' teaching method is indeed very different from John's self-study. They teach students to use their own emotions to guide the magic in the body to use the corresponding magic. This method can indeed enable students to quickly master magic in the early stage, but in the later stage, it may be necessary to attach greater effort to learn how to control one's emotions while studying. Do not let fear, excitement, and other emotions affect the release of magic. This is a required course to become a qualified wizard. John has skipped the initial guidance step now, and lacks a substantial understanding of the nature of magic. Although he made up for this through diligence, he directly began to try the subsequent magical advancement, which still caused him to encounter many problems. For lunch, I had mashed potatoes and bread slices, vegetable salad, ham and chicken drumsticks, and pumpkin juice. John was very dissatisfied with the Hogwarts lunch, especially the things he drank were always monotonous. Pumpkin porridge was still acceptable, but he really didn't like to drink pumpkin juice. But the UK is not rich in watermelon, and Hogwarts cannot supply watermelon juice on a large scale. Changed himself to a book of white water, John decided to write to his family to get some tea. At least Hogwarts would still provide hot water. I finally know why Bella likes McDonald's so much. After going through the morning class, he is now looking forward to the night's dream teaching more. Helga promised that he would talk to him every night, not for too long, so as to ensure that the loss of magic power is less. I don't know. Yesterday's book for Helga revealed what results. Compared with the morning, the afternoon class is much boring. Professor Sprout is a very gentle witch. Perhaps gentleness is Hufflepuff's tradition. This professor treats every college student with a smile, and he does not hesitate to give his own students minute. Memorizing things is John's strong point, so the herbal classification shouldn't be difficult for John. He deliberately lags behind a few Ravenclaw college students to solve the task, so that he can get extra points without being so pushy. And the potions class is more than just boring. Without the potions book bonus of Half-Blood Prince, John can only honestly be an ordinary student, even though he is not very good at potions. Deliberately avoiding Snape's gaze, John didn't underestimate this course because of his boringness. He still wanted to prepare a blood vein purification potion. Speaking of which, the blood vein purification potion was created by Salazar Slytherin. If you have time, you can ask Helga for the potion that comes out. John's efforts did not show up on the surface. He and Stephen configured potions in a group. Stephen seemed to work harder than him. John deliberately controlled the speed of his group so that Snee wouldn't be affected. Pu's attention was too much to attract. He wanted Snape to give all his energy to the Slytherin students, so that he only needed to listen to the class. Snape didn't live up to John's expectations. He really didn't care about Hufflepuff's students. Both praise and criticism were Slytherin, and Hufflepuff's obscurity prevented them from being criticized by Snape. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. It seemed that Harry Potter was not enrolled, and Snape hadn't become so perverted yet. It may not be so easy until next year. After the get out of class ended smoothly, John did not choose to go to the common room with Stephen, but asked Stephen to help him take the cauldron back. He made an excuse to go around inside the castle, and then went to the 5th floor when there was no one. Library. The library is a good place to think about things. The most important thing is that school has just started and there are not many people here. When there are more people in the future, maybe he will have to move. John dragged a book from the shelf casually, and he was not interested in seeing the collection of the Forbidden Book Zone. The most lethal curse was not only the unforgivable curse, but also the unforgivable which appeared many times in the original book. He also remembered the curse. It is really helpful to master a foreign language anytime. What John took from the bookshelf was a guide to magical life, which contained a lot of wizarding social customs from a long time ago, which was more interesting, so John could also read it. At a certain level, the life state of wizards reflects the magical environment at that time. For example, in BC, wizards were very capable, and they could build miracles like Stonehenge through communication between heaven and earth. In the Middle Ages, wizards were able to build miracles like Stonehenge. The abilities of S were greatly weakened, and diseased wizards such as the Black Death were even hard to resist. However, the fact that the Church used the Black Death to spread rumors about wizards at that time was inherently incorrect, because the Black Death originated from European health problems at the time and was not a curse. However, the wizards are actually far from the present. They are divided into black wizards and black wizards. The ridiculous camp of the white wizard. It's not that John thinks that kindness is incorrect, but that kindness is so good that he doesn't have the power to fight back. Chapter 20, Dumbledore's Life and Lies. When John was reading the original, he often thought about such a question. Dumbledore is a very powerful wizard, but apart from this great white wizard, the wizards of the good camp have no power to protect themselves under the pursuit of the black wizard. They are always avoiding and fleeing. Pin one's own safety on another person, secret, and use his life to protect his children when he is in danger, but no one has ever stood up, picked up his magic wand, and said that he would fight back. This is definitely a mistake, and this mistake had already planted the seeds when Dumbledore defeated Grindelwald in 1945. John took out his pen and started writing on his notes. When doing research, he has this habit of recording. First, Dumbledore, as the greatest white wizard of the century, gained an unparalleled reputation in the wizarding world because he defeated Grindelwald, which John also had to admit. But Dumbledore was overkill in some ways, at least in the wizarding world's prohibition of unforgivable spells. Dumbledore played an important role in it. This cannot be said to be wrong, it is indeed a good thing to prohibit the unforgivable curse. The problem is that while the implementation of the unforgivable curse is prohibited, there is no channel for wizards to obtain the unforgivable curse. Even if these channels cannot be completely banned, the Ministry of Magic, including Dumbledore himself, has not tried such efforts. The books in the restricted area of the Hogwarts library are just one example. Do professors at Hogwarts really need these books when teaching a certain student? Isn't their own magic level enough to deal with a student? John didn't think so. He could only explain this incident as the Hogwarts tradition, or Dumbledore had to deal with too many problems and had forgotten it. Second point, when John was arranging Harry Potter memorabilia, he found doubts about the powerful spell used by Harry's mother Lily Potter. The spell that sacrificed the mother to protect the child should have been obtained from Dumbledore. Harry's father, James Potter, and his 3 little friends, are not sensitive and studious people. Although they have a good talent for certain aspects of magic, such as animagus, they worked hard to study, but they were born in Gryffindor, and they were not so proficient in the study of spells. Gryffindor has many outstanding wizards, but given the average level of the wizarding world at that time, John still has a slight skepticism about this outstanding concept. After all, Gryffindor has many graduates every year. But few have reached half of Dumbledore in so many years. Perhaps Lily Potter is a diligent and studious witch, but she can severely wound Voldemort, the second-generation Dark Lord's curse, which can't be found through diligence and diligence. Such a curse is like Dumbledore's treatment of Harry. Said love has the same power, very emptiness and ethereal. So John guessed that even if the spell didn't come from Dumbledore, it must have nothing to do with Dumbledore. So, did Dumbledore already know the prophecy about the Savior? This is another question. Third, there is a question about Dumbledore's strength. Gellert Grindelwald is one of the most powerful dark wizards in history. John personally believes that this dark wizard is stronger than Voldemort. After all, Voldemort has divided too many souls. When Dumbledore was defeated by Dumbledore when the mana was in full swing, then Dumbledore should not be a problem to defeat Voldemort. Unless Dumbledore's victory, it is not a victory in strength, as the legend says. If it is because of love, it seems to have been said in the past, which can also explain why Dumbledore insists on the so-called magic of love so much. After all, he himself is a successful precedent. Okay, that's all for the time being. John closed his notebook and saw that no one was paying attention to him. He put the notebook directly into the ring, and then returned the book he had taken from the shelf. Mrs. Pieces said hello, and John left the library and walked around the castle. After sitting in the library for so long, he didn't feel hungry at all. Hogwarts Castle is as complicated as a maze. John walked around for a while and walked to a strange place on the 8th floor. He simply found a window and leaned against the wall and began to daze. He had the intention to get the life spot map, which is actually not a difficult task. He just doesn't know if the Weasley twin brothers have stolen the life spot map at this point in time. Harry will not enter school until next year. He only got the spot map when he was in the 3rd grade. The twins are one level older than John, and they are now in the 2nd grade. He probably hasn't got the spot map yet. Reading www.yunsha.com. If you get it, then you have to see if the copy spell can work and copy the map effect together. The scenery at Hogwarts is very beautiful, bigger than in the movie, and most importantly, it is very real. When the high cold wind slapped John's face, he had a more direct experience of this reality. Harry Potter series are literary works, but John is in a real world. This is the contradiction that John is facing now. Literary works often have the problem of over-beautification. Even in that world, J.K. Rowling made up a world, but this beautification still exists. The overall world context has not changed. Voldemort is still defeated by Harry Potter, and Harry Potter will still enroll next year, but obviously, the real world is much more cruel than the book. The world of magic is not a storybook for children after all. Except for the grievances between Harry Potter and Tom Riddle on the main line, those side stories that did not appear in the book are actually more worthy of attention. Grindelwald, who was locked up on the Tower of Newmontguard, even though the wand was taken by Dumbledore, but he once had more followers than Voldemort. Is it really that simple to be locked up? Newmontguard is a prison built by Grindelwald himself. If you want to stage an escape, you don't even need to dig tunnels. If he doesn't come out, can he come out, or is he unwilling to come out? This question, I am afraid Dumbledore will be asked. Moreover, this is not something that John should consider now. John retracted his gaze to admire the scenery and looked at Dumbledore's office. Snape was crossing the Guardian Stone Elephant and entering the room. Chapter 21, a brief discussion on the magical environment of the world. No one knew what Snape was doing in Dumbledore's office, and John didn't mean to ask. Is nothing more than the things that Harry Potter will enroll in next year. He concealed his figure by the pillar by the window, and when Snape went in and closed the door, he turned his head and went downstairs from the other side. There is no need to run into these professors, at least it is not the time yet. He has a separate lesson with Helga in the evening. Hurriedly returned to Hufflepuff's common room along the way, greeted a few classmates who were playing wizard chess in the lounge, and found that all 3 of his roommates were there when he returned to the bedroom. Why are you staying in the dormitory? I thought you were visiting the castle with others. I saw it when he came back just now. Many freshmen are wandering in the castle. It is estimated that exploring the castle is an essential activity for first-year freshmen. I'm not waiting for you yet. Stephen curled his lips and said, You asked us to help you bring things back, but your bed curtain has a closed magic. We can't get in if you are not. Oh, it's my fault. I will invite you to dinner tomorrow. Then it's settled. Stephen was very happy when he heard that John invited us to dinner, but then he reacted, the food at Hogwarts is free. We can't go outside of school. What are you going to invite us to eat? Fern and Scully also looked at the head with doubts. Don't worry, it's definitely not the taste of school. John smiled mysteriously, then hugged his cauldron into the bed curtain. He had already written a letter in the morning to send his owl cane back home, just to satisfy this appetite. Even if there is no such thing, he actually wants to ask his roommates to eat once. This is a small habit he has cultivated in his previous life. Fern's head then stretched in, looked at John who was busy at the desk and asked, We are going to go out to see the castle. Would you like to go together? No, I'm a little tired. Go ahead. Fern's little head shrank back, and then John heard the sound of a squeaky voice outside. It was obvious that 3 people had gone out. The bed curtain is closed. John read a password to seal the bed curtains so as not to allow others to come in accidentally, and then took out the old set of crucibles from the ring and the leftovers he had stolen away during class. The leftovers of the two groups were collected into this small amount. Fortunately, the two groups did not do very well, so Snape did not find out. Of course, this may also be because they are not worthy of attracting Snape's hatred. There is a magic potion configuration. John muttered in his mouth, separating the various materials quickly in his hands. Although the pharmacy configuration is not an aspect that science and engineering students need to involve, doing experiments is something that all science and engineering students do in the world. When it comes to holding hands and being careful, John asks himself that he is not much weaker than medical students. And in class, you need to strictly follow the cumbersome steps in the book, and you don't need it in private. Various methods are only simple, such as the theory that pressing is easier to produce juice than shredding, and there is no need to make a decision after consideration. A problem that Snape discovered when he was a student. He became a teacher in the potions class, but he still hadn't improved it. At this time, John was not in the mood to complain, his spirit was all placed on the configuration of the potion. After a while, "Is it still a failure?" John frowned when he looked at the dark, sticky potion in the cauldron. "Forget it, there is no extra material. It is estimated that there is a problem in which step, and the material is not enough to make a comparison group. As for this theoretical guidance..." John looked at the potions book at hand, and it was full of errors and omissions. Yes, looking at it makes people feel tired, it doesn't matter if you don't look. It is indeed a very expensive thing for potions to achieve something. John remembers that Snape was not very rich when he was young. He was able to become a potion master, probably because he already had a very high level of magic. Pharmaceutical talent. Obviously, John has no such talent. I think it is a very wrong idea for you to think so. No matter how bad the blood of my offspring is, it will not be so bad that there is no talent for potions. Helga Hufflepuff expressed his dissatisfaction with John's inaction in this regard, which John can understand very well. After all, this witch was once a very high-level potionist. Or the potion talent does not spread with the blood, or there are other reasons. In short, I didn't succeed in preparing the potion for the first time. Oh, my dear, I don't think any potion preparation can be successful once, you may need to practice more. Well, I will try my best to learn potions. Helga nodded in satisfaction. Due to the tight time www.readaloud.com grandfather and grandson the two quickly entered the topic. Today I have read the books you sent in. To be honest, these spells are not very practical, and their power is very weak. This is normal. Maybe you didn't realize it at first, but as time goes by, the magical environment is actually getting worse and worse. John told Helga about his conjecture that the magic environment should be pretty good at that time 1,000 years ago. At least the 4 founders of Hogwarts were all legendary magicians, but now this environment is only left. After Dumbledore and Grindelwald were 2, Voldemort might also count as 1, but when Voldemort was on the rise, Grindelwald had already failed. Theories always come from practice. John has obtained some related theories from the book, so this theory must be able, at least, to corroborate the topic he said. Helga quietly sat on the sofa and expressed that he would like to hear the details, so John sorted out the language a bit and started to speak. I roughly read some materials from 1,000 years ago to the present. From the Middle Ages to the present, you may not be able to feel it in the portrait, but the magic is fluctuating. John said a little tentatively, and then continued after receiving Helga's nod. The magical environment in which we wizards live is constructed by magical factors that exist between heaven and earth. The density of this magical factor determines the difficulty of the wizard's spells and the number of wizards. When the magic environment is better, the number of wizards, including the possibility of awakening new wizards among muggles, is also higher. So even in your time, wizards are living in dire conditions. It can still maintain its own heritage, and even fight against the Holy See. Chapter 22, Another Day at Hogwarts. Almost all night, John was having a simple but extremely large discussion with Helga. What John said was something Helga had never heard before. She possessed brilliant magic skills and profound magic skills, but she had no understanding of contemporary magical society. So when John started to narrate some of his opinions, Helga showed great interest. The two of them forgot the time when they talked, which caused John to lose energy when he went to class the next day. "What happened to you?" After class, John's 3 roommates gathered around and asked with concern. "When I just took the history of magic," Stephen, Scully, and Fern formed a circle and surrounded John, so that he could snooze secretly without being noticed by the teacher, the ghost of the professor. The class itself is drowsy. After all, they have to go to flight lessons next, and John is not energetic. "It's okay, I went to bed too late yesterday, I'm fine now." John wore a pair of huge dark circles and said nothing convincing. "Why don't you go back and sleep for a while?" Fern was a little worried that John's state could not control the flying broomstick. After all, flying at high altitude was still quite dangerous. "That's not necessary. There are no classes in the afternoon. I can just go back and rest. By the way, don't go to the lobby at noon. I ordered food." "Fine." The 3 people will follow John suspiciously, afraid that he will fall down one by one. Fortunately, this situation did not happen. John's spirit in the wind was pretty good, and Mrs. Hooch, the flight class teacher, did not let them stay in the sky for too long. In fact, except for some students who have already played with flying broomsticks at home, John only played with flying broomsticks as a child. They have just learned to fly and are not suitable for staying in the sky for too long. After class, the 4 of them went to the hall together, not to eat lunch, but to pick up packages. In the letter sent home yesterday, John asked his parents to help him buy a McDonald's set meal for 6 people. Considering that his roommates and he are both young men, they are more edible, he estimated according to his own appetite, but Mrs. Smith the owl sent them 2 packages, one large and one small, all wrapped in thick parchment paper, and the heat preservation curse and preservation curse were cast on them. The younger one was for Bella. Although John hadn't visited Bella in the 3 days of school, he still considered his cousin, so he bought 2 copies for Bella when he bought McDonald's. It's not that the family doesn't have this condition anyway. In the cafeteria, Bella was not found, so John had to ask a senior lady who was also Bella's classmate. He saw this girl sitting with Bella the day before yesterday and helped Bella take it home. According to the girl, Bella it was called by Ravenclaw's dean to help. "Why didn't I find that my cousin had such a gift for magic? I could be called to help by Professor Flitwick." John walked to the dormitory with the big parcel. Stephen, Fern, and Scully followed him, listening to him whispering, but couldn't hear clearly. "Do you think John is weird?" Fern, who was walking a little behind, said quietly to Stephen, "He is always talking to himself in a low voice today. I don't know what he is talking about. It should be the reason why I didn't sleep well. When I called him this morning, I found his potions book lying on the table. I guess it was all night." Stephen shared his guess with Fern, and the image of John, who was diligent, studious, and motivated, suddenly appeared in the hearts of the two. Yes, he was born as a pure-blood wizard but was assigned to Hufflepuff. Even if he is relaxed, he should be under a lot of pressure. Scully stepped back 2 steps and added. The 3 nodded their heads in agreement, and then also reacted, putting Hufflepuff Academy in a lower position in their own words, and stopped there quickly. Otherwise, John would have heard it. It must be another preaching. Even if school has just started 3 days ago, they already have a deep understanding of John's skill. Said that the speeches are too omitted, it is simply a one-sided knowledge point crush. The 3 people who experienced John getting up on the first day of class, until now, have not figured out why there is so much to say for a person who seems so calm and so domineering. However, John's words will not affect the deliciousness of McDonald's. The four people reached an unprecedented agreement on food. They quickly ate a large package of meals and swept the empty cartons and Coke cans into the paper basket. John was pushed into his own small space because of lack of energy. To make up for sleep, the remaining three people went out and continued to complete the castle exploration that was not completed yesterday. They are off in the afternoon, only there is an astronomy lesson in the evening. The three of Stephen ran for an afternoon. In the evening, he appeared to be lack of energy. On the contrary, John, who was not energetic in the morning, followed Professor Sinista to observe the starry sky for a long time. Reading www.uyugonshu.com. The starry sky at Hogwarts is so beautiful. John, who has never seen a few stars at night in his 2 lifetimes combined, pays considerable attention to the starry sky in the astronomy class, which draws Professor Sinista to him, a hard-working student. Great appreciation. No one showed too much attention to John's performance in astronomy class. After all, astronomy class, this kind of course is not worthy of everyone's attention, just go through smoothly. The time for the astronomy class was after dinner. Stephen knew that John hadn't eaten dinner, so he asked him if he was hungry when he was over. If you are hungry, maybe you can go to the kitchen to get some food, and by the way help them bring some. Then why don't you go by yourself? John had a good rest in the afternoon, just when he was full of energy. Isn't it time for curfew at this time? Just go get it yourself, and the kitchen is not a forbidden place. He doesn't want to go to the kitchen anymore. Those enthusiastic house elves can't wait to give him up. The scene of all the elves saluting him on Sunday makes him feel uncomfortable now. Anyway, they are all Hufflepuff students, whoever goes to eat is the same. No, it's different. Fern shook his head and said, we don't know where the kitchen is. The kitchen is just behind a fruit portrait not far from the lounge. Just go there and say that you are a student of Hufflepuff. The elves will welcome you very warmly. John swept around and saw that there was no one who whispered to 3 roommates, don't say no me. I said last time that one of you is sick. Don't show your feet, help me bring 2 pies. Enough. Chapter 23, John's Conjecture. This chapter involves some conjectures, I suggest you read it repeatedly. The 3 roommates went to the kitchen for supper, and John went back to the dormitory by himself. Although he was sleepy in the morning, but now at night, he is very energetic. He chatted with Helga for nearly 1 night last night, so the class tonight was suspended first, but John was not for rest, but planned to sort out the results of his chat with Helga yesterday. Pulled 2 pieces of parchment from the drawer of the desk, John picked up the quill pen and stained it with ink. He is still very uncomfortable with the use of the quill pen, but more practice should be much better. John lightly traced a few strokes on the parchment paper and drew a timeline. John, your pie. Scully walked in with the pie wrapped in a paper bag. What are you drawing here? Look, do you understand? John handed the timeline on the parchment to Scully, only in exchange for Scully's head shaking. What are you painting this? John looked at Scully's confused eyes, shook his head without explaining, this is a secret. Well, you are always a lot of secrets. Scully put down the pie and the parchment and patted John on the shoulder, you should rest early, don't be so tired. The first session of tomorrow will be Professor Snape's potions class. Don't worry, I will go to bed earlier, so you can go back to rest as soon as possible. Sending Scully out of the bed curtain, John bit the pie and started drawing the timeline. The time axis and the magic wave curve, the former is used to sort out the various major events that have occurred in this 1000 years, and the latter is used to estimate the magic at that time based on the major events. John has learned some Muggle history, and according to tradition, when something big happens in the wizarding world, it is often when something big happens in the Muggle world. This truth is basically true on the other hand. The lowest ebb of the wizarding world was when European theology was at its most declining, and then came the era when science became popular. The Industrial Revolution, this should be the lowest point of the magic environment, and then with the development of technology, the low tide of the magic environment ends, and the viability of the wizarding world begins to rise. At the beginning, it should be the bourgeois revolution that broke out in Europe. The first, it should be that the United Kingdom passed a Bill of Rights restricting kingship in 1689 and established a constitutional monarchy with Parliament restricting the king's rights. In the same year, the wizarding community passed international secrecy law. The low tide period it should last from 1689 to around 1840. At that time, the United Kingdom went through the bonus period of great voyages, and its overall strength reached the peak of the world. It was accompanied by the rebound of the magical environment and the dividends that the whole country received. The wizarding world should have been intervening. Since then, as the magical environment has recovered, the power of wizards has become stronger, the friction between each other has become more and more, and countries have switched positions. After all, although magic has no borders, wizards we have our own country. The curve in John's pen has become clear. At this moment, this curve is maintaining its upward trend. Although it is weak, it is much better than when it was at its lowest point. If you look at the timeline of the original work, Harry Potter himself and his two friends, the future Minister of Magic Hermione Granger and her husband Ron Weasley, plus some similar classmates of this year, such as Neville Longbottom, Draco Malfoy and others, will maintain their magical abilities to the level of second Dumbledore, and the total amount must surpass the two legendary wizards. John thought, while writing Gellert Grindelwald's name on the parchment. The legendary Dark Wizard was expelled from Durmstrang in 1899, and then went to England in the summer to meet the young Dumbledore. The two quickly fell in love, and later broke up because of a conceptual difference. But there is no doubt that Grindelwald has only loved Dumbledore in his life. Dumbledore does the same. John's love experience is few, and he has never experienced this kind of unforgettable love for a lifetime, so there is no other feeling besides being shocked. If Gellert Grindelwald pushed the will of Germany behind his back, and initiated two wars indirectly, it is not totally unreasonable. John drew a circle on the name and concluded, he does have this strength. He made a conclusion, but it was actually useless. Could it be possible to contribute to the Daily Prophet and publish a copy of The Life and Lies of Albus Dumbledore before Rita Skeeter? Then he may be expelled from Hogwarts next. He is not a historian, and there is no need to do this historical research. As for why it took time and energy to make this timeline drawing, half of it was for Helga to see, and half of John wanted to verify his own idea. Or, in other words, he wanted to predict whether something might happen in the wizarding world next. Not to mention anything else, just say that the UK at this time, and even the entire international environment, reading www.uugonshu.com is not as calm as the original book describes. Last year, in 1989, after the fall of the Berlin Wall in Germany, a large number of East Germans controlled by the Soviet Union flooded into West Germany. As a result, the Mughal government welfare and social security expenses in Germany rose sharply. This incident directly led to Germany. The government deficit soared. Before, John didn't know too much about this, because he collected the memorabilia of the wizarding world before entering school. The memorabilia of the Muggle world only started to be collected 3 days after school. As a result, he has relevant memories in his mind. Secondly, Hogwarts also opened Muggle studies, so some related books can also be found. With regard to the fall of the Berlin Wall in Germany, John suspected that there was a dark wizard from Germany behind it. Although it is not clear whether these dark wizards are Grindelwald's remaining subordinates or Voldemort's layout in the British Isles, both are possible. Voldemort's power is indeed not as weak as described in the book. No matter what, John thought that the dark wizard contributed to this incident. Since the black wizard was dispatched, the purpose is definitely not to simply promote the reunification of Germany. If these dark wizards want to take the opportunity to provoke trouble, then the British magic world where Dumbledore lives is undoubtedly the first node they have to deal with. Whether these people are under Grindelwald or Voldemort, they are all with Dumbledore. Leto has an insoluble hatred. That's why John said that this matter is very important. Regardless of whether this is one of the signs of Voldemort's comeback, the next British wizarding world is likely to collapse like the British society of the previous life. At that time, the magical world might not be able to maintain its apparent peace for long. Chapter 24, War Anticipation, thanks to Chang'an Wangguan for 1000 and Tide X for 100. It is still recommended to read this chapter repeatedly. Daily Prophet, December 27, 1989. After November 9, 1989, in response to the fiscal deficit caused by the fall of the Berlin Wall, Germany began to issue its own currency on a large scale. This action directly aggravated the domestic inflation in Germany, and huge inflationary pressure forced the Bundesbank to raise its own interest rates. But under its seemingly ordinary surface covered by the economic crisis, we still have reason to doubt that the dark wizards of the German magical world still survive to rescue their former leader Gellert Grindelwald from Neumont. Thoughts. John closed the newspaper in his hand and tapped his fingers on the table twice, attracting a roll of the librarian Mrs. Pants. Said a little sorry, John rolled up the newspaper in his hand and put it on his arm, turned and walked out of the library. It has been a week since he came to Hogwarts. This week, Helga will meet with him every 2 or 3 days. The two have a tacit understanding. The time of each class is very accurate. It would make John too spiritless the next day. As for Hogwarts homework, it is not difficult for John. It takes a little time to get a fairly good score, and John did not show extraordinary talents in flight lessons. So the Quidditch sport, as long as he doesn't take the initiative to join in, it has nothing to do with him. And Helga left him with a wide range of homework. For example, the Daily Prophet he just read was the homework that Helga left him after he and Helga talked about his thoughts on Wednesday night. Today is Saturday, and he will continue to enter Helga's portrait space in the evening. Before then, he will sort out the contents so that he can tell Helga. Then Helga will make some inferences, including various possible inferences, and John is responsible for finding the most likely one. Of course, this is not homework, this is part of John's study. As Helga said, a good wizard must have keen judgment so that he can avoid danger as much as possible. John recently found a small corner on the 8th floor of the castle. The window of that place is in the corner of the castle, and you can see the entire Hogwarts view. And because the place is on the 8th floor, although students are not forbidden to go up, it is very few people will go to that place. John comes here often, most of the time in meditation. The magical environment at Hogwarts is quite good, and it is gratifying to meditate here. During the rest of the time, John usually spends his time in a daze, and his state and meditation are similar. But when John was in a daze, he thought more than usual. It's like the article he just read. In fact, let him know that the magic world is not all fools, and there are people who can see emergencies. But if I chose to publish this inference on the Daily Prophet, the mistakes made were too great. The people in the Daily Prophet had already lost their credibility over the years. This newspaper is the mainstream media in the wizarding world of Britain, yes, but it has reached the point where no one believes these inferences except for some factual news. No one believes that it is not a big problem. At least John has a memory of this incident in his mind, and he did not react to it in the first time. Who would have thought that the violent dark wizard also started to use his brain and tried to use the Muggle world? Has economic war concealed their true purpose? In the wizarding world, one of the biggest problems is that wizards stand on their feet. On the one hand, pure-blood wizards are hostile and contemptuous of Muggles. On the other hand, they are too high on themselves, but they did not expect that Britain today is not as strong as it was back then. The sun never sets in the Empire, and the situation in the wizarding world is not much better than in the Muggle world. New wizards from various countries have sprung up like bamboo shoots after a rain. Even though Dumbledore is still one of the most powerful wizards in the world, but after all, it is difficult to support a single tree. It is already very difficult to maintain the right to speak of the British wizarding world in the entire wizarding world. Especially after experiencing World War II, the country above North America has already taken the greatest right to speak from the hands of the sun never set under the leadership of the wheelchair leader. Correspondingly, the wizards of this country also the tide has risen and the boat has gained more say in the International Magic Conference. It is precisely because of this that in 1990 the British Muggle government decided to join a new currency system created by Western European countries in order to get rid of the restrictions of the United States. This currency system, the European exchange rate system, is actually a treaty to convert the currencies of various countries. The mechanism is locked together. To put it bluntly, each currency can only float within a certain range of exchange rates. Once this range is exceeded, the central banks of each member country need to intervene in the market to stabilize the currency exchange rate. And these are all operated with the German currency mark at that time as the core operation. This system quickly became a tool. The Muggle representative of the Black Wizard, a businessman named George, took advantage of the weaknesses of this system and launched a monetary hunt on British Muggle society. www.readaloud.com. In my memory, the United Kingdom in the previous life was basically beaten by this George helpless, and was beaten to an economic crash in 1992. At this point in time, the British Muggle Society is facing a rapid economic recession and deflation. The problem. At a time when German Muggle Society was facing inflation and had to raise interest rates, British Muggle Society needed to increase inflation because of economic decline, so it was urgent to lower interest rates at this time to stimulate the economic recovery of its own society. The conflict appeared at this time. In order to maintain this European exchange rate system, the United Kingdom must maintain an extremely high exchange rate and interest rate like Germany. This puts the United Kingdom facing a dilemma. According to Mundell's ternary paradox, that is, under the conditions of an open economy, the independence of the country's monetary policy, exchange rate policy, and the free circulation of capital cannot be achieved at the same time. At most, two goals can be met at the same time, and the other goal needs to be abandoned. To achieve the purpose of regulation, under the premise of maintaining a stable exchange rate and free capital flow, the United Kingdom still wants to maintain high interest rates, which in itself is an impossible thing to do. And John knew that this representative of the German Dark Wizard, George, was betting that the British Muggle government could not maintain these three at the same time, and had to abandon exchange rate stability and withdraw from the European exchange rate mechanism. At that time, the British currency pound sterling would collapse. Fell. John doesn't know much about economics, but one thing is obvious. If the economy collapses, it will inevitably cause social panic. At that time, the British wizarding community based on Muggle society will become a large sieve, which will be infiltrated and disintegrated by those dark wizards. That is the real disaster. John murmured, sitting by the window. Chapter 25, Work Hard from Now On. Helga maintained a positive attitude towards John's conjecture. But don't you really think about telling Dumbledore about this? Helga closed the parchment in his hand. This is always a reminder. That's not necessary, I remember. John paused, did not say what he had in his memory, and replaced his words with, economic war is not like a full-scale war. I think this is a test, but I don't know if it was the temptation of Voldemort's men, or the temptation of the German Dark Wizards to rescue the first generation of the Dark Lord. What do you think? Come and listen. Helga is mostly positive about John's thinking recently, because John can always guess the right direction, which makes Helga very pleasantly surprised. In their era, every wizard who survived maintained this ability to predict and judge, so as not to put himself in danger. But in this era, we rarely see such wizards. Helga has been in the castle for so many years, and I rarely see some outstanding young wizards in this area. Most of the talents of these students are put in after Quidditch and the Night Tour Castle. The last student she admired, Tom Riddle, Under John's introduction, Helga already knew that this student had become the second Dark Lord. If it's the latter, it's actually not a big deal. Since Dumbledore could be imprisoned in Neumont for righteousness, Grindelwald, then no matter how much the German Dark Wizard writhes, it will be of no avail, as long as Dumbledore is in Neumont. Once Gad walks, nothing big will happen. John cleared his throat and continued, if Voldemort has incorporated the German Black Wizards, don't worry, as long as Voldemort does not resurrect for a day, those Black Wizards will not actually attack the British wizarding world. Helga nodded. She didn't care much about the attack of the Black Wizard. After all, she was living in the portrait and couldn't influence the outside. The outside could not kill her either. Helga was worried about John's safety. There is only one bloodline in total, and she has to think of some way to protect John. Those people won't really come in, but some small harassment is definitely unavoidable, so let's start from the next class. I will start to teach you some of the combat spells that I mastered back then. Combat curse? But you said that many curses in the wizarding world are improving. Do your curses at that time still apply? John's question is always asked on the key points, but this question is naturally also considered by Helga. Don't worry about this. The improvement I am talking about is not because these spells are out of date, but because these spells have the power of is too great, and the later magical environment can't bear it. Otherwise, do you think that the only curse that can kill is a life-threatening curse? Okay. Although I can foresee that my next days may be harder, but in order to save my life, this is also a choice I have to make. Then when do we start learning? Helga waved his hand. No hurry, no hurry, come here first. I have to find the feeling when I taught the students that year, and wait for next Tuesday, we will practice in Ravenclaw's study. Didn't you mean I found one? Can I open the drawer? This time I can try to see if I can open the drawer. Okay, then I'm leaving now. John concentrated his thoughts, thinking about his dormitory. The picture in front of him began to blur. The next moment, he opened his eyes suddenly on the dormitory bed. Looked at the time, it was already 5 o'clock in the morning, and John was not in the mood to fall asleep. He sat on the bed and meditated for a while, feeling that his spirit improved a little, and he climbed out of the bed. Today is Sunday, but there is nothing to learn. He has already finished his homework. Now what John has to do is to start learning magic theory. The first reason he learned magic was to save his life, and the second reason was because he wanted to become a scholar who studied magic. Learning the curse of fighting and killing is because you have to do it, but studying magic is what John likes to do. Science and magic are both ways to see the essence of the world. In the words of a physicist, in this world, the end of science is magic. And John felt that his learning of magic has only just begun from now. The essence of wizards' magic is to mobilize the magic power in their bodies to show them to the outside world in a specific way, and have completed the corresponding things they want to accomplish. From this point, John has a personal experience, which he experienced during meditation. In this world, the magical factors that are free between heaven and earth are essentially the same as the magical power in the wizard's body. This magical factor is absorbed into the wizard's body and thus becomes magical power. Places with high magic factor density are named as strong magic environment by John, and places with low magic factor density are weak magic environment. Most places in the world are weak magic environments, so in an area that is completely Muggle, it is reasonable to have a wizard, but it is not so reasonable to give birth to multiple wizards at the same time. If the magic factor can be integrated into the wizard's body, then, conversely, the wizard's soul can also exist solely by relying on the magic factor. John suspected that Voldemort was able to exist in the form of a soul because of this. Although the Horcrux guarantees that Voldemort will not die, without the protection of the magic factor, the soul can only exist by boarding on someone else. So, the forest in Albania should be a strong magical environment similar to Hogwarts Castle? In this way, Voldemort's situation is not that bad, and since he can hide in Albania, then John's guess is likely to be true. But if this is the case, Voldemort could find an ordinary wizard to possess him, and then resurrect him in Albania. There is no need to travel all the way back to Hogwarts to find Harry Potter. The most likely possibility is that because of the limitations of the resurrection spell, it is necessary to find the person most hated in the heart of the resurrected, and because of the effectiveness of the ancient spell, before Harry became an adult, Voldemort could neither personally arrest people nor borrow it. The hands of others took Harry away from the protection of the Order of the Phoenix. After all, he himself was Dumbledore's defeat. In this way, John is full of curiosity about the forest in Albania. Ravenclaw's crown is now used as a Horcrux and has been hidden in Hogwarts' requirement room. As long as John wants to, then this Horcrux is in his bag. After Voldemort is completely wiped out, he must go to this place. Chapter 26, John can bend and stretch. The weather on Sunday was not so good, and it started to rain slightly outside the castle. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the genius cast a little light. John didn't seem to be in a good mood either. He was a little irritable when he got up, because there are so many things recently. He cleaned himself, came out of the bathroom, dressed neatly and climbed to the common room. Few people really woke up at this time. John did not come out very coincidentally. He happened to run into Cedric and Hufflepuff's prefect Gabriel Truman talking on the sofa in the common room. "Good senior, good prefect." John said hello and wanted to leave, but was stopped by Cedric. "Today is Sunday, what are you eager to do? Is there anything urgent? We might be able to help." Was grabbed by Cedric, and John couldn't say that he was particularly anxious, so he forced a smile and shook his head. "There is nothing to worry about. I just want to go to the library to read a book. There was still a book I didn't finish yesterday." This reason is unreasonable. It was the personality that John set up for himself at the beginning, but it was not inappropriate for the two people he was not familiar with. "I wanted to talk to you yesterday. Senior Sister Bella said that you haven't been to her very much recently, so I asked you to find her." "Oh." John thought there was something, he just nodded when he heard this. "Then I will go now, so that she won't blame me then." After he said this, he turned his head and left, leaving no space for the two people behind him. "I said, he is a bit weird." Cedric turned to look at the prefect next to him, and smiled helplessly. Gabriel is also very surprised. He has been in Hufflepuff for so many years, this is the first time such a student has seen him. "But, it's normal." He shrugged and said, "Actually, he really looks like a Slytherin student and a pure-blood wizard. I don't know why he came to our academy. The Sorting Hat definitely makes sense. Anyway, it is also a student of our college. His good performance is not harmful to our college." John doesn't mind if Cedric and Gabriel are talking about themselves in the back, even if he cares. Can he make it impossible for him to talk? The mouth grows on the person's body, so I like to say what I say. John really didn't explore the castle much, but he knew the location of the Ravenclaw lounge. He turned left and right into the Ravenclaw Tower. On this bad Sunday, Hogwarts students generally don't want to get up very much, and John didn't meet a few students along the way. Climbing the stairs for a while, John appeared in front of the gate of the Ravenclaw common room. The eagle head on the bronze door knocker was sleeping with his eyes closed. John waited for a while but did not see the Ravenclaw student come out, so he reached out and knocked on the door knocker. The problem of the Ravenclaw lounge shouldn't be too difficult, right? Along with John's movement, the eyes on the eagle's head slowly opened, and then an ethereal female voice came out from behind the door. "What can you swallow that can also swallow ya? What can be swallowed by you and swallowed by you, what is it?" John touched his nose for a moment, then replied, "It's water." "Good answer." Ying Xiao closed his eyes again, and the door behind him slowly opened. John slowly walked into this large round room. The walls of Ravenclaw's lounge had several elegant arched windows. The room was hung with blue and bronze silks and surrounded by high ground. On the bookshelves, students can see the beautiful scenery outside from the windows. If today's rain is also a beautiful scenery. The ceiling is decorated with stars, and the dark blue carpet below is also decorated with stars. In the niche opposite the door, put this white marble bust of Rowena Ravenclaw. John didn't have the idea of crossing the stone statue and breaking into the girls' dormitory. He would probably be beaten into a pig head. He bowed slightly to the statue of Rowena, then sat on the sofa on one side, pulled a book and read it. The private collection of Ravenclaw College is not too small. Although John hasn't been to the place where things are hidden, the number of books there should be half the same as here, but there are more of them where students are forbidden to read. Books. The book John took is a note left by a former Ravenclaw student. The first page contains some problems that the original owner encountered when practicing the armor curse. The main thing John has recently learned is these protective spells just happen to have some experience. He watched with relish until a girl came out of the dormitory. "How did you get in?" This girl was obviously wary of the Hufflepuff students who suddenly appeared in her college lounge, especially after seeing the notes in John's hand. Her expression became even worse. "Oh, hello, I'm here to find someone, Bella Yang, she is a third-grade student." John put down the notes in his hand and leaned slightly. After all, he came in without permission. www.readaloud.com. The girl looked hesitant, or turned her head and knocked on the wall behind the statue, then turned back and asked again. "Again, how did you get in?" "Oh, I came in by myself. The problem at the door is not difficult." With an unbelievable expression, the girl turned her head and walked towards the passage leading to the dormitory, making John even think he had said something wrong. After a while, Bella, who was neatly dressed, walked out of the dormitory with a very happy smile on her face. "Oh, isn't this my dear cousin? Come over and let my sister have a look." John took a few steps back when he saw Bella's smiling face. Something went wrong, there must be a demon. Bella smiled so happily at him, either uneasy or uneasy. "Come on, let's just say if you have anything, we are so familiar, so we don't need to be so polite." Bella doesn't eat him. Hands and feet tied. She held the wand with her hand behind her back, and she waved it quickly when she stretched out her hand. Before John could react, her hands and feet could no longer move. This simplified version of the petrification spell is Ravenclaw's unique spell. Don't try to break free. Bella grabbed John's back collar with one hand and waved his wand again to free John's feet, but the binding curse on her hand was not lifted. "It's been a long time since school, and I don't know how to come to me. I don't have to wait for my sister to come back to send things." "Boy, are you brave?" John, who was dragged by Bella to the restaurant, rolled his eyes and didn't want to talk. It is clear that some people are walking around the handsome guy every day, and they don't remember the existence of his cousin. Did he say anything? He didn't complain about anything. He, John Smith, can bend and stretch. Chapter 27, Study hard, improve every day. Let's talk about it. What's going on recently? Sitting in the empty restaurant, Bella looked at John with scrutiny while cutting sandwiches. There is no one in the restaurant at this time, because on Sunday, everyone has to get up at 8 o'clock. Bella will get up so early because Ravenclaw has a magical alchemy prop. Ravenclaw's Awakening Bell is an alchemy prop produced by several Ravenclaw graduates with a simple communication magic attached to it. This prop gains magic power through Hogwarts Castle, and works through a magic wooden board with the names of all Ravenclaw students engraved on the back of the Ravenclaw statue. If you press the name on the board, then corresponding bells will ring in the students' dormitory. This noise generally corresponds to someone looking for it outside, or something important to be notified. So as soon as Bella heard the noise, she put on her clothes and walked out. She really did not expect that her brother would have the ability to enter the Ravenclaw common room by himself. "Nothing, it's been fine these days." John took a bite of the pie and said vaguely. Bella would not believe him. John would never admit that if she hadn't seen anything from John since he was a child, so no matter whether John was hiding something from her, there must be something hidden from her. My business has nothing to do with you. John himself is not good at dealing with girls, so he usually doesn't deal with girls at all. You don't have to worry about me, I'm doing well, but you, what are you looking for? I'm looking for you. Bella was stunned for a moment, and then remembered that she had indeed talked to Cedric about it, and then said, nothing, just find an excuse to talk to Cedric. John's motion of pinching the pie into his mouth suddenly got stuck. It's all right, he should have known that this woman has always been like this, but if there are other things that attract her attention, his younger brother will be completely ignored. But you really haven't looked for me recently, except to send me McDonald's. By the way, how did you get McDonald's? There are no chain stores near the school. John gave her a blank look and said, I bought it from Greenwich, and asked my mother to put it in a parchment bag with a heat preservation curse and a preservation curse, and sent it with an owl. No wonder, I said you can't even get out of school, how could you buy McDonald's? There was some calculation in Bella's eyes, and John knew what she was thinking without guessing. Don't think about it, your aunt is pregnant and can't always run outside. He poked the mashed potatoes in the plate with the silver spoon in his hand. Besides, isn't the school food very delicious? You think it's delicious now, but if you eat the same food over and over for 2 or 3 years, people who don't mind will get tired of it. That's right, it's time to lose weight. Silence. After a while, John heard a gloomy voice from the other side. Oh? You mean, am I fat? There is no younger brother in this world who cannot be beaten by his sister. John rubbed his waist while walking to the library. He came out today mainly to ask Bella to buy something for him, because the 3rd grade students can already go to Hogsmeade Village. In order to ask Bella to help, Bella pinched his waist a few times. He didn't resist, of course, there was no way to resist. Bella tied his hand with a binding spell. So this time Bella not only caused huge damage to John, but also allowed John to see the strength of Hogwarts students. Is much stronger than he thought. Bella herself said that she was a middle-level student in Ravenclaw, but she had already made several tricks for a binding spell, which greatly improved the practicality, which John had never thought of before. Mantra is a very advanced knowledge, at least for John this subject is used well, and it is often possible to learn different experiences. Of course, it's not like Harry Potter used the disarmament charm to the strongest, his practice makes perfect at best. Helga said to John that a clever wizard can create extraordinary effects even with the simplest spells. A stupid wizard, even if he has learned all the powerful spells, is still there is no way to break through the limitations of one's own knowledge and become a top wizard. John understands this very thoroughly. It's like studying. Some people can get good grades by rote memorization, while others can draw inferences about it. Although everyone has the same grades, the hidden things inside are indeed worlds apart. Good morning, Mrs. Pins. John smiled and looked at Mrs. Pans, who was yawning, and didn't mind the helplessness shown by the witch. A little wizard like him who loves learning, shouldn't he be welcomed by the teachers? Do you want to read those spell books that can only be read in senior grades today? I tell you, no. Mrs. Pants looked at this little devil head who was a little shorter than herself. She had been taking care of the library for so many years and had never seen such a difficult student. You read www.yunsha.com for a whole week, and he tried secretly every day. I went to read books that can only be read in the upper grades, and I have succeeded several times. If it weren't for the books in the restricted book area, Mrs. Pants would even suspect that the little wizard was going to read those books. No, ma'am, I just came to read some history books today. John smiled very well, and I have to say that the expression on his face is very convincing. This is best. John didn't say much, and walked into the library. In the first week of school, there were few people studying here for self-study, but after that, the number of people began to increase, and it became less convenient to do anything. John took a peek at the books of the upper grades here, mainly to practice metamorphosis. Recently, his practice of metamorphosis has been very fruitful, so he won't come here much in the future. And after waiting for 2 weeks, after Helga began to teach him the spell of hiding, he can go to Ravenclaw's study every night and start learning magic. Thinking about it, I was still a little excited, being taught privately by the legendary wizard, which was the treatment that Harry only had in the latter part of the plot. And today John came to the library mainly to see a spell recorded in the book The History of Transfiguration. John put the thick book on the table, took out the notebook and pen from his ring under the cover of the table, and then took out a copper coin from his pocket. This copper coin is used to aid thinking. John likes to turn the pen when he thinks, but he brought one of his pens. There is no spare one. In case it breaks during the turn, it is not worth the loss, so John took it. A copper coin instead. Anyway, turning is not turning. Okay, preparations are over, start reading. Chapter 28, The Rumors Are Not Credible, Classmates. Oh Mimi, how time has fly. Time flies so fast. Pippi's shouts resounded through the castle, causing a headache for the students who had just finished class. Hogwarts time flies quickly, which means that the time for heavy tasks in the semester has arrived. The weather in the Scottish Highlands was getting colder, and the humid cold air came in through the windows of the castle, and then filled the whole castle. There are always a few days in the week when the corridors were humming. Mrs. Pomfrey in the school hospital specially prepared a lot of potions to prevent colds. John drank a little every day. Although it is not medieval Europe where the Black Death is prevalent, the flu is still very serious. Don't stay in crowded places for a long time to avoid being infected. John will go to the 8th floor to breathe fresh air for a period of time every day. This method is really effective and can prevent people from getting drowsy, except that John is wearing a thermostat magic robe. You won't feel cold, but others will catch cold if they are reckless. After accepting 2 or 3 students who had a fever because of the cold, Mrs. Pomfrey asked the deans of the colleges to inform the students that they would not go to high places to blow air. Even the flight time of the flight class was shortened a lot. As a result, John's time for learning and practicing spells in Ravenclaw's study has been greatly increased. No one goes to the 8th floor, so he doesn't have to be too careful when he enters and exits the secret study. And I don't know why, Dumbledore often disappears from the school. Recently, John practiced the transfiguration spell in the secret study. He went in and out of the 8th floor frequently, and he had hardly seen Dumbledore. Even Snape, who had been in and out of the principal's office before, didn't show up much. At this time, Dumbledore should be collecting Voldemort's Horcruxes, right? Correspondingly, the normal course continues. The metamorphosis class is still the same. His performance is not particularly good. Although he has made a lot of progress in private, his performance in class is only average, not top-notch, but better than most people. Good point. In fact, this kind of control is more difficult than revealing the true level. But isn't this great? Who said that hard work must be shown to others? John has long been out of the age when he was a schoolmaster and had a sense of existence, and learning to make a fortune in a muffled voice is the mainstream. Secretly working harder every day is a sufficient and necessary condition for being an excellent scholar. The spell class is still the same. John can't pretend that he won't, because there are 3 young guys around him who need help. Every time John pretends that he can't do any magic, they just don't work hard. Look, John didn't make a pure blood wizard. Isn't it normal that I can't do it? After experiencing this kind of thing several times, John stopped pretending to be incapable of learning. In a certain class, his level of spells improved by leaps and bounds, successfully mobilizing the learning enthusiasm of the 3 roommates. But there are also downsides. His name has changed from being ignored by other college students to Hufflepuff that Slytherin. John does not reject the nickname, but this nickname is also really unpleasant. The history of magic is as boring as ever. Everyone is sleeping during the class. John is not asleep, but he hasn't attended the class either. For the first year magic history course, he usually just flips through the books by himself. When he was in class, he always sketched on paper. The students sitting near him occasionally saw curves and graphs that were completely incomprehensible. They always felt that he was doing some weird black magic. Especially this person behaves very strangely, running to the 8th floor alone every day. Speaking of which, the students of our college have started paying attention to you recently. I heard that when several people went to look for you on the 8th floor, they couldn't find your person. As a result, everyone was guessing what secrets you actually have, secretly in the castle. Do black magic. During dinner, 4 people were sitting in a small corner of the Hufflepuff table and whispering. Stephen just finished speaking. Fern immediately took it. Yeah, they also said that your spell class suddenly became very abnormal, saying that you were tempted by the devil to fall, and you got a powerful talent. Also, they said you secretly broke into the Ravenclaw common room to look at their girls. John buried his head in the black line. Who made this rumor? I don't know anything else, it's that way anyway, but the last one was when I accidentally heard your sister talking to Cedric. Scully chewed the salad casually and said innocently. Really? Not surprising. John ran the last one behind his head. He didn't plan to fall in love at Hogwarts anyway. It would be bad if he had a bad reputation, but the first 2 are worth noting. Is there not enough homework at Hogwarts? Why do these little wizards still have time to investigate his whereabouts? To the effect, besides, Hufflepuff is not without other pure-blood wizards. What is you reading www.yuyugonshu.com paying so much attention to him? It seems that the night tour will be better next time, although the phantom spell is still not used well, it is better than being followed. John stuffed another spoonful of mashed potatoes into his mouth, sighed silently, then raised his head suddenly, as if he had remembered something. You eat first, I'll go to Ravenclaw. The 3 Stevens looked at John's back and shook their heads. John naturally went to Ravenclaw to find Bella. Of course not to fight. Not to mention that he can't fight or not, even if he can, he can't do it. Well, it's not right to do it with a girl. Secondly, he hit his sister. Do you want to live when he goes home? I'm afraid it's not going to be a mixed doubles by my family. He is going to ask for something. Previously, he asked Bella to help him buy something from Hogsmeade. It has been so long, and I don't know if it is available. No. Bella was also very straightforward, spitting out 2 words lightly. The thing you want is too weird, it is fluid and it cannot leak, it cannot be easily disconnected, it must be easy to be squeezed, and the ability to deform is best. It's okay. Where can I buy you such a high-class thing? Hogsmeade is not driven by Santa Claus, brother, you should be more sober. John looked speechless. Excuse me, where is this thing advanced? Isn't this just a little loose plasticine? Isn't the juvenile of wizard children so rich? John didn't continue to complain, he decided to give up the convenience and do it himself. It will be October soon. He hasn't started to try to open the drawer in the study. If he doesn't unlock the lock, it will be the Christmas holiday. Chapter 29, Things in the Drawer. Thanks to Trooper 1770 for the 1000 points reward. If you can do it, try not to drag it. Violent unboxing is not recommended. It's okay to use a little brain. I thought that when he saw the bloodline purification potion, he thought of the extinct materials for the first time. Isn't it a substitute? There is nothing in this world that can't be replaced. Everyone can. What's wrong with things? John held a lump of ooze found outside the Hufflepuff lounge, looked carefully under the light at the top of the wand, and confirmed that it was a lump of ooze with unusual quality, and carefully placed it in the small box. This pile of slime should be enough for betting on the keyhole. Although I have never done a lock-picking job, I think the principle should be the same, anyway, as long as the spring of the lock is opened. Try it first. If it doesn't work, then say no. What if it opens? John waited silently for the watch pointer to jump over 9 o'clock, then raised the small box with ooze into the ring, and raised his wand to point it on himself. Disler Falcon. The Phantom Mantra has been improved by Helga, and it is a lot more difficult, but the increase in strength is also obvious. This improved version? Phantom Mantra has increased a lot of stability and invisibility, according to Helga, is to modify the way a little bit of magic power works, and add a little bit of the effect of the disappearance curse. The specific improvement process may be able to write an academic paper. John still doesn't understand it yet, but it can be used. Waved his hand to make sure there was no flaw in the concealment effect, and John left the dormitory. At this point in time, there was still someone reading in the common room. John thought for a while, and he just released a sound insulation curse at the passageway. The effectiveness is not high, and the duration is not long, but it won't take long for John to go out. He has walked countless times from the Hufflepuff lounge to the study on the 8th floor. He has already figured out which stairs on the road moved when, except that there was a small episode on the way past. Mr. Filch caught some hapless guy who was still wandering around in the castle when the time was up. Oh, it was 2. John, who was hidden by the phantom curse, would definitely look at it. It turned out to be the Weasley couple. Twin. Will be caught by Filch, that is, the map hasn't been obtained yet. Thinking of this, John, there is no rush. According to normal logic, Filch will take the twins back to his own office, and then take the 2 to Professor McGonagall's office. Don't even think about running away. If you run away, there will be no good fruit. Just as John approached the door of Filch's office, he saw the castle guard with a gloomy face threatening the twins fiercely. Don't think about it this time, only give you a bunch of rascals a little harder. Lesson, you won't be so casual if you violate school rules in the future, will you? The twins were all indifferent, and they seemed to ignore Filch snagging at all. Instead, they looked at this place with great interest that most students avoided. John was also looking at this gloomy office, checking the position of the drawer in his memory. Filch, sitting behind the desk, took out a piece of parchment from the drawer of the desk and laid it out in front of him, then took a long feather pen and wrote on it. Are all acquaintances, so you don't even need to ask for their names. Wait, let's see what the dean of your college said this time. Your confinement is absolutely impossible to escape. Now follow me to see Professor McGonagall. John watched at the door as Filch wrote the punishment book and took the twins away. He just seemed to see one of the twins glanced at the drawer where the survival map was kept, and it was several times. It doesn't have to be the fact that they know the live spot map, it should be the plot in the original book. They planned to steal something back from Filch. The live spot map was only taken away with it. After Filch took someone out, John turned and walked into Filch's office. He was about to open the drawer on the filing cabinet but saw a pair of green cat eyes. Filch's pet, Mrs. Loris, was lying on the edge of the filing cabinet. Almost ignored it. John rolled his eyes and pointed his wand at the stairs outside. Clinking. There was the sound of something falling to the ground. Mrs. Loris yelled and rushed out. John immediately walked to the filing cabinet and tapped his wand to a drawer that said confiscated materials, highly dangerous. Alaho cave opens. The drawer slid open quickly, and it was filled with all kinds of magic props. An envelope was lying quietly among a pile of props. Copy into pairs. John quickly copied a copy of the envelope. As for whether the map inside was copied, it was not something John needed to consider. Stuffed the envelope containing the map of Survival Point into the ring. When John went out, he had a face-to-face meeting with Mrs. Loris, who had returned. Fortunately, his illusion spell was strong enough. Didn't stop on the road anymore. John quickly came to the 8th floor, first released the invisibility with the manifestation curse, then opened Ravenclaw's study and walked in. Helga had already floated from the world in the portrait to the surface and waited for a while. Ancestor. You are late. Helga whispered on the portrait, is something wrong? John shook his head. www.readaloud.com. Take out the small box and envelope from the ring and put them on the desk. Nothing happened, just a little gain. Let's open this drawer first. John opened the small box and skillfully pressed the duggoos on the keyhole. At the same time, the wand was waved, and the magic spell worked. The small lock hole was quickly filled with the squeezed mud, and then deformed and solidified. John twisted it lightly and heard a click. The lock is unlocked. John tried harder again, and the key made of the soil was pulled out, but the drawer did not open. Endless embarrassment. How is this going? John looked at Helga on the wall confusedly, but the witch saw something wrong. It's a noose curse. There is a noose inside the drawer. You can either pull it open or use a spell. This is a secret spell, only the four of us know. Helga started to feel sad again as he talked. John was used to this scene. If the other three founders had left a trace of their souls to accompany her, it would not have become like this. Unfortunately, Slytherin left. Ravenclaw was overwhelmed by his daughter's affairs, and only left a room for requests. Gryffindor left the sword and the sorting hat. Speaking of which, the sorting hat should also be able to entrust his soul. Yes, it is estimated that the legendary wizard had never thought about it that way. Also, except for witches like Hufflepuff who are reluctant to leave their students, few people will think about leaving a ray of soul when they die. He listened to the spell in silence and began to practice spelling. This time the drawer finally opened, and the contents leaked out. This is Chapter 30, Desperate Wizards. There is nothing particularly strange in the drawer. A monocle. In Ravenclaw's time, has the eye been invented? John carefully grasped the wooden spectacle frame that looked about to decay, gently placed it on the table, and then took out a dozen manuscripts under the spectacles. Parchment paper is much tougher. The manuscripts are written in ancient runes. This kind of magic text John hasn't learned much yet, so he basically doesn't understand it. But there are people on the wall who can understand. Well, this manuscript is nothing but the design idea of the glasses. This is the last magic item made by Roina during his lifetime. Magic items. John's heart jumped. Magic items are different from alchemy items. Alchemy items are just common tools for wizards, and everything that can be called magic item is not an ordinary item. The relics left by the four founders of Hogwarts in the castle can all be in the category of magic items. In addition to some simple magical powers and special properties, most of these items have a certain self-will. Such as the sorting hat, the sword of Gryffindor, the crown of Ravenclaw that increases wisdom, the golden cup that can automatically assist the elf in transporting food, and the magical portraits of the wizarding world. May not have any special power, but it must have extraordinary characteristics. Is like the lowest class magic item like a magical portrait, and it also stores a certain amount of human consciousness. Ravenclaw's own magical items, do they store part of Ravenclaw's soul like their ancestors? No, there is not a trace of Rowena's soul in it. Although Helga lives in the portrait, he can feel the world outside the portrait. This is something that can only be done with the essence of the soul. It is not the same as the ordinary portraits empowered by magic. If Rowena really wants to stay, even if she is already in very bad health, she won't really die. Helga's voice suddenly became serious. She is a master of spells. There is also a lot of dabbling in the life curse. If she doesn't want to die, she can even transform into an undead creature. It's far more advanced than the ghosts in the castle and Voldemort's Horcrux, you said. Then why didn't she stay? It's better to be alive than to die, right? Helga shook his head. Some people live because they are reluctant, but when we are in our position, the way of looking at the world and perception will become different. But ants can still steal their lives. What? An old Chinese saying goes, ants still live in secret, so people will cherish life more. John touched the frame of the glasses on his hand. You know, I have some blood from the East. The East is indeed a magical place. There are many philosophers there, but it's a pity that I have never visited. Helga nodded and stopped struggling with this question, but Rowena is not an ant. She is also a witch who has seen the world from the top of the world. When you look at the world from the perspective of how we looked at the world back then, I found that life and death are nothing more than that. Alive or dead, this is not a problem. John sat behind the desk with a listening expression. After all, Helga rarely mentioned anything about their legendary wizards. The magic power of a wizard comes from this world, so after the wizard dies, the magic power will return to this world, but the soul of the wizard is sometimes left behind by his own magic by chance to become a ghost, or something else. Then, are you or your magic? John shook his head. Obviously, he didn't understand. There are too many philosophical problems, and he is not good at it at all. Who am I thinking so much about this kind of question? What do you do? I'm just me, so I won't have it. This is the world of magic. What is the use of so many dialectics? You are now you, how about your last life? John was stunned. Since death exists, then reincarnation should exist. Magic power comes into the wizard's body and returns to where they came from after the wizard dies. This is a cycle, and the soul of a creature is suitable for existence with essentially no difference in magic power. Imagine that after you die, your soul is ground into nothingness by the will of the world, and then these energies are disrupted and reorganized, and finally a new life soul appears. Is this possible? But maybe it can only be possible? Whether it is a wizard or a muggle, no one has ever proved that there are more advanced existences in this world than humans. Have anyone proved that they don't exist? John is not talking. When I became a legendary witch, my own research on the essence of magic is not outstanding. You read www.yuyuganshu.com, but Rowena and Salazar are different. They both witnessed their own magic bottleneck, as if there was a bottleneck. The lock firmly locked the wizard's further steps. This is a very sad thing. But what hope is there if you choose to die? John really didn't understand. He died once in this matter, even if according to Helga, his memory is just the remnants of the memory of the last person who died, so he was full of the matter of being alive. Obsession. If you can live, try not to die. This world is so exciting, you must take a good look. If he can, he even wants to go outside the world to take a look. There is no need for hope, because they were the most desperate back then. Helga's voice echoed in the empty study, and John felt that the voice seemed to provoke something, and the whole study was full of weird sadness. Except for those wizards who are deceived by desire, there is actually no legendary wizard who really wants to teach students. Although I am special, I am also full of longing for the peak of wizards, not to mention the magical nature of Rowena and others. A wizard with extremely high scores. The goal of the wizard is eternal magic. Upward is the stars in the sky, downward is the endless deep sea. The higher you stand, the more things you don't know. Hogwarts was created to allow the wizards to have safer research. Condition, because sometimes a person's power is not enough, even a legendary wizard, his power will appear weak at certain moments. Wait for Rowena and the others to see the outline of the essence of magic, only to find that it is already the limit, just like you can clearly see the stars on the Tower of Hogwarts, but you can never touch them, before you, but not being able to touch is more desperate than not being able to see. Chapter 31, Hello Hogsmeade. Salazar thought it was the wrong route. He had an argument with Rowena, so their relationship quickly froze and broke. He left the castle and began the study of dark magic. In the end he died from the backlash of black magic. John nodded and continued. He had heard this story, but what is the cause of Ravenclaw's death? I don't know. Since Salazar left the castle, she has kept herself in the house all day long. The fact that Helena stole her crown has made her mental state less stable. Maybe you can look for the answer on these glasses. But this seems to be an ordinary pair of glasses, nothing special, and the magic wave is very weak, I can't feel anything. That's not enough for your magical realm. Rowena's things are still too advanced for you now. John. Well, he is too weak. Let's put these glasses away first. When you get home from the holidays, we're looking at what we can find. Helga put away his sadness and watched John wrap his eyes in parchment paper. Inside the secret compartment on the ring, now, let's see how your spells are practicing. John's magic level has actually improved a lot. After studying diligently for a whole month at Hogwarts, there is always something to be gained. You are still a little unfamiliar with the magic spell, but you are at a good level with other spells. It may be that after I changed it for you, the difficulty of the magic spell is a bit more difficult. Do you want me to modify it? Helga's kindness sounded uncomfortable, and John shook his head. No, I haven't practiced the phantom mantra for a long time. Maybe it's because I don't use it well because of the small number of applications. I might try to make it more proficient in the future. It's up to you, I really shouldn't worry about this kind of thing so much. After watching John rehearse, Helga escaped back into the world of portraits after a few words. John raised his hand and looked at his watch. It was already more than 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. Where has all this time been spent? He didn't notice anything. Then he realized that he was late today, and at the beginning, it actually took a lot of time for him to open the drawer. I was too focused when performing transfiguration, and I didn't notice that it took so long. Thanks to Helga, he is still in the mood to watch him do such boring things. Stuffed everything back into the ring, and imposed a phantom spell on himself, John then left the study and walked down the stairs. His mind was thinking about jumping off. Of course, it has nothing to do with the glasses he just got. I feel that the legendary people I meet in my life are all women. For example, the ancestors of my own family who met in the wizarding world and the founder of his inheritance are all legendary witches, and the most respected queen in the Muggle world. She is a kind old lady who wanders in the gap of time. Her Majesty the Queen is also a wizard, right? Probably not, the blood of the royal family has been handed down many centuries ago. If they were all the blood of wizards, they would never be so cruel to the wizards of the Middle Ages. Actually, it's hard to say, there is no shortage of cannibalism. Hogwarts Castle was too quiet in the middle of the night. There were no students who went out to tour the castle at night. Even Filch, who was guarding the castle, went to bed, and the whole castle fell into silence. John likes to be quiet. This is related to his character. The reason why he dreams of becoming a scholar rather than a powerful wizard is because powerful wizards like Dumbledore are always busy with various things, the only thing is that they don't have time. The solution is your own business. In a life like that, maybe Dumbledore is happy, just as he is happy instead of busy to relieve the guilt of someone in his heart, but John can't do it. It's not that he can't, but that he doesn't want to. There are many ways to want wonderful things in life, but these ways never include locking one's own person on some things. That's not life. John stood on the stairs and said softly, "That's self-imprisonment, it will be crazy." "But do you want to go back to the dormitory at this time?" "Of course not, take this opportunity to go to a place that is usually not easy to visit." He still remembers that when Harry Potter was in the 3rd grade, he couldn't go to Hogsmeade because he couldn't get the signature of his guardian, and he sneaked into Hogsmeade with the help of the invisibility cloak and secret path. Decan. Now he has a powerful phantom spell, the map of the point of life is in his hand, and he probably remembers the location of the secret passage. Is a secret passage hidden behind a statue of a one-eyed witch? In the corridor on the 4th floor, behind the statue there is a secret passage leading to the Duke of Honey. But the road conditions on the 4th floor are really not so good. There are dozens of up and down stairs www.readaloud.com and several stairs are still moving restlessly. Fortunately, the live map is a treasure. Hey? Dumbledore is out of the office. John glanced at the location of the principal's office on the map, but he wasn't in the mood to check it out. He couldn't enter the principal's office again. After a while, even with the assistance of a live spot map, John, who was still dizzy by the stairs, finally came to the front of the humpback witch statue. He remembered the spell quite clearly, and John stretched out his wand and gently tapped on the statue of the humped witch. Separate left and right. The hunchback of the statue was immediately separated, and the opening was large enough for a thinner adult to enter. A child of John's build would naturally not be difficult to get in. With a sharp impact, the statue closed, John shook, and the one under his feet couldn't stand firmly, and the whole person slid forward quickly. I don't know how long it took before John touched the damp ground. He stood up and looked around. There was pitch black all around, so John raised his wand and said, "Fluorescence flashes." Silver light burst out from John's wand, illuminating the surrounding darkness. This is a very narrow and low passage. The air in the tunnel is very stuffy, and the dark surroundings make John a little uncomfortable. After all, the tunnels in Hufflepuff are warm and brief. John walked in the tunnel for about an hour. If he hadn't had enough magic power in his body, it is estimated that the fluorescent curse on the road would be difficult to maintain. The duration of the phantom body was only 1 hour, and it would have been long ago. Rebelist himself with an illusion spell, John got out of the floor door, climbed the stairs, and then came to Honeyduke's shop. Chapter 32, Select. It's not too early. The Duke of Honey, who is usually packed with Hogwarts students, has already fallen into a rest time, but John can still see a shelf in the store and a shelf filled with children. We will love all kinds of candies. Pieces of peanut candy, various chocolates and puddings are neatly arranged on the shelf, and various drinks are placed on the opposite side. It's just that the door of this shop has been closed. If the door can't go out, the windows are still okay. John glanced at the window that was blown open by the wind, wrapped his cloak, and turned out from the window sill. Is that he ignored that his height is not enough, and almost fell when he turned it out. After a short 2 steps, John flashed to the back of a house, tapped his wand, and released the curse on him. When he came out of the tunnel just now, he ignored the phantom spell he had lasted for an hour, and the magic in his body had already reached the bottom. The phantom spell just now almost made him fail to control his body when he turned the window. You should exercise, otherwise once the magic is overdrawn, the whole person will not be able to hold it. John shook his head to make his faintly painful head feel a little more comfortable. He just leaned against the damp wall, making his hands and feet cold. Oh! I miscalculated. Touched the ring on his hand, took a mint candy from it and stuffed it into his mouth. The coolness from his mouth finally suppressed the cold on his body. John then felt that he had regained some energy. It's not a good way to fight poison with poison, so use it sparingly in the future. John leaned weakly against the wall, staring blankly at the shadow on the opposite side. It was the first time he saw Hogsmeade Village. It was much more prosperous than the description in the book. Although it was already night, he could see that it was unusual in the daytime. Is worthy of being the most prosperous place in the wizarding world in the UK, next to top universities. Economic conditions are much more convenient. It's good to do business next to the school, which is another common principle all over the world. Gathered up the wizard robe, John walked slowly along the wall on the street. The quietness here is different from the quietness of Hogwarts Castle. The smoke and fire are much heavier, not as heavy as the academic atmosphere in the castle. There is no curfew in Hogsmeade Village. If any dark wizards come here at this time, it is estimated that no one will be able to find out. The buildings on both sides of the street, although the style is a bit old, are still Muggle architectural style. It is easy to make people feel like visiting a small town in the Middle Ages. After all, wizards were born out of Muggles, but they are essentially humans. Speaking of it, the economic war in the human world has already been fought, and the British wizarding world is still not moving at all. This is really a strange thing. John doesn't think his inference is wrong, he thinks there is a problem with the alertness of the British wizarding community. If the war is about to start again, the German wizards who have absorbed the last experience will definitely choose to gather in the dark instead of being exposed. Throughout Europe, after a war has already occurred, the victor of the last time will naturally become the target of the next war. The high-level officials of the Ministry of Magic who had vegetarian meals and fantasizing about stability all day did not want to believe in the possibility of a war breaking out again, especially the newly appointed minister. His behavior was really hard to complain. John shook his head. This has always been the case in this world. History is always surprisingly similar. During the World War, British politics didn't realize that war was inevitable until Churchill came to power. In the original book, when Voldemort was reborn, the Ministry of Magic also didn't believe it, and even engraved it on Harry's arm. I can't lie. This is really a boring game. John likes magic, but he hates war. A scholar should stay in the laboratory and do his own knowledge, and leave professional things to professional people. It's like a very real problem that John thought about. In his own world, he is the protagonist, and what he does is his own freedom. But in the world of Harry Potter is the protagonist. In his previous life, he watched fan novels. Those protagonists who traveled to various worlds each took advantage of their own foresight of the plot to turn the world line into a completely different ending from the original plot. The stories written by the authors are very interesting, but John disagrees with this approach. Of course he can show his very good talents, and he can go to Gryffindor or Slytherin when he is sorted. Of course it is possible that he will not meet his ancestors, but that does not affect anything. As long as he is good enough, this matter will be discovered sooner or later. Then he can help Dumbledore change his progress. He doesn't need Harry Potter to live so safely, and he doesn't have to train him so much, as long as he destroys all the Horcruxes first, and then think of a way for Voldemort to use it. Harry's blood resurrection, plus the guardian charm left by Lily Potter, so as long as Voldemort is not dead, Harry will not die. He can be cruel and turn Harry Potter into a tool. Gain fame, status, rights, etc. As long as he wants it, as long as he is cruel, he can get it. And being cruel, is it really that difficult for someone who has already died once? Not at all. John knew very well that this question was not difficult at all, it was just a simple question of choice. Choose one of the two questions. Who wouldn't choose? John would, so he chose the latter. Using advantages to do things is certainly a good choice. As long as this thing is done well to achieve a result that everyone wants, everyone is happy. Only Harry Potter, who is used as a tool, does not seem to be happy. That's what John cares about. He used to like the story of Harry Potter quite a bit, he liked the people in these stories, he liked the protagonists and supporting characters, even the Slytherins who appeared as negative characters, he didn't particularly dislike it. People's likes are very precious, and this sentiment is the connection between people and the world. So John made plans for himself early in the morning. Since he can use his abilities to become the person he wants to be, there is no need to change the destiny of others, or even live in the lives of others. Otherwise, what is his former liking for this story and the characters in these stories? When returning to Hogwarts from the secret path of the Honey Duke, UU reading www.uugonshu.com, John thought so. He may change some small things through the prophet of this world, but he will never become a new savior. Grace and grievances are handed over to Harry Potter. He, John, just wants to be John himself. This is his choice. Author's note: the content of this chapter is not so much John's choice, as it is my original intention. I often read a lot of fan fiction, the protagonists are very good, through my own golden fingers, change the look of the world. The protagonist in the original story was turned back to an obscure state by them. Is this really right? We like a story because we like the life the protagonist experiences. As a result, one day someone has the opportunity to become the protagonist in the world. People have to use their own understanding to destroy the life that originally belonged to the protagonist. Isn't this ridiculous? I know that there are many readers who read books only for their own enjoyment, because I used to be such a person, but I'm writing from the very beginning of this book. I thought about what kind of storyline should be arranged for the protagonist. It is certainly an easy task to replace the original protagonist. It is also easy to write. It is a wonderful thing to change the original plot. Then I gave up this idea, so John finally chose a new beginning, and the Savior still went to save his world. If my readers are disappointed by this choice, then I want to say I'm sorry. After all, I'm just an ordinary person. It's impossible to take into account the thoughts of all readers. It's my fault to let everyone down, but I still hope that everyone likes this story. This passage is very important to me, so I posted it in the article. Rather than the author's words, I hope readers everywhere can read this passage, and I hope everyone can be worthy of their likes. Above. Chapter 33, Copyright Professor Sprout. The next day, when John appeared in the restaurant with a yawn, the three of Stephen no longer showed any surprises. The fact that John went out at night, they found out when John got up one morning. Then after several squatting, they discovered that John really often left quietly at night. At the beginning of this incident, Stephen and the others were still very surprised. After all, Hufflepuff students did not have the tradition of night tours of the castle. They also want to go out with John. But they are self-aware, and after John asked them to learn the phantom spell, they gave up this idea. Now, they have started to give John a good breakfast in the morning, who did not come back in the evening, so that John can take a little more rest. Where did you go yesterday? In the morning I saw that the robes in your dirty clothes basket were all wet. The group of four is habitually buried in a corner of the restaurant that no one cares about, discussing in a low voice. I said I went outside the school, do you believe it? Really? We want to go too. When Fern said this, the little freckles on his face were beating. It was obviously not true, so John rolled his eyes directly. As long as you learn the phantom charm earlier, I will take you to Hogsmeade Village. Are you really there? Scully had heard of Hogsmeade a long time ago, but it is a pity that the first-year students cannot go, so his dream has not yet come true. What are you doing to lie to you? Stephen stuffed John with a sandwich intimately, and then said in a penetrating tone, it doesn't matter whether he goes or not, the important thing is that we can't go. He usually walks a little closer to John, so he can see through John's thoughts. They have long been thrown away by John on the way to study, although he doesn't know why John works so hard. They also knew that John had a cousin in Ravenclaw, but the scope of John's learning, this part of what they knew, was much higher than that of the first grade. At least a few of them can't catch up. It's just that you don't work hard. A sandwich was quickly wiped out by the hungry John, so John's mouth was liberated again. Believe it or not, if I spread this knowledge to the students in our college, there will be many people who can finish it early. Believe it or not. Scully usually doesn't talk much, but one word is the key. The premise is that you can pass it out and you won't be locked up by the professors. John really thought about this question seriously. In the case of student clubs, professors should not be too restrictive. John recalled the plot in the original book. As for Dumbledore's army, there were not many professors who really restricted him. He only wanted 2 senior students and opened a school in the college that did not violate the school's regulations and was just for academic research. The student clubs shouldn't be difficult. After all, Hogwarts does not need to submit any application. John took this matter to heart, and planned to take some time to ask Professor Sprout. If he can really be an academic type of club, his superclass curse can have a source. When the three of Stephen saw John starting to think, they closed their mouths and concentrated on eating. As soon as John started thinking, it proved that something was going to happen next, and some things that usually started from John, the 3 of their roommates can generally get first-hand news. Of course John's feasibility test will follow. I feel like I just got into trouble. Scully said sullenly. He is basically thinking about something big with this expression. There is no major event, John's major events generally don't affect us. Fern comforted him, even though he was not very confident in his heart. In contrast, Stephen is much calmer. They have firmly hugged John's thigh anyway during their studies. They are usually in the academy, and other students have already grouped them together. The situation has already happened, and there is no other way to go. Anyway, no matter what John does, they are the ones who are affected. Since it is always affected, what are you worried about? If John knows Stephen's thoughts, he will definitely refresh his impression to a new level. This kind of easygoing mentality is that many adults may not be able to do it. The breakfast is over and classes begin. Starting in October, the first-year students' courses have also become tense. They have passed the initial adaptation period, followed by the intense learning rhythm of Hogwarts. John adapts well to this learning rhythm. With his help and influence, his 3 roommates have also maintained a learning ability close to the course schedule, although they can't learn the phantom spell, but some experience the simple spells that Helga revised. They learned pretty well. So throughout October, the study and life of the 4-member group was still very interesting. www.readaloud.com. The only problem was that John never found a suitable opportunity to talk to Professor Sprout about the club. Of course, the main reason is that his schedule is too tight and he has no free time. God knows why there are so many homework in the first-year course. Before Halloween, the atmosphere in the college began to become cheerful, and the teachers stopped assigning many homework. John finally found an opportunity to find Professor Sprout. Good luck, Professor Sprout happened to be taking care of a herb in the greenhouse that seemed to be withering soon. Professor, can I come in? John looked at Professor Sprout, who was busy in the greenhouse, and knocked gently on the door. Professor Sprout didn't seem to hear it. John's voice was a little louder this time. You can't make loud noises in the greenhouse, otherwise it will cause some wonderful plants. After all, it is still very dangerous here. Fortunately, this time it finally attracted the attention of Professor Sprout. Seeing that John was looking for her, Professor Sprout's round face showed a slight smile. The Hufflepuff Dean's voice was very gentle. She took out a pair of earplugs from the pocket of the patched clothes she was wearing, and handed it to John at the door. Of course, but you won't bring this first. John didn't want to go in all of a sudden. When he took the earplugs, he had guessed what the seedling was being taken care of in the greenhouse. Even if it was a dying Mandela, it is not John who can resist now. Living. This thing is too dangerous. But the arrow has to be sent on the string. Since Professor Sprout let him in, there should be no danger in it, right? Chapter 34, Halloween. The cultivation of Mandela grass is a subject, but this subject has nothing to do with John for the time being. Professor Sprout may want John to learn, but John himself did not have the intention. What do you do to cultivate mandrake? To kill someone? Professor Sprout moved quickly and quickly cleared the greenhouse, and then took John back to his office. Mr. Smith, it will be Halloween party soon, why didn't you go to the party? Professor, you should call me John directly. John is not very used to being called Mr. Smith, it sounds like he is in class. Okay, John. Professor Sprout smiled gently. What can you do for me? John nodded and said nervously, Professor, I want to ask you something. What's the matter? Just say it. It's like this, Professor, I think our college, the learning atmosphere is not strong enough, so I want to start a club. Create a club. What is the club? It's an organization for students to communicate with each other. We can use this club to communicate about the problems we encounter in our studies. Sprout seemed very interested, like a club. Almost. John didn't know the specific difference between the two. Anyway, they are all interested organizations, so it shouldn't be much different, right? This is a club that all grades can join. We can communicate with each other and learn some unskilled spells or other knowledge. Of course, this is a good proposal. If you are a senior student, I would be very happy that you have such an idea, but John, you are still too young. I know that you are good at learning transfiguration and spells, but I think you should probably consolidate what you have learned. Advanced spells will be learned sooner or later, don't you need to rush for a while? Professor Sprout smiled and looked at John in front of him. Professor Flitwick told me about this. He said that you are very talented in spells. Is it? That's really good. According to John's usual personality, he should accept it right now, but the current problem is that he needs to find a reason for the unusually strong spells he has mastered. Otherwise, no matter how careful he is in ordinary fashion, there will be a day when he is discovered. There are so many powerful teachers in Hogwarts Castle, once he is found, he can't clean it. Even if he reveals his blood, he can't explain why he can improve so many spells. This is the improvement of the legendary wizard. No matter how talented John is, he still has to study for more than 10 years if he wants to do this with his magic level. That's it, Professor, you misunderstood me. I didn't want to learn the magic of the upper grades in advance. You know, if I want to learn, I can naturally study by myself at home, but other students in our college do not like this. Convenient, and I often hear seniors in the lounge say about the college cup. Oh, college cup. Sprout's face finally changed, which made John sigh in secret. He is not a good liar. Of course, and if I said to create this society, it was not founded in my name. In order not to be interrupted again, I simply said in one breath, this club, I hope you will be founded by the professor. As the Dean of Hufflepuff, it will not violate if you want to do something for the students of your college. School rules. But there is no precedent for this kind of thing in school. Sprout hesitated. Our college is originally the college with the most students. If we help our college win the college cup in this way, I am afraid that the students of other colleges will not feel fair. But the other 3 colleges have always had such a thing. John said with an innocent look, the common room in Ravenclaw has a lot of notes and experiences left by previous students for all Ravenclaw students to read. Oh? Is that so? If that is the case, I can pass this proposal. You can go to today's banquet first. Before Christmas, I will find a suitable opportunity to establish this society. Okay, if that's the case, then I will leave first. John got up from the chair and prepared to leave. He was still confident of Professor Sprout's promise. Wait, since you came up with the proposal of this club, do you have any suggestions for the name? I did think about this problem at first. What do you think of this name? John took a note from his clothes and put it on Professor Sprout's desk. You read www.yuyugonshu.com and then exited the office. The conversation with Professor Sprout took a lot of time. When he returned to the castle hall, the sky outside was already dark. Before he even reached the auditorium, John smelled the food, just like the day of school. Now when I think about it, when school just started, it seemed like yesterday. John walked into the auditorium. There were countless candles floating under the starry ceiling. A large group of bats flew around on the ceiling, occasionally hovering and dancing above the dining table, and huge pumpkins were carved into lanterns. It was scattered around the auditorium. The band invited to cheer up played an unknown symphony, and John walked in and saw a guy like a conductor waving a magic wand in front of the band, his baton. Same as the banquet at the beginning of the school year, the students of each college are sitting at their own college table. John, this way. Sitting in the corner of Hufflepuff's long table, Stephen, who had been looking for John, yelled gently to John. The sound was not loud, and he was quickly drowned in the laughter of the auditorium. John ran over, and as soon as he sat down, he saw Professor Sprout sitting on the professor's seat. She had changed a new robe, and she came much faster than John. When he looked over, Professor Sprout was also looking at him, and the two nodded to each other after a long distance. And when they said hello, the plates in front of them were also filled with new food. Fran, who had just seen John greet the dean, grabbed a chicken leg, and ate it while leaning towards John. "How about John, have you solved the problem of the club?" Chapter 35, Halloween, 2. When Fran approached him, John was cutting himself a piece of pumpkin pie. Hearing Fran's question, he nodded. "It's almost there. The professor said that she would let her do this. Let's wait." "Really?" Fran looked a little excited. John had told them about this club before. This is good news for a student like him who came from a Muggle family. Although he usually learns magic under the teachings of John, John's teaching method is really difficult to understand. Many times, he needs Stephen and Scully to help him refine John's details after listening. The content of the lectures can barely keep up with the progress of the other two. It's not that there's something wrong with what John is talking about. It's mainly because John will skip some common sense issues in the wizarding world. However, as a Muggle-born wizard, Fran lacks the most common sense in this area. Fran smiled and took the chicken drumsticks and left, and surrounded Stephen and the others to make time for John to have a good meal. This was a tacit understanding between them. John was always thinking when he was eating. For example, at this moment, he was thinking about the club in his mind. He seriously considered the feasibility of promoting this society at Hogwarts. The reason why he made this request to Professor Sprout is because the advantages of this society outweigh the disadvantages. Only the idea that Professor Sprout should be the founder of the society, which was put forward in Sprout's office, came to him temporarily, because Professor Sprout did remind him at the time that he was just a freshman after all. It's not about the status difference between new students and old students. Hogwarts always respects genius, but John feels that if he comes to create this society, with some of his promotion, it will inevitably attract a lot of attention to this society. That conflicted with his concept. He doesn't like the feeling of living under the eyes of everyone. That feeling is too uncomfortable, giving the illusion of being watched. Every action is watched and interpreted, which will undoubtedly cause him a lot of trouble. And the most important thing is John glanced at the tall figure sitting in the middle of the teacher's seat. He was not ready to face Dumbledore directly. Especially, I knew Dumbledore's ending from the beginning, and later learned that Dumbledore had helped his ancestors secretly find the descendants of the Hufflepuff family for many years, and John didn't want to face him anymore. After all, this favor is already owed anyway, and Helga now only drinks tea and eats snack in the world of portraits. All these favors outside need her only one at Hogwarts. The bloodline descendant, John, came to pay back. It's a headache to think about it. Putting aside this, Hufflepuff is the college with the largest number of people, which is one of the reasons why John wants to promote the club. After seeing Ravenclaw's lounge, John suddenly noticed something. Every college at Hogwarts has its own glorious time, but after several cycles, when Hufflepuff has no outstanding students, it will be the bottom of the existence. The little eagles of Ravenclaw are aloft, the little snakes of Slytherin consider themselves superior, even the students of Gryffindor, they don't think much of the students of Hufflepuff. In the final analysis, this matter is because countless years ago, Helga Hufflepuff chose to accept all students who were not accepted by other colleges. John can't let others think that this decision is incorrect, not to mention that this decision is correct. Every wizard is wealth, regardless of his origin. In the British Isles, these wizards are the most powerful force. Especially at this time, as the growth trend of magical elements in the world continues to increase, the next magical world may be like bottoming out, transforming the world. This change will benefit not only from the United Kingdom, the magic world, and the magic world of the whole world. Naturally, not only the good wizards will benefit, but also the dark wizards. After all, it is still a sentence, the essence of wizards is human, and what is the essence of human beings? Is definitely not pure kindness anyway. The power of a wizard is an individual, and if an individual is extremely powerful, it will become extreme, or a dark wizard like Voldemort, or Dumbledore, who suppresses the Western magic world with his own power, is essentially a kind of extreme. Reflect, facts have proved that John's worry is not unreasonable. Helga is in the portrait, absorbing magic energy through the magic circle of Hogwarts Castle to maintain the stability of the portrait space, so she is most touched by the increase in the concentration of magic energy. She has lived in the portrait space for nearly 1,000 years. That place became a little more refined, and she would be aware of it. These changes were communicated to John by Helga, and were also used by John to support his own views and inferences. This club is John's attempt. Yu read www.yuyugonshu.com, and he tried to change Hufflepuff, because Hufflepuff's students are engaged in the most basic work in the magic world after graduation. They are the magic world cornerstone. Or they can't reach the height of a legendary wizard, but these people are crowded. No matter what the world is, the majority of people led by some people are destined to be the ones who have the last laugh. The current John can't be that someone yet, but this is his goal. He really wants to be a pusher, pushing the entire magic world, rather than fighting for power in certain places. The biggest difference between him and Voldemort is that he yearns for peaceful development and order. Ugh! It seems that this is the philosophy inherited by the Hufflepuff family. When did you hear Helga talking about it? Can't remember clearly. John put the last spoonful of pudding into his mouth while thinking about these things. At this time, the music has rang again. Hogwarts, Hogwarts. Hogwarts, Hogwarts. Please teach us the knowledge. Whether we are the old people. Is still a child with a knee injury. Hogwarts school song sounded, announcing the end of the dinner. This lively banquet lasted more than 2 hours. This must be a great night. Dumbledore on the high platform wiped his beard, then smiled and said, however, now everyone may have to go back to rest. His voice fell, and the students in the auditorium began to file out. John always felt a little strange, because he hadn't seen Professor Sprout in the teacher's seat just now. Where did the professor go? Chapter 36, Halloween, 3. Professor Sprout gave John a Halloween surprise. John followed Hufflepuff's students back to the lounge, and when he was blocked at the entrance of the lounge, he suddenly realized that the lounge had become very crowded. It took a long time for Jin to squeeze into the lounge, and then John knew what was going on. Professor Sprout, who left the banquet in advance, prepared a magic board with a notice on it. In addition to some congratulatory words, it also wrote one thing. What will Professor Sprout use to help us get the Academy Cup? John followed Stephen through the crowd and returned to the dormitory. His ears were full of discussions surrounding this issue. When they returned to the dormitory, the 3 people who had been holding back all the way surrounded John, wondering what was going on. The Academy Cup is actually a gimmick, I told the professor. John himself felt a headache. The professor didn't really want to agree at the time. I thought about this reason as soon as I turned my mind. If this club is established, everyone's grades will improve. Naturally, we will get more points for the college. After all, our college has no advantage in other places and still has an advantage in terms of number of people. Isn't that good? What's to worry about? Scully is puzzled that the club can help everyone learn, and it is also conducive to getting the Academy Cup. This is a good thing no matter how you look at it. The problem is that Hogwarts does not have any rules on club bonus points. All my ideas are based on the hard work and talents of our college students, but this foundation is not guaranteed. To be straightforward, it is that I overdraft the dean in advance, a result that may occur in the future, but the possibility of this result is not high at all. In other words, you lied to our dean. Fern looked a little nervous. Although John did this thing, he always felt that he had his support in it. As soon as he became nervous, John, who was sitting across from him, was not so nervous. John took a breath, calmed down, and patted Fern on the shoulder. Don't worry, this is not a lie, it's just a result of a relatively small possibility, through the way of speaking to make it look more likely. Although the magnitude of this sum is a bit exaggerated, our original intention is good. In the end, even if there are any problems, we can push it elsewhere. We are just new students. Who will blame us? The three nervous people, none of them heard the guilty conscience in John's tone. It makes sense to say so. Stephen dragged his chin, and said solemnly, "But we can't be irresponsible because of this." Responsible? John pursed his lips, wondering what responsibility do they have? The person who founded the club is Professor Sprout. Whether he can win the Academy Cup is not alone in his decision. At the beginning, he wanted to make this club just to find himself a golden glove. The initial plan was to pass some of the improved spells slowly, in stages, and through discussions among the students. Hufflepuff can always find a few so smart students to find ways to improve these spells. At the end of the day, John can say that his improvements to the spells come from the exchanges between the students. This is good for the entire Hufflepuff students. Apart from the powerful curse, there is no problem in defending yourself in battle. Here in John, the number of people is powerful, not a reason, but a result. And by that time, these modified spells will be common, and John's role in them is only the person who spread the spell in the first place and the person who benefits in the end. Announced that he did not intend to come forward by himself, and Stephen and the others would not take the initiative to expose this matter. They are not children for a long time, especially when compared to their peers, they have become wizards. At this age, they have long understood everything, and the world of these little wizards is very realistic. They may be happy to show off because of certain things, but when they suddenly become vested in something serious enough when benefiting people, keeping secret, concealing, and even mature will become a certain survival instinct for them. As John's roommates, Stephen, Fern, and Scully, they realized how amazing their roommate was and put themselves on the boat of John. They were thinking about something related to John. When doing things, he instinctively consults John's opinions, rather than doing his own things casually. John is good at using this instinct, and can use this instinct of others. Of course, this kind of utilization is on the basis of not affecting friendship. The friendship between wizards is a serious matter, just like Harry Potter's parents handing over their destiny to Peter Pettigrew. www.readaloud.com. This represents a large part of absolute trust. The only difference is that, on the one hand, John has maintained enough hole cards, so he is not afraid of betrayal by his friends. On the other hand, John has maintained enough kindness to trust his friends. But, how can his kindness be so cheap? Can he be responsible for the entire Hufflepuff College? It's not that this is responsible, I mean we have to help Professor Sprout, not to embarrass Professor Sprout. Yes, we must at least respond to the professor first, so that the professor will have a better impression of you. John admitted that what Stephen said was reasonable. After all, it was John who made this opinion to Professor Sprout. How could he say that John could not stop Professor Sprout from this matter? After all, there are still several years to spend in Hufflepuff. He wasn't afraid of what Professor Sprout would do to him. This professor and his ancestor Hufflepuff were always gentle, but he first took advantage of the professor's care and kindness to the students, and he felt a little guilty. That's it, we will be more positive when the time comes. John affirmed Stephen's thoughts, tucked all three people back into their bed curtains, and lay down on the bed. I always feel that after coming to Hogwarts, a lot of unexpected things happen to him. Even if John keeps improving the intensity of his thoughts, there is no way to avoid these unexpected things. Then, let them go with the flow. As long as there is a problem, there is a solution. It is useless to worry about it. What's going on tomorrow? I'll talk about it tomorrow. Get a good night's sleep tonight. Chapter 37, Ready. After the end of October, the cold wave came. Perhaps because the latitude is relatively high, the cold at Hogwarts is just physical damage, and the humid air has turned into snowflakes floating in the sky before it descends. In the middle of November, winter has already arrived. The students in the castle wore overcoats and scarves, and John was no exception. He was a bit cold tolerant and brought a few thick clothes from home at the beginning of school. He exposed himself to the air early after Halloween. The body parts of Jean were wrapped, and with the constant temperature magic applied in the robe, he didn't feel any discomfort. Hufflepuff's students also gradually forgot the notice on Halloween night. Although the small blackboard for the notice was still in the corner of the common room, everyone was attracted by another thing. The Quidditch season at Hogwarts has begun. During the recent period, every morning John could see the hunting field guard Hagrid wearing a fur coat defrosting the flying broomstick on the Quidditch field. John has no interest in the sport of Quidditch. Although his flight class scores are good, he doesn't like sports. Moreover, he is bored with flying around to play ball. When he has that time, he still does not like sports. It's better to study more about the use of the monocle left by Ravenclaw. Anyway, there are so many students at Hufflepuff College who like Quidditch, and it's nothing without John. Stephen and the three are very excited. They, including Fran, are loyal fans of Quidditch. Even if they can't play, they will appear in every game. Of course John was also there, but he was pulled over, sitting in the audience like a dummy. The students flying in the sky, John can only sit in a daze between Fern and Scully. Meditation is impossible to meditate. It's too noisy here, and meditation is easily interrupted. John's gaze swept across the Slytherin auditorium. Because of Helga, he coincidentally knew that Slytherin had the magic exercises of a few students are not restricted by the environment, which is a bit more convenient than meditation. But it's probably not easy to get it. Is the inheritance of a wizard family after all. If it is really easy to get it, the magic training method will not be so precious. In fact, this is also one of the benefits of the wizard family's inheritance. The exercise method they use is a little better than John's meditation, and the meditation used by John is too short. Take it now, John. I feel that the speed of absorbing magic factors slows down during meditation. It is estimated that by the time I reach the 2nd grade, meditation will not play any role in helping him to practice magic power. Of course, it can only be used to restore the spirit. According to Helga, he can go to 3rd grade at his current level, if Hogwarts can skip. Christmas is just around the corner. John has prepared a big bag that expands the space. He is about to take the portrait of Helga from Ravenclaw's study to his home, and then put his ancestors in the study inside, so that he can receive Helga's teachings at home. And once Helga's identity appears in his own home, his elf butler must be the one happier than him. After all, Helga has a reputation that is unmatched by any creature in the group of house-raising elves. Maybe you can do something with Helga Caldy. The magical power of the elf would be too wasteful to visit the house. Plus the prestige of Helga. Even if the elf can't betray his master, if John wants to find out any news, there is absolutely no more convenient way than this. John seems to have seen an information network of elves beckon to him. Hey! John, what are you in a daze? Scully's voice called back to reality, and John realized that the game was over. Why so fast? He was slightly taken aback. Which team won? Of course, Gryffindor. Scully was a little frustrated, but he quickly re-energized. But it is not unacceptable for Hufflepuff to lose to Gryffindor. After all, it is always the case. Losing to Gryffindor is better than losing to Gryffindor. Slytherin is strong. It's just a game. Let's go to dinner. Stephen has already taken a seat. Fern also seemed very excited. He hadn't seen Quidditch before, so he didn't care about winning or losing. As long as the game was wonderful, he was happy. John looked at the 2 frozen red ears next to him, and still pulled out 2 woolen caps from the pockets of his robes and handed them out. Aren't you cold? Wow, why don't you have such a good thing out early? Scully and Fern took the hat belt with a smile, and the 3 of them walked towards the castle, and at this time, snowflakes began to float in the sky. By the way, I seem to have seen Professor Dumbledore just now. Scully said to John, he seems to be in a hurry. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com doesn't know what to do. I saw it too, and Snape went out with him. Fern also nodded, obviously both of them thought it was strange. When the Quidditch game is so important, the principal and Dean Slytherin left one after another, which is very strange in itself. Okay, don't guess, even if something really doesn't matter to us. John turned into the castle corridor, finally feeling a little warm. Although it's cold in the castle, it's better than outside, isn't it? And, because Dumbledore has been in the castle during this time, John didn't get to Ravenclaw's study very much. This time was just an opportunity. Into the night. Cast a phantom spell on himself, John got out of the common room, and then drew the vitality map from the ring. John tried to copy this magic map, but the copy curse could only be copied from a piece of parchment, and the magic above could not be copied at all. Helga said that the making of this map also involved magic contracts and vows. He wanted copying is difficult to do. Forget it, put it in my hand for 2 years, and later I will find a chance to give this map to Harry. The magic wand was clicked on the map, and John said softly, I solemnly swear that I did nothing good. A picture began to appear on the map, like a mobile navigation map. Filch did not come out on patrol, and there was no one in Dumbledore's office. That's good news. John held the map and retracted his hand under his robe, so that no night traveler would be shocked when he saw a piece of paper floating in the air. He pressed the storage bag on his chest and walked upstairs. Chapter 38, Real Eye. Today is not the time when Helga and John made an appointment in advance, so John waited for a while until Helga's consciousness replaced the one in the portrait. Why didn't you tell me in advance? Helga was a little panicked when she spoke. It was not easy for her to project her consciousness from the world of portraits. After all, there was only a crippled soul left, and it would be tiring to run around. It's not a big deal, but Professor Dumbledore is not here today. I will take this opportunity to come up and take your portrait away. Helga glanced at the storage bag that John was carrying in his hand. The bag was also given a non-marking stretch curse, and there was no problem with this portrait. But how do you take this bag out? The portrait of the Ravenclaw study is very large. Even if the ordinary storage bag is cast with the non-marking stretch curse, it does not look like a foldable thing. The portrait will have edges and corners protruding from the storage bag. You can rest assured, I also prepared a box so that with the help of 2 stretching spells, I can take the portrait out, but I am afraid that you will not be able to appear on this portrait during this period of time. It doesn't matter, but are the things I told you ready? John nodded. He had been preparing for a long time in order for Helga's portrait to move safely. I have asked my parents to buy some materials for me, and ordered some of them myself, and some of them are placed with my grandmother, so the overall materials have been prepared. As long as we get home, I can start to set up this magic array. I've tried it a few times, and there shouldn't be any major problems. That's good, there is no magic circle that maintains the link between the portrait and Hogwarts. This portrait is useless if you take it away, but I don't know how long this magic circle can last. John knows this, of course, because he didn't have much materials, but he has found an individual solution. Don't worry about this problem, I have solved it. The transfer of Helga's portrait is a big deal. After all, John also plans to learn some confrontation spells during the holidays instead of just practicing auxiliary spells. Helga has promised him for a long time. After all, if you want to be a magician, how can you simply analyze magical energy? The spell is also a part of magic research. As for the improvement of one's own strength, it is just a byproduct of the research. The world is a lesson. He really doesn't want to be a violent wizard at all, he just wants to learn some self-protection methods to resist violence. The ghost knew when the dark wizard appeared next to him. Helga's consciousness gradually receded from the portrait, the smiling beautiful witch came back online, and the portrait was put into the bag by John in the next second. Put the storage bag on Ravenclaw's desk, John took out the monocle and placed it in front of his left eye, and began to observe the wall. He had read the design manuscripts left by Rowena Ravenclaw several times before. Under Helga's translation and his own level of stumbling ancient magic texts, he was basically determined. This monocle is a finished product that has been made by Ravenclaw, and its purpose is to assist Ravenclaw in discerning the flow of magic. At that time, glasses were not a popular item, only the nobles could use it, and the lens made by Rowena himself was a flat mirror. Is neither a myopia nor a magnifying glass, but a simple round transparent lens. It's just that when John got it, this magic item could not be automatically activated because it hadn't been used for a long time. This makes John a headache. It is like a person who has inherited a large amount of inheritance and is told to enter a password when inheriting the inheritance. It is annoying. Helga researched for a few days and did not guess the activation method. He just told John something about Rowena Ravenclaw's living habits and asked John to find a way to unlock it. Of course, she also told John to communicate more with the glasses. What is the best way to communicate with a pair of glasses? John's idea is also very simple. Since this is a pair of glasses, they should be used to wear them. So whenever there was no one around, he took out the glasses to look at things for a while, and was bumped into several times, thinking that John was nearsighted at a young age, and in the end even Fern persuaded John to read less. Protect eyesight. This is actually a bit of progress. At least John can already feel the looming magical fluctuations on the glasses. This kind of fluctuation is especially obvious in Ravenclaw's study. It is very difficult to capture this kind of fluctuation. John has to find one thing to focus on first, so that he can slightly match his magic fluctuation with the magic fluctuation on the lens. After all, it involves the eye area. www.readaloud.com. John didn't dare to use too much magic power. It would be miserable if he accidentally became a crazy eye. After every magical power transmission, the magical power fluctuations on the lens are stronger, but it hasn't shown any other special functions yet. If you look at things more clearly, it can be regarded as a special function. This is an effort to work slowly and do meticulous work, but not necessarily work, but John thinks it's worth it. The magic items made by Ravenclaw himself are still useful after they have been stored for 1,000 years. Even Helga himself said that the glasses are a wonderful design. Now John just puts a little time and energy into it. There is a certain possibility of obtaining the right to use and ownership of this item, which is simply a transaction that can no longer be earned. After spending so long on this lens, John estimated that today is almost the time to completely activate this magic item. After all, he has already seen everything that can be seen in this study. He has even seen the 93 floor tiles on the floor. He doesn't want to see the fine pieces on the floor tiles of this study a second time. It's cracked. Maybe the prayer really worked, maybe the hard work was done to accumulate more. Just when John's glasses started to soar, the lenses in front of him finally had some reaction. Blue lines and purple lines suddenly appeared in John's field of vision, entangled with each other, and then 2 lines of small ancient words appeared before John's eyes. This sentence is half Latin, mixed with a runic word, and John, who has little knowledge of magic and medieval grammar, spelled it for a long time before spelling out the meaning of this sentence. That is a speech. The exploration of magic is endless. This is the eye to the truth. Rowena Ravenclaw. Chapter 39, You are the body of a greedy unicorn. The magic glasses finally reacted, but John was not so happy. Just seeing this speech, he knew that this was not a simple magic item. John didn't think he could master and use the magic item left by a legendary wizard of Rowena's level. Medieval grammar and the use of runes are things that still need to be studied. I didn't expect that after so many years, I can still experience the hardship of learning a foreign language. Putting the glasses into his pocket, John frowned as he felt the fading magical wave on it. I always feel that these glasses will not be such a simple thing. However, for learning grammar, you can buy some related books after you go home. For example, you can't buy books for learning Niwan. Auntie and grandmother John didn't want to bother. His mother knew this kind of magic text, but now he's pregnant, John can't always bother. If only I could read the notes from Ravenclaw College. No, how can I forget this? John patted his head and reached out to press on the wall in front of him. I need to find a place where I can hide things. After a while, a door opened in front of John. Behind the door is the place that John has always known but never went to. There is still a Horcrux there. But John didn't open the door for Ravenclaw's crown, he did it for the books and notes thrown here by the former students. With so many books, there is always one that suits you. John crossed the threshold, and the door behind him closed automatically. This place is the size of a church, and the surrounding scenery looks like a city. The tall walls are made up of things hidden by thousands of students who are no longer alive. John was strolling here. He walked past the giant monster specimen and saw a tall mirror standing in the corner, covered by a dark red silk, only a corner of it was exposed. John just wanted to lift his foot over, and then paused. The Mirror of Eris is a very advanced magic item, but he doesn't really want to see his desire. Human desire is the ugliest thing, and John doesn't want to see what his desire is. Isn't his goal clear anyway? John walked in the other direction, his footsteps echoed among the towering garbage dumps, bottles, hats, boxes, chairs, books, weapons, brooms, bats. Anyway, it's not easy to find. John murmured to himself, this book is not, this book is not. He walked deeper and deeper in the maze of these messy things, only his breathing and footsteps sounded in his ears, and it sounded like someone was following him. The notes on the bookshelf are all notes on transfiguration and magic spells. John even saw the manuscripts of some evil magic experiments, but he didn't find notes on runes. How is this course not liked by the students? After searching for a long time, John only found 2 old textbooks in rune, with some notes on them, but in John's view, it can only be regarded as better than nothing. Forget it, don't look for it. After so long looking for it, John's waist was sore. The 2 books should be enough for him to learn the magic text by himself. After that, there are always other ways to learn things, and he can choose elective courses in the 3rd grade. Time always passed quickly when he was focused. When John returned to the dormitory, it was already light. I always feel like there is not enough time. Ming Ming hadn't learned anything yet, a semester passed in the blink of an eye. Lying on the bed for a while, John got up from the bed again. I'm so energetic that I can't sleep anymore. As I said before, time flies quickly. In a blink of an eye, it came to December, and John's night tour was not limited to the castle. Hogwarts is so big, there are people patrolling inside the castle, no one outside, plus the phantom spell, relatively speaking, it is much safer. And as long as you wrap yourself tightly, the cold won't catch up with John. Hunting ground guard Hagrid has been very upset recently. I don't know why. There are always a few unicorns living in the Forbidden Forest out of the Forbidden Forest. During this time, he came out every night to inspect. Watching Hagrid's figure pass by, John, hiding under the phantom curse, tiptoedly walked in the opposite direction to Hagrid. He is the culprit in the recent case where the unicorn ran out of the Forbidden Forest. Of course it was not just for happiness. The magic circle that Helga asked John to prepare, because it needed to establish a magic link to Hogwarts, so some more precious magic materials were used to stabilize the magic circle, and the others were easy to get. Only the hair of the last unicorn is more difficult to get. It's not that John has never thought about buying it, but the unicorn hair circulating on the market is the hair obtained after the death of the unicorn, and there is no way to meet John's request. On the list that Helga gave to John, it clearly stated: the 3 unicorns have 2 forehead hairs and 2 tail hairs. UU reading www. There are 12 pieces of UUGonshu.com. Living unicorn hair is not unavailable, but John completely abandoned this idea after writing a letter to an illegal shop in Knockdown Alley according to the gossip he got. 10 gallons per stick, they might as well rob Gringotts. In the end, the shy John had to project the target to the unicorn herd of the Forbidden Forest. He first dug out some tubers in an unknown valley in the Forbidden Forest according to Helga's description, no medicinal value. But unicorns like it very much. Helga is quite familiar with the Hogwarts Forbidden Forest. John didn't even use any effort to find the kind of tubers in this primitive jungle. These tubers are buried under the rock. It is difficult for the unicorns. Get them out. John borrowed some gadgets, dug up 6 fist-sized tubers, added a little hallucinogenic herb to it, and brought down 2 unicorns in the past few days. It was like the unicorns joking with him. Every night the 2 unicorns were lured out by John in turn, and then they ate the tubers carefully prepared by John. Today, John does not intend to continue to operate in the same way as before. He intends to take the initiative to go to the unicorn colony. This colony was discovered by tracking unicorns when he was looking for unicorns a few days ago. Every night he spreads the smell of tubers on the way to the colony. But the unicorns are not stupid and attracted. The ones are always those 2. There are not many tubers in winter, but if this continues, he will have no tubers. You are the one. John looked at a backward unicorn and waved his magic wand lightly. Chapter 40, The End. It is quite dangerous to do something with unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. Unicorns are magical creatures with quite strong magical abilities. If they are serious, one unicorn is enough to hang the current John several times. So John can only think of some less legitimate ways. In fact, Snape's shadowless curse is very useful. As long as you control it well, you can quietly cut a few hairs from the unicorn. It's a pity that John hasn't learned this magic. This magic has too strong damage ability. He hadn't thought that he would use this magic before, so he didn't learn it seriously. But I have to say, Snape is really a genius. The unicorn itself is immune to most of the curse and damage spells, otherwise John wouldn't bother to add hallucinogenic herbal juices to the tubers. He didn't want to bring the unicorn down this time. As long as he let him alone, the horned beast loses consciousness for a while, and it's all right. After practicing for several nights, his hair cutting technique can be done quickly and painlessly. There are many obstacles. Holding a knife in one hand and a magic wand in the other, John tiptoes towards the unicorn that was tripped by the obstacle curse, obviously slower than the other unicorns in front of this unicorn. Just a few days ago the 2 unicorns who were lured away by John are now looking for something. But John was prepared, and tapped the magic wand lightly in his hand, and the tuber he placed not far away fell from the tree and fell into the snow. John put a tuber there in half, so the 2 younger unicorns ran over when they heard the sound, and the unicorn that John was the target stopped and waited quietly. Come back with 2 little beasts. No wonder I can successfully trick unicorns out every day. It turns out that there are adult unicorns watching from behind, and they have no fear. Hagrid, who was patrolling at night, had found the unicorn sleeping on the ground. John's plan would be almost no problem. The unicorn only sleeps for a short time after eating the tuber. John will leave after taking the hair. The unicorn will wake up in a moment and then go back by himself. The reason why Hagrid found out was because John found out that he had led the same unicorn out the day before, so he didn't pluck his hair, and made a little movement when he left, and he was heard. Hagrid saw the unicorn lying on the ground. The poor hunting ground guard thought that some dark wizard sneaked into Hogwarts, so he came out early every night to patrol, and John had to change several places. Of course, if it weren't for the light blue dye that he left on the unicorn that he took the hair off, John wouldn't be able to find that the unicorn he brought out was the same unicorn. John squinted his eyes and watched the 2 unicorns run away, and the tuber in his hand fell next to the unicorn that was left in place. According to Helga, unicorns have little resistance to this delicious tuber. The scent temptation was unsuccessful before, and now there is no problem with the real thing. Everything went well, the unicorn that John was staring at still failed to resist the attraction of the food, so he immersed himself in the tuber from the snow and swallowed it in. After a while, the unicorn began to shake. John knew the strength of the medicine in his heart. For this obviously older unicorn, dizziness may be the limit. He hurriedly cast a phantom spell on himself, and quickly approached the unicorn. The breeze is blowing. A small gust of wind blew from the tip of the magic wand, blowing up the unicorn's tail hair. John took the knife and fell, and he cut off the 3 central tail hairs. The hair on his head is a bit troublesome, and John carefully carried 2 hairs, for fear that one of them would hurt the unicorn by accident. The unicorn that woke up, I don't know if he can deceive this magic spell. Perhaps the unicorn hair in the wand played an unknown role. The unicorn in front of him did not wake up before John collected the hair. After John wrapped the hair into the ring, this unicorn the beast even knelt down. "Did you take too much medicine?" John bent over and was about to take another one for spare, when he heard a heavy gasp from behind. Mr. Unicorn is very angry. He originally thought that his wife and 2 children were just playing in the back as usual, but he sent 2 waves of magic in a row without receiving a reply from his wife, so he came out from the settlement to see if something happened. As expected. The damn, rickety wizard didn't know what trick he used to make his wife faint in the woods. Now the wizard held a knife in his forehand and bent over to face his wife's head. Mr. Unicorn sprayed out 2 air currents and began to accumulate energy. See if he doesn't smash this wizard into a sieve today. John didn't know that his phantom spell seemed to be a hazy circle of magic to the unicorn behind him. Yuyuganshu.com didn't know that he was regarded as a rickety wizard because he was not tall enough, but he could feel the hostility from the unicorn behind him. Hear me out. This is a misunderstanding. Obviously he didn't have a chance to yell this sentence. Mr. Unicorn is very fast. If he hadn't cared about his wife, this speed would have been even faster. All petrification. Armor protection. Obstacles. The first spell was ineffective, and the unicorn was directly immune to John's petrification spell. Iron armor curse and obstacle curse stopped a bit, and the unicorn's impact speed slowed down, giving John time to react temporarily. He lowered his body, avoiding the most deadly sharp horns of unicorns, and then the whole person was knocked out by the unicorn's head, plunged into the snow, and the phantom curse was also forced to be lifted. If John didn't wear it thick enough and the snow was soft enough, 2 ribs would have been broken in this effort. Rolled out of the snow on the spot, folded the small blade in his hand and put it back into the ring, cast a phantom charm on himself, and ran towards the outside of the forest. Everything happened between the electric light and flint. Fortunately, John was lucky. Hagrid, who rushed over after hearing the sound, stopped the unicorn who wanted to chase him and let him run back to the castle safely. At this time, it was impossible to go back to the dormitory. John endured the dull pain from his arm and ran to the 8th floor. Read the password to open the study. John ran in and leaned against the wall. "Give me a place to heal my wounds," he said breathlessly. The next moment, the study changed, and a small table with gauze and pain-killing potions stretched out from the wall. Chapter 41, Hufflepuff Institute for the Study of Magic, thanks to Falan. Leaning against the wall to rest for a while, John picked up a roll of gauze, wrapped the blue spot on his arm, and drank the small bottle of painkiller. Fortunately, all I got was skin injuries, otherwise I would have to go to the school hospital. The pain gradually subsided. John stood up, changed the Bing room into a new set of Hufflepuff robes, and then left here. John is a very stress-resistant person. He knew this very early, and he knew exactly what kind of character he was. Whether it is a strong adaptability or a strong ability to adapt to a new environment, John does not deny that he is such a person. Except now. The pain-killing potion is indeed very useful, but after the power of the medicine passed, the dull pain on John's arm and chest began to spread uncontrollably to the outside. Especially when he was touched on these parts, the pain made him unable to concentrate even. Although there was no bone injury, there must be bruises. The injury was not minor, and John could not go to the school hospital to explain where his injury came from, even when he was hit by a unicorn. The clothes had been destroyed by him in the responsive room. The body recovers quickly during the growth period. As long as you don't do strenuous activities, you can quickly recover. After figuring this out, John was very quiet in the following days, so that the three of Stephen were surprised by his changes. As time went on, Hogwarts snowed a few more times, and the whole school was soon completely covered in white. The weather in the Scottish Highlands is harsh, and John knows this, so he can't go out without going out. It's better to stay in a warm dormitory than in the cold wind. Only those braves who are full of adventure in their minds will go out to challenge the cold in this kind of weather. Sitting on the chair and drinking a warm cup of tea, John squinted his eyes contentedly, deducing the magic circle Helga taught him in his mind. The semester is about to end. The students of Hufflepuff College finally remembered what the Dean Professor Sprout said. Recently, the common room has been speculating about what the help is. John is the least anxious one. He believes that Professor Sprout will not deceive himself, and that Professor Sprout has been a bit busy recently. Many senior students are helping the professor to take care of the herbs, so that these herbs can grow well without dying in the cold winter. This is Hufflepuff's tradition. After all, the students in their college always have a certain talent for this kind of thing. After nearly half a month of training, the cyan on John's arm has finally faded completely, and the pain in his chest no longer faintly, and he has returned to his previous physical fitness. It's worthwhile that he has eaten so many things recently. John's mood improved, the air pressure around him eased a lot, and the three of Stevens began to relax. John kept a straight face every day, doing everything cautiously. They didn't say anything, but they were also a little flustered in their hearts. Fortunately, Professor Sprout finally fulfilled her promise before Christmas, and they attributed the change in John's mood to this matter. It happened 10 days before Christmas. When they had breakfast in the restaurant that morning, an owl threw the frozen envelope in front of John. The person who wrote the letter was Professor Sprout. The professor notified John of her organization's arrangements in advance. After all, John was the proponent of the society, and Professor Sprout also attached some of his own personal information to the letter. Idea. John thinks these ideas are very good, much more rigorous than the plan he provided to Professor Sprout. Carefully received the letter in his pocket, and John shared the news with his 3 roommates. So, don't the club have nothing to do with us? We just need to participate in it. Fern bit the pie and looked at John. There should be no mistake in this way. The professor said that she would put the bulletin board in the lounge this Saturday, and then hold a meeting in the empty classroom next to the lounge. Are there any classrooms next to the lounge? John nodded. There are still a lot of empty classrooms in the school, all hidden behind the portrait. The professor chose this classroom, right in the middle of the kitchen and the lounge. I remember that this classroom is very large, and it can hold at least 5 students in 3 grades. After all, this club faces students from the whole college, so it needs a lot of space. If you say that, then I am looking forward to it, but can this club really work? Will everyone feel unfamiliar, so why not join in the first time? John thinks Scully's worries are justified, but Professor Sprout said that she will handle these things very well. If the professor said so, then you shouldn't worry too much. Anyway, the day after tomorrow is Saturday. Let's wait and see how it turns out. What John said did make sense. The 3 of them stopped asking new questions and continued to eat. Until Saturday morning, when John was dragged from the dormitory to the common room by Stephen. www.readaloud.com. The promotion of the club had already begun. Many senior students are explaining the meaning of this club to Hufflepuff students. John glanced around and found that these were the seniors and sisters who helped Professor Sprout to take care of the herbal medicine these days. The bulletin board was placed in front of the portrait of Hufflepuff. When John looked over, Helga on the portrait blinked at him. is obviously very satisfied with the emergence of this society. John nodded slightly at Helga, then looked at the bulletin board. This time the bulletin board is very large, with a lot of slogans written on it. This society was founded by Professor Sprout. The sole purpose of is to improve the learning level of students. Learn what you have not learned. Learn what you want to learn. Improve your magic level. Satisfy your whimsy. Become an excellent wizard. Magic discussion, spell improvement, spell use training. Outstanding Hufflepuff students in all grades will guide you. Allows you to get good grades at the end of the school year. The Academy Cup is beckoning to you. There is no restriction on joining this club, and it is open to all students in the college to join. No one is born ordinary, you should have your own light spots. Hufflepuff represents integrity and kindness, and I also hope you learn to face it. Magic represents mystery, and you should learn to use it, analyze it, and change it. I sincerely hope that my students will be fearless on the road of magic research. Sincerely welcome everyone to join Hufflepuff Society for the Study of Magic, Pomona Sprout. Chapter 42, Christmas, thanks to Gen 9. Hufflepuff Institute of Magic Research has ushered in a very good start. John sat on his seat and looked at Professor Sprout standing on the podium. He suddenly felt that this scene was like a presentation meeting for a certain magical achievement. John has participated in many academic seminars in the past, and they are all sitting down and looking at the people who are making reports on the podium as they are now. Professor Sprout has the demeanor of a great magician. She usually teaches everyone in the greenhouse. Standing on the podium, she makes no secret of her preference for Hufflepuff students, and even tells the audience very clearly. The students of Hufflepuff, as long as they perform well enough, she won't be stingy in giving extra points to her college. This made the students who participated in the Magic Research Society very excited. Professor Sprout gave them the illusion that they were a certain scholar, so each of them tried their best to show a serious expression as if participating. The United Nations Youth Conference. Among them, Stephen and Scully, who are sitting next to John, are the most funny. Foreign has at least watched the news on TV, so imitating the posture of those politicians is not a violation. This large classroom immediately became the public study room of Hufflepuff College. Professor Sprout used a large-scale temperature control magic in this classroom to make the temperature of the study room as warm as a greenhouse. Going out from here is Hufflepuff's common room, so students don't have to worry too much. Hufflepuff students almost all joined the club, especially the senior students represented by the 6th and 7th grades are the most active. They really want to win a college cup before graduation. The students in the lower grades did not lag far behind. The high-level magic displayed by the students in the upper grades in the study room gave them a considerable interest in magic. However, there are not many students who usually appear in the study room. After all, clubs are not courses, nor are clubs requiring fixed-time activities. The clubs are relatively more mobile. Except for everyone holding a large meeting every Saturday night to show their new discoveries or some whimsical ideas, everyone is free at other times. John and Stephen are always doing homework in the study room. Here you can ask questions from other grades at any time. Everyone consciously maintains the habit of not making loud noises and will not disturb each other. With the support of John, Stephen also showed the improved fluorescent spell to everyone at the Saturday meeting before Christmas. The effect of this low-level spell is not improved after being improved, but it is more suitable for lower grade students. Professor Sprout was very happy with Stephen, the first student to innovate. After instructing Stephen to teach this improved spell to everyone, she gave Hufflepuff 15 points and 5 points for the spell. Give Stephen the spirit of innovation. This makes the students very excited. As Christmas approaches, everyone can't wait to see the holiday. Although there is a blazing fire in the Hufflepuff common room, the drafty corridors are cold and biting, and the windows of the classrooms are also rattling by the freezing cold wind. Christmas is on Tuesday, so I still have classes on Monday. The last class on Monday is Snape's potions class. This is really not good news. Professor Snape's class is in an underground classroom. The low temperature caused them to breathe in a cloud of white mist formed in front of them, so they had to be as close as possible. Their hot crucible. Fortunately, Professor Snape's expressionless face finally became a little gentler on Christmas Eve. John even saw the professor smile a little bit. He found that Professor Snape's smile was actually pretty good. It's just that he laughed for too short a time that made John think he was dazzled. With the end of the last potion class, the Christmas holiday begins. Early the next morning, John and his 3 roommates rode to the station in a carriage. Bella, who hadn't seen him for a long time, finally remembered her good brother during the holiday and had to sit in a cubicle with 4 little boys. Inside, there was also a little girl from the 1st grade of Ravenclaw. Marietta Ekmo, the whistleblower in John's memory. At this time, the little girl has not yet become the later witch who violated the oath. She looks a little shy and can be regarded as a very beautiful little girl. Stephen is the most cheerful personality in the group of 4. In a few words, he chatted with Bella. Fern and Scully said this one by one. Marietta occasionally shyly interjected, Joanne is also happy to be free. His small suitcase contains portraits and magic circle materials, so he has to be careful lest the parent of a student at the station discover the unusual magic fluctuations in his suitcase. Stealing from Hogwarts seems to be a big crime. In the afternoon, the train finally stopped at King's Cross Station. www.readaloud.com. The students who changed into casual clothes were about to leave platform 9 3/4. Fortunately, many students chose to stay at school during the holidays, otherwise here there will be more people. A small flow of people passed through the wall quietly. John mixed in the crowd, and did not attract anyone's attention. When they walked to the entrance of the station, the 6 people separated and went to find their own parents. Didn't my uncle come? Bella, carrying the box, stood at the gate of the station with John, looking for Mr. Smith. I told him that he could be a little later. He has a class today. Out of compensation for us, he decided to invite us to McDonald's. John raised the envelope in Yang's hand. There were several pounds sterling in it. Oh? It's really unexpected not to go back right away. Although it was said, there was no surprise in Bella's voice, and John even heard a little smile. Let's go to McDonald's and wait. It's too cold outside. Mr. Smith gave John enough money. While waiting to pick up the meal, John also ran to the bookstore next to him to buy 2 selections of medieval literature. What did you buy this for? Bella flipped through the book while drinking Coke, then put the book back to John's hand. Are you going to be a reporter for the Daily Prophet? Hearing the reporter, John thought about the image of Rita Skeeter in his memory, and shook his head decisively. He has no interest in Western journalists at all. He is a magician, not a magist. Especially when there is an old lady in the UK. He was about to speak when he heard his father's voice from the door. Hi, my dear son, Merry Christmas. Chapter 43, How can a good student not have a pair of glasses? Thanks to the 2 good brothers 1770 and Chang'an for their rewards. Mrs. Smith is no longer in Greenwich. Before Christmas came, she had gone to the old house for vacation. The reason why Love Smith didn't go with his wife, one was because the school still had classes, and the other was because he had to wait for his son to go with Bella. By the way, Dad, where are those things I bought? Mr. Smith looked up at the rear mirror of the car, and said, I was taken to the old house by your mother. I gave it to your little elf as you requested. Love has always respected his son's various decisions. He doesn't think that his son is just a child. As a professor at a university, he has seen too many geniuses who are wise enough when they are very young. Solve and deal with my own problems, so I don't feel strange about my son's precocity. Anyway, his son is a wizard. As long as he doesn't want to destroy the world, what he loves to do, what are his parents doing so much? It also disgusts the child. There was that time, it's better to have a two-person world with my wife. This kind of free-raising attitude of raising children brought John a lot of freedom in life. Can you imagine the happiness of life that is not restricted by your parents and supported by your parents? No, you can't even imagine that kind of happiness. That's right, Dad. John rubbed the ring on his hand. How much money do I have? No one has touched your pocket money, it's all in your account. Mr. Smith turned the steering wheel and turned into his garage. After he parked the car, he asked again, "What are you asking for?" "I want to customize a Christmas gift for myself." Regarding this question, John didn't explain much. When Bella arrived at her uncle's house, she used the Flow network to go home alone. She usually walked alone by herself, while John and Mr. Smith had to arrange their home to go to the old house. "It's Christmas after all, so I have to decorate it somehow." It is not necessary for John to arrange the home affairs. There was only a little ribbon. Mr. Smith could solve it alone. John took advantage of his father's dinner and went out alone with the money clip. This neighborhood of John's house is still close to the University of Greenwich, and the nearby business market is still very developed, and Christmas is even more lively. But this kind of excitement is not attractive to John. He is a person who has experienced Double 11. Walking down the street for a while, John carried a candy cane in his hand, and then walked into a handmade custom shop that seemed to have no customers. This shop has been open for many years, and the shop is an elderly Chinese man with good craftsmanship. John always came here to play when he was very young. At that time, he saw this old man doing things, so he treated him always remember very clearly. As the name suggests, the handmade shop can do everything as long as the requirements are reasonable. The purpose of John's coming out was actually to replace his monocle with a new frame and turn this pair of glasses into a pair. Although he is not short-sighted, it is really weird to wear a monocle. The world of wizards is also developing, and monocles have indeed been eliminated for a long time. Pushing open the door of the custom shop, John walked to the front of the counter and woke up the old shopkeeper who was napping behind the counter. "Grandpa Jin, Merry Christmas." The old shop owner is not angry about being woken up by John. Older people always like children. As an old acquaintance, he also likes John very much. "Is little John here to wish Grandpa Merry Christmas?" The old man put on the glasses hanging on his chest, and then squinted at John. "No." John shook his head slightly. "I'm here this time to let you make a frame for me." He took the monocle from his pocket and placed it gently on the silk cushion on the counter. "Oh, this is a very old style. Is it an antique in your family?" The old shopkeeper put on the gloves set aside and carefully grasped the support frame of the lens. "What do you want to make the new frame? Is it just for maintenance? I have many frames for you to choose from." John had no idea. He just wants an ordinary pair of glasses. The glasses don't need to be good looking, they just need to be ordinary enough. "You are really going to cause problems for the old man." The old shopkeeper chuckles, and pushes out a small box that fits the lens size next to his hand. "Come on, look at these frames, do you like them?" John picked it up, but picked out a shelf, but it was not ordinary at all, it was amber, with patterns carved on it. The most important thing is that there is a small buckle where the lens is placed, which can be broken. Will not damage the lens during installation. Although the lens does not look much, it has a number of magic circles carved on the outline, and it is filled with colloids cultivated by magic plants in the Forbidden Forest. It is not visible on the surface, and the inside is really very delicate. It's broken. If you want to fix it, Helga has to do it himself, and it can't be done for a while. So John caught this frame at a glance. Yu reading www.yuuganshu. After watching a lot of Com, I feel that there is something new and unusual. And so, how much is this frame? John took the brown shelf in his hand and played with it, and a little magic escaped. and he stuck his fingertips into the frame of the mirror. There was no response. The magical power seemed to be wrapped around the frame of the mirror, and then randomly dissipated in the air. It really is. The old shopkeeper didn't expect that John would pick this one out in the end. This frame is normal, I thought you would choose the black one. John smiled, and replied, my age is really not suitable for black, but this amber is more suitable. You look good, but this frame is not cheap. It's okay, I brought the money. John shook the money clip in his hand, but I have to trouble Grandpa Jin to help me fit another lens. Of course, of course. The old shopkeeper moved faster and had already taken a round lens and polished it against the lens John had brought. The only advantage of the handmade shop is that John can watch it all the time, and his lens will not be damaged. As for the frame that is broken, he doesn't really care. If he didn't have a suitable spectacle frame, he still brought a suitable piece of magic wood, ready to book a frame here. But since there is a suitable one, it is naturally good. The old shopkeeper's craftsmanship makes perfect, and the lenses are polished quickly. After waiting for 2 hours, John finally put on his new glasses. It's kind of like a good student. He looked at himself in the mirror and said. Chapter 44, Christmas Holiday. When John returned home with his glasses, the sky had been completely eroded by black. There are small colorful lights flashing in the house. Mr. Smith has finished his meal and is sitting in front of the TV watching the international news. He is still a little surprised to see John's glasses. When did you become nearsighted? John reached out and took off his glasses and tucked them into the ring, flat mirrors, you only wear them to look good. He glanced at the TV screen. It was scrolling through the report on Germany's financial problems. The person who wrote the news was obviously a little gloat. Some commented. John shook his head in his heart. There will be times when they cry in the future. There is still more than a year before the economic war, so I don't have to bother to think about it, but the magic circle to be set up is the more important thing. Shall we go now? John looked at the furnished house and asked his father's opinion. Christmas Eve has to be spent with the whole family. If it weren't for John's delay, their father and son would have gone with Bella. Okay, let's go. Love closed the TV and locked the door, then walked to the fireplace. John grabbed some fluff fans, said a name, and grabbed his father's hand and went into the fireplace. After a short while, the father and son appeared in the basement of the Smith family's old house. During the time that John was studying at Hogwarts, his old house had already been applied for the Flu network. Mrs. Smith used a little bit of the Ministry of Magic's contacts, but, because Smith and John's two names were already occupied, his family's Flu net got a name called Biro Manor according to the Ministry's name list. Well, John's Biro Manor, referred to as Cobiro Manor. When he first knew the name from the letter, John didn't even want to talk about the name. I only know this kind of stock, which is really uncomfortable. Kaldi had been waiting in the basement early. After all, his real master was John, and everything else had to be cued back. Good night, Kaldi. Master, welcome back. Love saw the elf's eyes firmly fixed on John's body, so he took the initiative to leave. The elf seemed to hate dumb guns a bit, which Love had already verified from the side. Although the elves next door respect him very much, it is still different from the respect for Mrs. Smith. Love walked away by himself, and John was also relieved. No way, a dad who has been curious about the magic world for many years, always tries to explore things he doesn't know, but he is a dumb gun, not really a person in the magic world, so John has to hide everything. Hold him. Now that my father has this kind of consciousness, he is so happy. How are things prepared? Only himself and Kaldi are left, and John is more relaxed. It's already ready. Do you want to go to the study now? John thought for a while, but still didn't go. No, there will be time to deal with this in the future. Just be careful not to let people go to the study. Because he was really tired, John didn't want to make himself so busy. It would be nice to take a break. Putting everything down, John went upstairs and hadn't seen his mother talking for a while, then returned to his room and lay on the bed he hadn't seen for a long time. Even though John doesn't have the habit of recognizing the bed, the nostalgia for home in his soul still made him sleep well. Early the next morning, John finally fell asleep. The Christmas decoration in the old house was done by Caldy alone. When John came down from the upper floor, he saw it at first sight. The Christmas tree placed in the living room on the first floor and the one placed under the tree. Small pile of packages. Oh, I almost forgot, today is a gift. John still sleeps a little dazedly. The warmth in the room is not like the cold winter wind, it can make people awake. But gifts actually have the same effect, especially many gifts. The gift that love gave him was a collection of comics. This is an annual practice. These gifts are collected by love after reading them. They are called to cultivate children's interest for his son. John then put the comic aside and opened the other package that was put together. A little black sweater, a bit like the uniform of a noble school, was hand-woven by Mrs. Smith. It fits John's figure very well, and it looks very handsome when worn on the body. It won't look bloated under the robe. Other gifts are more common. Stephen's gift is a box of Bibidoo beans. Scully's gift is an old magical notebook. The name should be used by his father when he was studying. It is very similar to John. Mind, Fern gave a CD of an American female singer. John thought for a while before remembering that it was because he accidentally said the female singer's name one day, and his heart was instantly filled with emotion. Furen's gift also included a note www.readaloud.com. It said that he did not find another female singer named Mimi that John said, and asked John if he remembered it wrong. Of course, John remembered it correctly, but he said it smoothly and didn't say his name. Ah, Miss Swift. But at this time, she should still be just a little girl. Thinking of Swift, John couldn't help but think of the first time he heard this female singer singing. He still seems to miss Victoria's Secret more. But it seems that the show hasn't been run yet. After he graduates from Hogwarts, he might be able to watch the show. Thoughts floated on Victoria's Secret for a while. Before being caught by John, he continued to throw into the unwrapped gifts. Cedric sent him a book about Quidditch. John suspected that he had sent it by mistake. However, it is worth mentioning that Professor Sprout actually sent him a copy of Fungus Specimens. Collected these gifts one by one and asked Caldy to send some of them into the storeroom, then he sorted his clothes and went to the next door. Bella is wearing a thick coat and is leading two servants to make a snowman in the garden. John stood on the edge of the garden and looked around, but didn't walk over. Bella is not as quiet at home as at school, but like a crazy girl, very lively. If you go in, you will have to be dragged by Bella for a snowball fight. Forget it, he just changed his clothes this morning, and the snowball fight was too tired, especially when he couldn't beat Bella. Considering this, John turned his head decisively and walked quietly towards the house. Chapter 45, Magic Circle. Merry Christmas, Aunt May. John entered the room, and at the first glance, he saw his Aunt May Yang sitting on the sofa and looking at today's Daily Prophet. Merry Christmas, John. May Yang closed the newspaper, looked up at John and smiled. Do you like the gift your aunt gave you? Of course, of course. John nodded and replied that what Aunt May gave him was a somewhat ancient alchemy prop necklace. The style is very beautiful, but John hasn't figured out exactly what it can be used for. That necklace is very beautiful. Mei Yang nodded in satisfaction. That was the prize I got when I participated in the competition in France. It is said to be the work of the alchemist Nicolas May, but it doesn't have much effect on me now. The witch blinked her eyes playfully. You can explore its function by yourself. John nodded again. He didn't take the necklace seriously, but after hearing what his aunt said, he decided to go back and study it. Nicole May's work, this legendary alchemist who has lived for more than 600 years, is absolutely god level in alchemy, and John is very interested. "Auntie, where is Grandma? I haven't said Merry Christmas to her yet." Mei Yang raised her finger and pointed upstairs. "If you are reading in the study, you can go straight up." John bends down slightly, then walks upstairs. "The reason why I came here to find my grandmother at this time is because there is no way to hide the past." Before his holiday, he asked his grandmother to help buy some materials needed by the magic circle, so there was no way to hide this incident. Even if his grandmother doesn't ask, he still has to confess something. Anyway, grandmother is his own family, and there is no need to worry about the leakage of secrets, and he can help him cover some later. "Grandma, can I come in?" John knocked on the door of the study, and then the door opened in response. "Little John, what's wrong?" Carolina Young is sitting behind the desk and reading with glasses. The 60-something old lady is at the age when she has nothing to do. At this moment, Mrs. Carolina is very energetic and looks better than John's spirit. John first said Merry Christmas, then sat down on the other side of the desk and said his intention. Of course he just said that he wanted to practice a magic circle, so during this period of time there is a big magic wave, Grandma needs to bear more, etc. Mrs. Carolina's eyes look so funny that John subconsciously thinks that his lies have been it was pierced, and still a little nervous. But no matter what, he finally passed it safely. Regardless of whether the grandmother is out of preference for his own children or for other reasons, John doesn't care. As long as there are no worries, he can just do it. At John's request, Love moved to Esha Manor with Lin, because I don't know if the magic circle will bring about any abnormal magic fluctuations. Now Lin is still pregnant with a child, in case it is affected. That's not good. After preparing these trivial matters, John began to really deal with the portrait. In fact, this so-called magic circle is different from the magic circle in the wizarding world, because this magic circle is not an array. The magic circle in the wizarding world is more inclined to the popularity of alchemy. As the magic power in the world gradually decreases, this kind of behavior of making new magic items through some magical items is gradually spreading, but in Helga at that time, alchemy was just a more partial classification of magic. John thinks that alchemy is the early chemistry, but later discovered that there is still a big difference between chemistry and alchemy. Hearing the new version of explanation from Helga, he also thinks that alchemy is actually quite difficult. Muggles in the wizarding world, neither side will be seen. Had it not been for the magical world to become sluggish, alchemy would not be turned into a legendary discipline. Although the subject itself is also worthy of being studied. Return to Helga's magic circle is like a magical portrait. This kind of magic circle can be regarded as an ancient connection magic that has basically been lost. Its function is to connect two spaces. As for all magic involving the concept of space and time, none of them can be arranged at the level of John, but at the time Helga could use the special magic on the portrait to complete the construction of the portrait world. Naturally, he also has his own uniqueness. Place. The magic circle John understood was one of the unique magic that Helga mastered. The principle is that the completion of this large-scale magic is transferred from the body to the body according to the way when the wizard casts the magic. As long as the materials are sufficient and the supporting magic power is enough, the degree of completion of the magic can reach the highest. It's just that the principles are easier said than done. John even tried to create such a magic circle by imitating himself, but obviously www.readaloud.com he failed. It is an instinct for a wizard to cast magic inside the body, but it is much more difficult to take this process of casting magic outside. The level is not enough to make it hard. Pieces together will not produce good results, especially the mysterious side things, because accidentally will trigger a large chain reaction, so you must be careful. For the time being, it's better to be an honest tool person. John stood on the stool and painted the wall with gold dust with a special sticky material. This kind of gold powder is a kind of magic paint. It is basically monopolized by the inheritance family of magic portraits. It can only be bought in a few shops. John also used his grandmother to buy this from a shop in Knockdown Alley. Use magic paint to draw the outline of the magic circle on the wall. According to Helga, John pastes all the materials on the outline of the formation, and then adds magic and presses it into the magic paint. This step is completed by the elf Kaldi. After all, John's control of his magic power is not fine enough, and there is no guarantee that he will not damage these materials. Is this all right? After taking a closer look at the magic circle, John asked Kaldi again after checking if anything had fallen. Yes, Master, according to your description, there are no more steps left now. Kaldi said respectfully to John. But John knows that today's respect is not because he is the master of Kaldi, but because he is a descendant of Hufflepuff. Since he handed the portrait to Kaldi in the morning, the elf was extremely excited. He underestimated Helga's influence in the elf. Chapter 47, Brilliance Bloom. Kaldi had already been waiting at the entrance of the study. The dining table downstairs did not move. Although it was because John had ordered to eat next door tonight, it was enough to tell that Kaldi had been waiting here for a long time. Why are you in such a hurry? I won't stop doing it. John and Kaldi have never been very restrictive in talking, but Kaldi has always maintained a very restrained, always acting like a medieval aristocratic butler, which really makes John very uncomfortable. When he lived next door, he and the three little elves had never been so restrained. Although Kalika's brother Lori was also a housekeeper, he was not as rigid as Kaldi. Forget it, anyway, rigidity is also serious rigidity. There is no need to criticize this matter. If he speaks out, he will not be sure how this elf blames himself in private. John thought so, reached out his hand to hold the lock of the study room, the magic in his body revealed, opened the forbidden magic, and then pushed the door and walked in. The prohibition on the door was set by Kaldi. Only John and him can open it. Without John's order, he would not usually come in by himself, so it is also very safe here. Master, shall we start now? Kaldi stood under the portrait. Although he was talking to John, his eyes were fixed on the portrait on the wall. Don't worry, it's just nightfall now. John was standing by the window glass reflected his face because of the dark outside, and the light from the study hit his black hair, which seemed to have a strange beauty. An afternoon of reading gave him a new understanding of the text on the manuscript. Words are very mysterious. It is the incarnation of language, because there are differences between different language families, so sometimes it may not be able to be clearly and accurately expressed in another type of text, and errors are inevitable when switching back and forth. Ravenclaw recorded in the manuscript that after the end of the glass's manufacturing, the abilities she obtained greatly exceeded her expectations, adding many new abilities to this piece that was originally only used as an auxiliary tool for detecting magic, but these abilities almost all need to explore again. John has never been afraid to explore. After using the glasses for so long, he has more or less obtained some permissions for the glasses, allowing the glasses to record his thoughts and reuse these stored in the lenses. Magic. And his new insights written in the manuscript, exploring that word, there should be another meaning, which is change. Changing the way you use magic can make magic play a different effect. To put it bluntly, the glasses can be used in different ways according to different users. In theory, any use requirements of John at this stage can be satisfied by this glasses. After all, there is still a difference between a legendary wizard and a legendary wizard. What's more, with the power of the legendary wizard of that era, the casual work is absolutely extraordinary. He put on his glasses, the magic power started to work, an array of light appeared in the vision of his left eye. The crystal-clear crystal reflected the outside scene, projecting the magical fluctuations in his vision into his eyeballs. In the end, a clear chart was formed in John's mind. Magic power feedback. If monitoring and displaying the fluctuation of magic factors in the air is the most basic usage of magic glasses, then this is a further use of this magic glasses. It's just that this kind of use is fairly simple. In the design of the magic glasses, a kind of magic that uses the human body's ability to process information is added. This magic involves the soul and the human brain, and the magic principle and precision of the design itself. The levels are too high, and John's use of this magic is still in the preliminary stage of exploration. After all, Ms. Ravenclaw is like a mountain, standing on the road of magic. The legendary magic solidified in the lens will analyze the magic environment in the area observed by the user. All magic that has interfered with the environment, even potions and alchemy, will be processed and re-emerged in the form of data. Let users have an intuitive experience and feelings. As John's understanding of this magical item deepened, he finally figured out this basic method of use. The magic sequence inside the glasses was unlocked because of John, and then the results were performed in the way John thought out. Present data chart is the most intuitive way of expression, and it is also the way John is most used to. It's amazing. I haven't seen this kind of three-dimensional distribution point and surface map for a long time. John sighed, took a close look at the picture in his mind, and then signaled that Kaldi could start. The magic wave here calmed down very quickly. As soon as the moonlight in the sky spread, the magic tide brought by the sun calmed down. John knew that this was because the grandmother's house was next door. My grandmother's family has the inheritance of an oriental wizard, so the surrounding magical environment has been processed by that ancestor, using the unique method of the oriental wizard to create a magical environment. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Because the soul itself comes from the East, John naturally also deliberately learned a little about the magical methods of Eastern wizards, as he had seen in novels, solidifying the magic between heaven and earth to the wizards themselves. If you really want to say something, if there is any difference between the parties, then it is the difference in this way of obtaining. Eastern wizards have more serious requirements for blood purity than Western wizards. Don't look at those pure-blooded families in the Western wizarding world who look down on half-blood wizards and muggle-born wizards, but once these wizards become part of the wizarding world, the acceptance of a class of wizards was formed. John thinks that this is mainly because there are few people. But the East is different. The vastness of the land and the uninterrupted history gave the rulers of this land, the Orientals, a unique sense of superiority. There are many families in the family, and naturally they can't accommodate the newcomers. Moreover, according to John's knowledge, the limited and poor information, because of the vast land and the vast population, the frequency of newborn wizards and people who have lost the blood of wizards appears more frequently than in the West, so the blood of wizards is more valued, and the wizard family in between will not let his family blood flow out. Every wizard is very noble. The ancestor of the Yang family, the Oriental wizard who crossed the ocean hundreds of years ago, John didn't know what happened to him in his hometown, so he left his hometown and came here, but undoubtedly, he brought it. Belongs to the habit and magic of the East. For the artificial creation of the magical environment, I don't know why. As the successor of a major infrastructure country, John is full of good feelings for this do-it-yourself approach. Then, he saw the new feedback in his glasses. In his field of vision, a beautiful magic brilliance bloomed behind him. Chapter 46, Night is Coming. Kaldi is very respectful of Helga's portrait. When he placed the portrait, the accuracy of the up, down, left, and right is very excessive. John watched Kaldi hang up the portrait, blocking the magic circle painted on the wall, leaving only a small margin for John to input magic power into it. Helga on the magical portrait smiles very mildly, but has no soul and looks very dull. As a participant and executor of the plan, John naturally knows what this is because of. Helga's magic was performed and completed in Hogwarts Castle. The completion of this large-scale magic relied on the mysterious connection between the strong magic environment and the magical portrait. At first, there were several portraits circulating outside. Later, these portraits were also lost, and they were destroyed for some reason over a long period of time. That's why Helga could see his descendants through portraits at first, but later, Helga needs to ask Dumbledore for help. Helga's portrait space is a magical space. If the description is more concrete, then this space is a dimensional space that relies on the existence of the real world, but the existence of this space is conditional. The size of this space is proportional to the size of Hogwarts Castle. At least from the perspective of John, this dimensional space is not too big, only the size of a living room. Of course, it is also possible that John did not see other spaces. Another condition is also the limitation of this space. Once a certain portrait leaves Hogwarts Castle and loses the support of the strong magical environment, it will inevitably cause the portrait to lose its connection with the space. And the function of this magic circle is to reconnect the portrait and the magic space with a certain degree of magic through the mysterious connection magic on the magic portrait. And in John and Helga's conjecture, after this connection is completed, Helga's portrait space may be expanded to a certain extent. But what it will be like, even Helga can't say for sure. So, shall we start now? Master Caldy asked, but John didn't immediately decide to start. Time is not yet, and the magic fluctuations in the air are not stable enough at this time. We still have to wait until the night starts, and my magic needs to be restored. John thought for a while, took Ravenclaw's glasses out of the ring and put them on his face. This glasses currently has an ability that has been discovered by John, because this is the only function that Ravenclaw is also designing on the manuscript, which is to watch the flow of magic in the air, of course, including the flow of magic on some other objects. Magic glasses do have more than this function. After reading the manuscript, Helga said that Ravenclaw discovered other abilities after the production was completed, but they were not recorded on the manuscript. This part has to be explored by John himself. After all, Helga is a soul body, and there is no way to help. After changing the frame, John does not need to emit magic waves through his eyes to activate the magic on the lens, he only needs to transmit the magic power from his ears to the lens through the frame that can transmit the magic power. In it, and when it was opened again, the words that appeared when it was first activated no longer appeared. According to John's understanding, it's like a computer that hasn't been used for a long time and then automatically shuts down. After a not-so-short buffer, it's turned on again, and it enters the standby state. Because when Ravenclaw designed it, this lens did not need to be activated. The super magical environment and the blessing of the legendary wizard himself have greatly improved the magic items. But when I got here, the user changed to John, and the environment was not as convenient as before, plus the time has passed for so long, the effect of the entire magic item has become weaker. But to be fair, this ability is still very powerful, at least for a long time in the future, this function will still be of great help to John. The direction of magic power often determines the direction of certain results. Anything a wizard does can lead the magic to converge towards the result of this event. The magic glasses can allow John to see this outline. For example, now, he can see it in his field of vision, in the portrait of Helga. A light blue energy halo exuded around it. The magic factor in the air is invisible and innocent, but just like the Muggle world can see molecules through a microscope, it is not impossible for a relatively large number of magic factors to be observed. John was there for a time. Suspected that Dumbledore's glasses were a magic item. The magic glasses that John uses now can observe magic factors. When the glasses are activated by John, his left eye field of vision is filled with various colors. Different colors represent different magic strengths. To put it bluntly, it is the degree of activity of the magic factor in the air. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Ravenclaw is worthy of being a top genius. The design of these glasses is really amazing. John is a genius who admires her from the bottom of my heart. People like him who have to rely on hard work most of the time really have a barrier between him and the genius of this era. But people can't pretend to be arrogant. John's survival rule has always been: John will not feel that he can't be a powerful wizard just because he sees the gap between himself and Ravenclaw. After all, his goal is not to become a legendary wizard. Needless to say so many words, just work hard. Time was slowly moving towards the night, and John did not stay in the study all the time. He held a copy of selected literature in the Middle Ages and read in the garden for an afternoon. European literary works actually have a certain height. This is also because the philosophical trends here have been popular to a large extent. When John is reading books, he is also improving his level of thinking. When exploring the nature of the world mainly through magic, such a mysterious side, it is always inseparable from the related content of philosophy. Because you must ensure that you will not get lost in some philosophical issues, it is important to read more books. Just like John's last life, he would also make sure that he would read some books from time to time, and even online novels would contain some author's insights about the world, and then he would choose these contents to fill his own worldview. Is regarded as an after-school activity. After all, studying and working are very tiring. You have to learn to reconcile with your own life in order to live more comfortably. After reading the last article, John clipped the bookmark, closed the book and stuffed it into the ring, and then walked towards the room. The night has fallen. Chapter 47, Brilliance Bloom. Kaldi had already been waiting at the entrance of the study. The dining table downstairs did not move. Although it was because John had ordered to eat next door tonight, it was enough to tell that Kaldi had been waiting here for a long time. Why are you in such a hurry? I won't stop doing it. John and Kaldi have never been very restrictive in talking, but Kaldi has always maintained a very restrained, always acting like a medieval aristocratic butler, which really makes John very uncomfortable. When he lived next door, he and the three little elves had never been so restrained. Although Kalika's brother Lori was also a housekeeper, he was not as rigid as Kaldi. Forget it, anyway, rigidity is also serious rigidity. There is no need to criticize this matter. If he speaks out, he will not be sure how this elf blames himself in private. John thought so, reached out his hand to hold the lock of the study room, the magic in his body revealed, opened the forbidden magic, and then pushed the door and walked in. The prohibition on the door was set by Kaldi. Only John and him can open it. Without John's order, he would not usually come in by himself, so it is also very safe here. Master, shall we start now? Kaldi stood under the portrait. Although he was talking to John, his eyes were fixed on the portrait on the wall. Don't worry, it's just nightfall now. John was standing by the window glass reflected his face because of the dark outside, and the light from the study hit his black hair, which seemed to have a strange beauty. An afternoon of reading gave him a new understanding of the text on the manuscript. Words are very mysterious. It is the incarnation of language, because there are differences between different language families, so sometimes it may not be able to be clearly and accurately expressed in another type of text, and errors are inevitable when switching back and forth. Ravenclaw recorded in the manuscript that after the end of the glass's manufacturing, the abilities she obtained greatly exceeded her expectations, adding many new abilities to this piece that was originally only used as an auxiliary tool for detecting magic, but these abilities almost all need to explore again. John has never been afraid to explore. After using the glasses for so long, he has more or less obtained some permissions for the glasses, allowing the glasses to record his thoughts and reuse these stored in the lenses. Magic. And his new insights written in the manuscript, exploring that word, there should be another meaning, which is change. Changing the way you use magic can make magic play a different effect. To put it bluntly, the glasses can be used in different ways according to different users. In theory, any use requirements of John at this stage can be satisfied by this glasses. After all, there is still a difference between a legendary wizard and a legendary wizard. What's more, with the power of the legendary wizard of that era, the casual work is absolutely extraordinary. He put on his glasses, the magic power started to work, an array of light appeared in the vision of his left eye. The crystal-clear crystal reflected the outside scene, projecting the magical fluctuations in his vision into his eyeballs. In the end, a clear chart was formed in John's mind. Magic feedback. If monitoring and displaying the fluctuation of magical factors in the air is the most basic usage of magic glasses, then this is a further use of this magic glasses. It's just that this kind of use is fairly simple. In the design of the magic glasses, a kind of magic that uses the human body's ability to process information is added. This magic involves the soul and the human brain, and the magic principle and precision of the design itself. The levels are too high, and John's use of this magic is still in the preliminary stage of exploration. After all, Ms. Ravenclaw is like a mountain, standing on the road of magic. The legendary magic solidified in the lens will analyze the magic environment in the area observed by the user. All magic that has interfered with the environment, even potions and alchemy, will be processed and re-emerged in the form of data. Let users have an intuitive experience and feelings. As John's understanding of this magical item deepened, he finally figured out this basic method of use. The magic sequence inside the glasses was unlocked because of John, and then the results were performed in the way John thought out. Present data chart is the most intuitive way of expression, and it is also the way John is most used to. It's amazing. I haven't seen this kind of three-dimensional distribution point and surface map for a long time. John sighed, took a close look at the picture in his mind, and then signaled that Kaldi could start. The magic wave here calmed down very quickly. As soon as the moonlight in the sky spread, the magic tide brought by the sun calmed down. John knew that this was because the grandmother's house was next door. My grandmother's family has the inheritance of Eastern wizards, so the surrounding magical environment was processed by that ancestor, using the unique method of Eastern wizards to create magical environment. www.readaloud.com. Because the soul itself comes from the East, John naturally I also deliberately learned a little about the magical methods of Eastern wizards, as he once saw in novels, solidifying the magic between heaven and earth to the wizards themselves. If there is really any difference between the East and the West, then this is how it is. The difference in the way of obtaining. Eastern wizards have more serious requirements for blood purity than Western wizards. Don't look at those pure-blooded families in the Western wizarding world who look down on half-blood wizards and muggle-born wizards, but once these wizards become part of the wizarding world, the acceptance of a class of wizards was formed. John thinks that this is mainly because there are few people. But the East is different. The vastness of the land and the uninterrupted history gave the rulers of this land, the Orientals, a unique sense of superiority. There are too many families, so naturally there is no way to accommodate them. Newcomer. Moreover, according to John's knowledge, the limited and poor information, because of the vast land and the vast population, the frequency of newborn wizards and people who have lost the blood of wizards appears more frequently than in the West, so the blood of wizards is more valued, and the wizard family in between will not let his family blood flow out. Every wizard is very noble. The ancestor of the Yang family, the Oriental wizard who crossed the ocean hundreds of years ago, John didn't know what happened to him in his hometown, so he left his hometown and came here, but undoubtedly, he brought it. Belongs to the habit and magic of the East. For the artificial creation of the magical environment, I don't know why. As the successor of a major infrastructure country, John is full of good feelings for this do-it-yourself approach. Then, he saw the new feedback in his glasses. In his field of vision, a beautiful magic brilliance bloomed behind him. Chapter 48, Ravenclaw's Gift. What is the concept of magic? John is not very good at thinking about philosophical issues. When he entered the postgraduate entrance examination, magie alone had already tortured him to death. Therefore, he has worked hard to study philosophy in this life, but his ability to think has not improved much. Once the problems that arise beyond his knowledge, he can no longer continue to think. However, not knowing the principle does not mean that magic cannot be used. The brilliant magic light appeared in his vision, and it also appeared in reality. Kaldi couldn't hide his excitement, and the look in John's eyes was full of expectation. John handed a look at him, and signaled Kaldi to be safe. He was about to speak, but at the moment he raised his eyes, he fell into a trance caused by the magic light. Then, in his field of vision, the surrounding wall barriers suddenly disappeared. The distant bright moon rose from the sky, and the moonlight broke through the barrier between the sky and the earth, illuminating his eyes at this moment. Then, his vision rose, and when he lowered his eyes, he saw the world. Starting from where he is, a spider web-like network composed of moon-white silk threads spreads in all directions, connecting dots that emit light like fireflies. That is where John's vision can be, the location of wizards and all other magical beings. Towers, tombstones, alchemy shapes, crystals, magic stones, books, flames. John saw all kinds of peculiar shapes in his vision, showing his existence in various ways, and from time to time there was one or strong, or weak fluctuations appear in a certain place, and then spread. That is magic being performed. The magic factors scattered in the magic network and scattered between the world and the earth enter the wizard's body through these spider web-like threads, and then shuttle back and forth between the institutions of the magic world. Therefore, the strong magic environment of the wizard world appears, and the various traffic of the wizard world the facility is realized, the magic of the magic portrait has to be constructed, and there are other. John also saw that at his own location, a slender thread was constantly entangled by the white magic factor, and then stretched towards the distance. This should be Helga's magic circle at work. From this magic the environment is connected to the next magical environment, the other end, it should be Hogwarts. John retracted his gaze and continued to observe the magical factors around him. They are mysterious powers that are everywhere in this world, in every corner, but can't be seen by wizards. A part of their world, earlier than human beings and earlier than life, exist in this world. Whether it is in the soil, water flow, flame, atmosphere, or even the human body, there are actually their components. As Ollivander said, the wand chooses the wizard. This sentence is not a nonsense. The magic wand chooses the wizard, the spell chooses the wizard, the magical animal chooses the wizard. In the final analysis, it is all magic power that chooses the wizard. From the very beginning, since the wizard was born in this world, he was chosen by magic. For example, John's head suddenly seemed to be stabbed by a silver needle, and the pain pulled him roughly out of the magical vision of the glasses. John's head was as painful as being torn by something, and his limbs were cold. Kaldi was holding his hand and sending magic power into him, and never knew where he got a little hot water to feed John. Then, he heard a familiar voice again. "Your magic power is overdrawn very badly, what did you just do?" When closing his eyes to relieve the headache, John listened to Helga's voice from the wall, and barely held up his hand and took off his glasses. Even though his glasses had cut off the absorption of magic power by himself when his magic power ran out just now, John was still a little afraid of the state just now. It was not the first time he knew about the magic and magnificence of magic, but at that moment, it was the first time he really saw this magnificence. Is like the first time a researcher saw the world of cells in a microscope. When he was shocked by the wonderful new world that would be slightly pale to describe in words, he suddenly forgot about himself. This kind of state is naturally a good thing for a researcher, just like the kind of epiphany in the ancient Chinese sayings. It can be met but not sought, but from the perspective of a life, this state can easily lead to sudden death. John was forced to exit that state just now because his magic power was exhausted. Fortunately, the magic glasses disconnected from the absorption of magic power, but in many cases, the absorption of magic power can only be cut off by the user, and cannot be accepted disconnected. So the wizard may die suddenly, as John, who had just survived a catastrophe, thought of it. Kaldi's magic power was only transferred to him, because too much transfer at this time would cause secondary damage. Under the guidance of Helga on the wall, John leaned on the chair and recovered for a long time. www.readaloud.com. When the needle-pricking sensation in his brain turned into dull pain, John barely opened his eyes. "Of course, I'm still a bit regretful." He looked up, stroked the glasses on the desk, and recalled the scene he had just seen in his mind. Helga on the wall also guessed what John had just experienced. The expression in the portrait changed from worry became calm and waited quietly for John to speak. John is still thinking about it. Why is this? He has no reason to see such a picture that touches the essence of the magical world, and this pair of glasses is not so powerful. Although it is good, it is only an auxiliary magic item. And he knew clearly in his heart that if he did it again, he would not see the scene just now. That is the more essential appearance of the magical world, even if he sees it more vaguely, but even if it is just one appearance, he can't see it now. Otherwise, this observation will not be forced to stop because of the exhaustion of magic power. What did the scene just now look like? It's like when he knew his bloodline at the beginning. Helga told him that he was actually a descendant of Hufflepuff's blood, and even if the facts were in front of him, it was still full of unreality. Also just now is like borrowing the eyes of others to observe the world. What he sees is actually a plug-in for himself with the help of others to spy on the face of the world. Who this other is obviously self-evident. Thinking of this, John said to Helga a little bit dumbfounded, "I just accepted another gift from Ms. Ravenclaw." Chapter 49, Rowena, I saw it. John really didn't expect that after he had obtained part of Ravenclaw's inheritance, he could inadvertently receive Ravenclaw's gift again at this time. After all, a pair of glasses has made John a lot of gains. The help of this pair of glasses to John is very obvious and lasting. This gift is really unexpected. It is probably because of Helga's magic circle. Unintentionally turned on the magic left on the glasses. However, John estimated that Ravenclaw himself might not have thought that his last design would be obtained by an 11-year-old wizard many years later. And John also felt that when Ravenclaw decided to leave this world, he still had kindness to the world. In other words, she still has kindness towards her friends. This legendary witch, in the last period of her life, saw the true face of the magical world, and then through some kind of magic, she preserved what she saw. If her friends enter her study later and get the glasses, her discovery and the world she sees will be seen by this friend. So, this was originally a show prepared for the legendary wizard. What she wanted to prove was that her exploration of magic was not wrong, and she might even want to redeem this friendship with Salazar Slytherin. However, Rowena Ravenclaw has paid too much for the exploration of magic, and it has not been able to support it before all this happens. If you say that, it's actually not impossible. After listening to John's narration, the sad expression appeared on Helga's face again. Her voice was still gentle, but John heard a little hoarseness. He didn't speak because he really didn't know what to say. At this time, no matter what you say, it's not appropriate. Rowena has been devoted to exploring the essence of magic all her life. With her understanding of magic, it is so easy to keep her soul in other ways before death. Gryffindor and I were both very difficult to understand, but I have never doubted this. We fully respect Rowena's decision. After all, there are already many things in the world that make her unhappy. When Helga talked about the past, she became like a real old lady. But this state did not last long, and Helga also considered that John had just experienced a magical overdraft, and it was time for an urgent need to rest. Of course, I think I should go to rest now. John was taken aback after hearing Helga's request. He originally thought Helga would take him to the portrait space to see what changed, but now his condition is actually not very good. But before leaving, he still added a sentence. The memory of that part of the world that I see through my glasses is being lost. I wonder if you can get this part of the memory out. Although the perception is my own, it is left by Ms. Ravenclaw after all. Something from her friend. John is not lying. His background is good, but for the huge amount of information such as the essence of magic, it is as thin as a soft piece of paper. Give the picture of memory to Helga so that Helga can always see and remember. Helga was taken aback when he heard this, and then hesitantly nodded. She was able to bring part of John's soul into the world of portraits when John was unconscious, and it was also possible to extract part of the memory. Is a legendary witch after all. John raised his wand and pointed it on his temple. He did nothing but recalled the scenes he had just seen in accordance with Helga's request. Then, a ray of memory broke away from his temple and followed the guide of the wand into the portrait. Helga in the portrait dragged John's memory in his hands, and then watched John leave. She could see that the magic inspired by John and left over by Rowena had not really evolved. There is still part of this magic that has not been activated, but Helga has a way. She turned around and walked towards the depths of the portrait. This time, she and the soul depicted in the portrait were merged into one, forming a slender figure. The purple dress was spread on the ground like flowing water, and it was embroidered with gold thread. Now, the deep coat of arms shines again. This is how she and her friends looked when they first came to Hogwarts, and now she is as if she has never grown old. She waved her hand, the wisp of memory flew out, there was no wind in the portrait space, but Helga needed it, so a wisp of wind appeared, blowing John's memory away. That magnificent magical picture scroll slowly unfolded in front of Helga's eyes in the huge portrait space at this moment. Helga looked at the picture scroll, and after a while, she looked back again and looked at her side. There is a silver figure who does not know when it will appear. On the silver-grey robe, a flying eagle is embroidered with purple silk thread. Her appearance is also the same as when she first saw her. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com has not changed much. Helga, long time no see. The woman who appeared suddenly smiled, raised her hand and patted Helga on the back. Is still as close as before. Helga waved, and a sofa appeared behind the two people. They sat down and looked at each other's appearance. Are you staying here for so many years? Helga nodded. The time in the portrait space was not obvious, and she didn't feel lonely. Rowena knew her well. Even if there was only a thought left by Rowena, she leaned down gently and lay on Helga's lap. Let's just stay like this for a while, okay? Helga stretched out his hand to cover Rowena's head, did not speak, but already agreed with gestures. She embraced Rowena's body, tenderly like an older sister. The two quietly stared at the memory picture in front of them dissipating, watching the magic factor spread out and disappear into the endless wild. That beautiful scene is really shocking. Rowena's eyes were as bright as stars. She asked softly. Helga, did you see it? I found the magic. In her eyes, there is no reluctance, no regrets, only calm starlight. Is extremely pure. It looks like magic. How beautiful it looks. Yup. Helga looked at this leftover thought, and gradually became illusory, and the pair of childlike eyes gradually closed. She said, yes, I saw it. The appearance of magic, your hard work, and your obsession. Rowena, I have seen them all. Chapter 50, John's busy day. After a long sleep, John opened his eyes. The sequelae caused by the overdraft of magic power did not subside. Instead, it became clearer because of the rest. After sleeping for so long, in addition to feeling thirsty and weak, John still felt a sense of unstoppable drowsiness. It's like drinking to pieces. The emptiness caused by the drying up of magic power is much more uncomfortable than the feeling of hangover. The consumption of magic glasses is a bit too much for him, even if the magic power is many times higher than that of wizards of the same age. At the moment, it is also an unstoppable headache. Where am I? Oh, I am in my own bed. Immediately afterwards, he saw the familiar ceiling in front of him, and there were blue and purple ripples painted on the ceiling. This kind of ripple was originally hypnotic, but now John just looked like nauseous. This is also a side effect of last night. I slept in this sleep, as if I was born again. John forced his mind to revolve into a meditation. The replenishment of magic power in his body was quickened, and the headache was alleviated a lot. I should meditate first and then sleep. Last night. Lay on the bed to recover for a while, and when his mind became clear, John walked out of the room. It was already past 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He went down to the living room and the house elf wearing an apron poked his head out of the kitchen. "Master, are you awake? I just made the afternoon tea. Would you like coffee or pumpkin juice or—" Before he could finish speaking, John raised his hand and stopped him. "No, I'm not hungry at all, just pour me some warm water. In fact, it's not really not hungry, but Kaldi is so funny wearing an apron, he wants to laugh and hurts, so he is not very hungry, just want Kaldi to take off the clothes quickly." Resting in the living room for a while, after drinking a glass of water, John is finally not very hungry. He walked upstairs, the study door was open, and there were traces of drag on the ground. Apparently Kaldi had only cleaned it not long ago, and it was so clean that there was no place to go. Forget it, just get used to it. After all, he decided to bring back the portrait of Hufflepuff, and John couldn't say anything about Kaldi. Besides, the elf himself did nothing wrong. Walked into the study and closed the door. John was comfortable for a while, his head turned again. The portrait on the wall was empty. The young Hufflepuff who was supposed to be smiling on the portrait was not here, and John couldn't tell Helga that he had arrived. This is really a bit troublesome. Every time I can't take the initiative to enter Helga's magic space, I can only wait for Helga to appear. Forget it, do something else first. John took out the manuscripts locked in the drawer and began to calculate. In a strong magic environment, sophisticated electronic items will be affected by the magnetic field, which will lead to failure. When the Ministry of Magic explicitly prohibits the misuse of Muggle items, many wizard families gather in the strong magic environment. There are only simple things produced by Muggles, such as clocks and the like. There are no poor people in the wizarding world. The convenience of magic allows wizards to ensure the food and clothing of themselves and their families even if they do not have a skill. The house can be used by magic, food can be used by magic, and there is nothing needed in life that cannot be solved by magic. So only those little wizards from mixed race or Muggle families may have been exposed to the electronic products of the Muggle world when they were young. The place where John is currently located cannot actually be regarded as a strong magical environment, because this environment was originally created by man. Uses a unique Oriental technique. Although John can rely on some Feng Shui knowledge in his previous life to see the clues, he does not have the ability to change. So he could only give up his idea of watching TV. Fortunately, newspapers can be delivered every day. In addition to the Daily Prophet, there are also newspapers delivered in the town. The newspapers in the wizarding world are nothing new, but the newspapers in the Muggle world are very interesting. Various current reviews appeared in the newspapers, and people from all walks of life expressed their views on the current situation all day long, expanding from Europe to Europe and Asia to the whole world. How shocked it came. These Western reporters always want to make some big news, but there is nothing in fact. After all, it was already January 1991, and John, who knew that a certain superpower was about to go bankrupt, was not in the mood to blend in with the situation in the Muggle world. He didn't have that ability. But it is quite easy to make some money. His hands are not long enough to reach there, but he still has no burden in Britain. The pen in his hand quickly wrote a line of letters on the paper, and carefully folded it into the ring. John planned to wait 2 days before returning to Greenwich with his father. "I'm not sure, this time I'm lucky and I can make a fortune. Carefully remember this." John took out a new piece of paper and began to write the report. On the feasibility analysis of the simplification of the protection spell www.readaloud.com. This report is to be sent to Professor Sprout. In the early days of the establishment of the club, everyone must be able to learn something. After a long time of observation, John discovered the current problems of the members of the Hufflepuff Institute of Magic Research. They don't have the habit of active research. Every time the upper grade students discover something, and then the lower grade students enjoy it. If this is the case, John is not very worried. After all, the time to learn magic is still short. It is normal for these students to have no such insights, but the point is that the lower grades are actually negative about this kind of sit and enjoy. Guilt. Guilty, such a beautiful quality. John hasn't seen it in years. But the appearance of this beautiful quality in the current society is only a bad thing. It is not a good thing to be too polite. Others use your own achievements in the hope that you can bring forth the new, rather than accept it with a sense of guilt and put it on the shelf. So John began to make changes within the scope of his ability. After guiding several first and second grade students to propose some conjectures about simplifying the defensive spell, John decided to take the initiative to publish the modified spell directly. Said it is the result of the students' research together. I believe this will always arouse some students' enthusiasm for research. Even if it can't become a key factor in the magic experiment, wouldn't it be possible to follow the previous example and imitate it? John struggled with writing, and when he finished writing a whole piece of thesis, it was getting darker. Kaldi came to pass a message, saying that Bella was waiting for him to eat in the living room. John copied a few copies of the letter written on the table and asked Kaldi to send it out. Then he turned his head and went to the next door. A busy day, this has just begun. The excitement has just begun. Specially opened a single chapter, let me post my feelings during the recent period. Thanks to everyone's criticism and comments during this period, I probably have a brief look and feel. Some readers may have received my likes, and look at this chapter at the end of each chapter. The writer's background comments did not remind me. I will use my account to click to check it out, because my account is not tied to my phone, and I can't comment yet, so I can't reply and explain to everyone at first. Later, I also wanted to open it, so I won't explain it, but I can't explain it. I will explore it myself and it may help you understand the logic of the plot more quickly. The novel is fast food literature, but I am also an old bookworm, so I still hope that everyone can relax while watching something and have a little thought. Of course, happiness can also be a harvest. I just want to say, it's not necessary, because you are unhappy because of the content of a book. This is really unnecessary. Lee Dan said that the world is not worth it, and everyone should live happily. Of course, if we, don't want to discuss it, I can't help it. It's my honor for everyone to like me, but everyone doesn't like me, and I can't force everyone to like me. Come back to this book. The reason why I opened a new book is the same as the reason why my last book, 404, ended, mainly because of the postgraduate entrance examination. Senior year, I am about to graduate. Everyone is faced with a choice between finding a job by themselves or going home and waiting for their parents to arrange. I didn't have this choice. One reason was that I didn't want to. Besides, my parents couldn't arrange it when I went home. After all, most of the job opportunities have been arranged by other people's parents. Why did you want to take the postgraduate entrance examination in the first place? Because at the beginning I wanted to write novels, but I didn't have much grades. Once I work in my major, I basically have no chance to write. So in the end, there are two ways left before me, either going home or taking a test. Go to graduate school and go to school for a few more years. But in fact, I regretted it at the beginning of the postgraduate entrance examination. The preparation period for graduate students is very boring and difficult, coupled with the school's almost uninterrupted curriculum design and teachers' embarrassment. In fact, I basically prepared for so long by perseverance. Of course, I finally prepared myself to collapse. Then I started to open a new book, to relax myself by writing things, and after writing for a while, I felt that I felt it, so I published it. After that, I still did not give up on the postgraduate entrance examination. There is no way. After preparing for so long, the money is paid, and I feel unwilling if I don't try. The final result, it is very likely that I should not pass the test, but after many times of self-reconciliation, I made a decision. If I fail the exam, I will go home and find any job to support myself, and then continue to write novels. I remember someone said a very philosophical sentence: the more people grow up, the greater the price of willfulness. But the price should always be borne by oneself, right? In the final analysis, it is because my writing style, story structure, plot handling may not be good enough. There is no way to feed myself by just writing novels, and one never knows which of tomorrow or the accident will come first. Didn't mean to curse myself, just talk about a reality. I really think so. On the 17th day, the book friend group entered the first person. At that time, I was busy writing the design plan and memorizing the analysis questions of Gen Z, so I didn't have a good chat with this friend, but he said a word I remember very clearly. He said that this book is a bit flat and not exciting. I am also an old reader at the starting point. The biggest reason I like the original is that I like the talents in the comment area. This book is very fortunate and I have gained some readers soon after I started it. Is not too much, after all, there is nothing to be happy about the data in this collection. But I went back to the book friend and said that wonderful things are still to come. In fact, I don't have much confidence myself. My excitement seems to be a bit different from everyone's excitement. Seeing that everyone here has worked hard to fit my point. Let me talk about the story itself. The 100,000 characters in the front are a milestone. I tried my best to explain the settings that I want to confess, so I will try to minimize the content in this aspect later, and mainly start to write about the things that happen around the protagonist. I will still write a little bit more in detail. I am not afraid that everyone will say that I am watery. I always feel that what I have written is not too watery, but I just explain clearly what I should explain. If I get water up, I can support 2 by Sohen, all the arrangements all have their functions. Don't worry about this thing, it won't appear in the following text. I never write useless plots. If there is, it will only be taken by me. In the following, it will be cool in the traditional sense. I try my best, and there will definitely be some differences from the plot of the original, because I will definitely not write according to Rowling's plot, but I will try not to change the character of the original character. Just try, don't expect too much. After the overture is over, the tense prelude will start. www.readaloud.com. The excitement has just begun. Everyone, stay tuned. The group number of the book friend group is in the introduction. Everyone comes in to chat, and then I hope you don't scold me. It's easy to scold my mentality. I'm a person, although you can survive if you understand shamelessly early the truth, but there is still a little bit of ridicule that can't stand others. Next are some selfish words of mine. The new year should be an ordinary year. The time should be as plain as before. The old people downstairs in my house still go out to bask in the sun every day, drink some tea they bring to listen to the drama, and the women with children chat about the homework under the tree in the afternoon, and in the evening, they will work outside. Of people have returned home from the company to have a happy or unhappy dinner. Is like every day in the past life. The only thing I have nothing to do is a person who feels out of step with the world. I am still a young man. So when it comes to dreaming, the eyes will sparkle. This kind of light illuminates the way I came, and the distance I haven't been to. This world is really like a huge playground, carrying the dreams of many people. But for me, an era has ended, and a new prelude is about to begin. We'll be in the exam room tomorrow. I will work hard. No matter what the result, I will continue to work hard. Sincerely wish, readers who like my story, the future will be brilliant, and your path can lead to the direction of shining light. Your future will surely lead to all directions. I wish everyone a happy new year in advance. Chapter 51, The Magic Castle of Helga. After dinner, John refused the invitation of his cousin Bella and went back to his house. After all, it's already night, and everyone can't play too late. John still has his own business to do. When there was no housework, Kaldi always seemed busy but didn't know what he was doing. Under John's suggestion, he didn't keep busy. Turned to prepare tea for John. John, who knew that the change would take time, gave up the idea of conditioning Kaldi in one go, and walked into the study. Helga finally appeared on the portrait. "What are you doing today? I haven't seen you all day." John walked to the desk and put the things in the drawer. He only heard Helga in the portrait say, "Actually, I didn't leave in the morning. I just heard Kaldi say that you are sleeping. I think after the magic is overdrawn, you really should take a good rest, so just go busy with your own affairs." "Oh." John raised his head and replied, "Speaking of which, I still remember that you said that after the magic circle comes into play, your portrait space will have a big change. Has this change already begun?" "Yes." Helga paused for a while. "I think it's better for you to come in and see by yourself." After a while, John locked the door of the study, said to Kaldi upstairs, and went straight to bed. Otherwise, when Kaldi brings the tea, he should not be sleepy. It is better to lie down on the bed when he is still a little sleepy after eating. Kaldi heard the voice coming from the building, and still didn't stop, just took a new cup and poured himself a cup of tea. This can be regarded as his daily life. Since being brought here by John, he has not actually seen his own master a few times. The master who cannot come out in the study all day long, plus not long after his own master went to school at Hogwarts. But I heard that many wizards have this habit, they like to be alone. Besides, the owner is a descendant of Hufflepuff. Which elf will have such good luck? He may be one of the luckiest elves." Kaldi drank the hot tea in the cup and wiped his mouth. "Okay, the lucky elf is about to start working." John didn't know what he was doing after he got the elf in his home, because he was very busy himself. "Helga, is there any way I can come into this space by myself?" Sitting on the sofa in the familiar portrait space, John looked at Helga sitting opposite and asked. "This way I have to wait for you to pull me in every time. It feels a bit too much trouble." "There is yes, but you can't do it yet." Helga, in his home robe, looked calm. "If you want to come in by yourself, at least you need to learn to contemplate." "Forget it, when I didn't ask." John gave up the idea that he couldn't do it for the time being, and asked, "Isn't it said that the space has changed? I don't seem to see any changes." After looking at Helga carefully for a while, John came to the conclusion again, "It feels like you look clearer. There is nothing wrong with it. The changes in space have indeed strengthened my soul strength, but this is not the most important thing." Helga pointed his finger at the door behind John. "You open the door and have a look." "Door? Can it be opened?" John has been here many times, and naturally knows what is going on in this room. Although you can see all kinds of scenes outside, they are all made up by Helga through magic. The glorious snow and ice fields and the majestic northern mountains, as long as Helga wants to see, will show up behind the window. But that is not true. The phantom of the soul only exists in the window, not behind the door. But John followed Helga's instructions and opened the door. There is no black void as expected, and the space behind the door is a brilliant rainbow. This is... what? Aurora? This is the scene after the homogenization of the magic factor. Last night, Rowena gave me the last gift. Helga's voice came from behind John. When he turned his head, he found that the witch had walked behind him. Helga, who stood up straight, was half a head taller than John now. Standing behind John, coupled with a strong reserve of knowledge, seemed very reliable. John didn't ask why Rowena appeared. It was the domain of the legendary wizard. He also had speculations about it, so yesterday he gave the memory of that part to Helga. Leave early, isn't it just for Helga and old friends to enjoy the last time? Now it seems that Helga can say this thing calmly, it should be less sad. Sorrow is impossible. After living for so many years, those emotions are no longer important. Helga patted John's shoulder softly and said, you know, you reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Rowena left willingly. She realized the greatest dream of his life, there is nothing to grieve for her. If it was because of her last point of consciousness dissipating, the sadness would be even more meaningless, but it would only be the return of oneself to the heavens and the earth, and any life would face this step sooner or later. Will you face this step too? John asked. He still cares more about this. If Helga will eventually face death and dissipation, he would be very sad. Helga did not give an answer to his question. I don't know, when I used magic to create this space, what would actually happen, I myself don't know very well. The witch seemed to be saying a little thing that was not very important, and her voice sounded very calm. I don't have a clear understanding of the nature of magic, but I may be better at using magic. The big belt has given me many gifts. I have stayed in this space for hundreds of years. Now, thanks to the help of you and Rowena, this space has undergone new changes, and my soul has also benefited from it. Perhaps, when there is no magic in this world, I will dissipate with this space. John nodded slowly, and continued to look at the magic space in front of him. With Helga's gesture, the magic light gradually disappeared, and a grey space appeared. What do you want to do here? Helga tilted her head and blinked her eyes. A starlight slowly condensed in her palm, showing the appearance of several castles. Is exactly what Hogwarts Castle looks like after shrinking. I also said it was not very good. How about building a castle? Chapter 52, Legend has a Helga's space. John can only provide advice, but can't really do anything. Although I don't know why Helga is building a new castle in the portrait space again, John will never ask more. Is not only because of impoliteness, but also because it is Helga's own secret. If Helga is willing to say it, he will naturally tell John. There is no need for him to ask more. Helga patted John, and John turned sideways slightly and let out the door. He watched Helga step on the void step by step, and walked safely into the grey space. Is like the goddess who created the world in mythology. She said that there should be a land, and a huge floating island floated up from below the void and stopped firmly in the void. She said that there should be light, and the light was projected from an unknown place and spread onto the island. She said that there should be water, and the spring water will flow out between the crevices of the island's rocks and gather into a trickle. She says. John watched Helga change his left and right gestures, and soon after, a magnificent floating castle appeared in the air. Is still a little different from Hogwarts. John looked at the floating buildings that obviously did not conform to the law of gravity, slightly yearning. This is in line with the style of the wizarding world. A few hours later, Helga walked back from the void to John's side. Want to go have a look? John nodded and said, Of course, of course. But, you just created such a big castle, are you a little tired now? Just talking, it won't be too tired. In this magical space, have you ever seen me tired? That's true, but what are you going to do with this room? John pointed to the castle on the other side, which was obviously better than here, and even faintly heard the laughter of the girls. Wait, there are only two people here, he and Helga. Where is the girls' laughter? There was a confused expression on John's face, and Helga just smiled slightly. I will take care of it naturally, I won't tell you now, it's getting late, you should go back and rest. It's too early for John to forget it. It was too fascinating to watch Helga around the castle just now, and he didn't pay attention to the passage of time. Time flies too fast, I still have a lot of things to tell you. If you have anything, you can wait and talk about it later. Don't worry about it. When you come tomorrow, you can go there by yourself. That's okay. I'll talk about it tomorrow, I'll go first. Watching John's figure gradually dissipate, Helga sighed, waved his hand and dissipated the room, leaving only the sofa in the room. John was right, she was indeed sad because of Rowena. After all, is an old friend who hasn't seen each other for so many years. I haven't seen him for a long time and only met for a short time. Naturally, I won't be sad at all. Besides, she was able to change this space so easily, but it was also because Rowena left her with the essence of magic. In this way, she can create a creature with her soul and become a god in this space. She can't get out anyway. Just for John, she always feels that this child is too tired. I think about all kinds of things every day. Looking at other people's children, he lives happily and easily at his age. But this is John's choice of life, and Helga can't just interfere. Anyway, if you can help him a little bit more, please help him a little bit more. Helga flew over the garden in the castle and landed. It was full of flowers. There was a swing under the big tree. Among the flowers were flying a little fairy with butterfly wings and the size of a thumb. The laughter John heard was from these little fairies. The flowers and fairies condensed by magic do not look real, but these laughter obviously make this boring space become a lot more lively. It is Rowena's wish to create a new castle. When the magic school was founded, the wizards were in a difficult situation. They didn't have time to enjoy life, but it was their first wish to enjoy life peacefully and study magic. At the beginning, Rowena designed a very beautiful castle, and then the environment of Hogwarts only met the conditions of an excellent magic school, but there was no way to satisfy Rowena's idea of beauty. But in that era, such a simple idea could not be realized after all. Helga looked at the swing under the tree, thinking of the girl's generation laughing Rowena Ravenclaw in his mind. If Rowena's soul hadn't dissipated, she would be a lot happier here. Helga walked slowly out of the garden and into the auditorium. The candle light in the auditorium ignited in accordance with Helga's heart, illuminating the auditorium brightly. Hogwarts Auditorium was once lit up all night. The laughter of the wizards mixed with the aroma of flowers and wine, and the little wizards formed a deep friendship there. The walls of the auditorium were carved with intricate patterns, and people's eyes were blurred by the light from the candles. Looking back on those past events, even Helga's mood became gorgeous. The floor of the auditorium is covered with beautiful hand-woven carpets, and the story of Merlin and King Arthur is embroidered with golden thread on it. Then, the candle light went out again, the closed windows were opened, and the heavy curtains hung on the railings to release the breeze and light from outside. The bright sunshine brought a beam of light to the empty auditorium. The light shone on the carpet, letting the faces of those legendary figures reflect. Their cold and sharp eyes reminded the wizards of the scars left by the war era. For Helga, these are the past worth remembering. Should give the castle a name. Helga murmured, the name was originally given by Rowena. What name should I choose? She thought for a while, and decided to wait for tomorrow to ask John. Recently, I made an appointment with John to say to do but did not do too many things. I always feel that the time is not enough. He has a little more than a week on vacation. Before he goes back to school, I will give him a magic trick. The test is ready. Helga changed his mind, the space was reversed, and the next moment he appeared in a large room. Is there a better place to detect the magic power of wizards than the magic space? What? Magic test. In the study, John, who had just had a good night's sleep, frowned. Of course, you have to understand your abilities to do the next teaching. Helga briefly said, and then asked his own question. The name of the floating castle. John, who had difficulty in naming, was a little embarrassed, but a name came out of his heart, and then he said 3 words to Helga. Magic, fairy, fort. Helga thought about it, the name is good, does it have any meaning? Chapter 53, One Vote Big. There is no special meaning. A magical melody reverberated in John's mind, and he couldn't help but smiled. The magic castle that lives in fairies, it's the name to simplify it. It's rare to hear such an interesting explanation from John's mouth, and Helga, who is praised, is still a little happy. Okay, let's do it. How about coming to the castle for a test in 3 days? John nodded, of course. Got an accurate answer, and Helga's consciousness retreated from the portrait. John watched Helga leave, then looked down at the calendar at hand. After 3 days, I can do something else in these 2 days. John flipped through his notes and found a page of entries with key symbols. But when it comes to a lot of money, I really have to talk to my father about this matter. Using FluNet to return to his home in Greenwich, John went to his room upstairs and took out a deposit slip. It was his pocket money and the money he saved every year, but the money was naturally far away. Far from enough. The purpose of his coming today is mainly to borrow some money from his father. This amount does not need to be too much. In the first phase of John's plan, he only needs to inject £50,000, and his deposit is more than 40,000. Mr. Smith only needs to help him make up a fraction. But John's idea needs Mr. Smith to do it. He is still a child, and in some cases he can't get in and out at will. Of course, he needs something else. Mr. Smith's social status is still too conspicuous, not to mention his lack of professionalism. Headhunter? What are you looking for those people for? Greenwich University, in the office, Mr. Smith is writing the report in his hand, while watching the sudden appearance of his son Ask. His eyes are full of confusion. Even if he had accepted that his son matured earlier, but John's various behaviors still surprised him. It was good before. After John returned from Hogwarts, he didn't know if it was because he hadn't seen him for a long time. This sense of shock rose by leaps and bounds. Of course, it's my own reason. Anyway, you can help me handle it. You will naturally know it then. John didn't know how to describe this incident to his father. After all, the British economy has not had any major problems. He would only be regarded as alarmism when he said it. Forget it, it's up to you. Love rubbed John's hair, picked up the phone and broadcasted a number. John sat on the sofa cutely, looking very young and harmless. Mr. Smith's office is not the first time he has been here, but it is the first time he has watched Love deal with things here. Speaking of it, the idea of finding a headhunter to help is exactly what John thought of in Love's office. As a professor, Love's income and social status are good, and he can even enter some upper-class circles, but he is not enough to become a customer that headhunters pay special attention to. Mainly because there are indeed many talents in universities, these talents are exactly what the headhunting company needs, so correspondingly, the connection between the two parties has increased. Headhunters will not let go of any profitable list, unless the risk is too great for them to bear. But there is a saying that as long as there is a large enough profit, the merchant can bet everything. John is not short of money, but he needs a lot of money. Not to mention anything else, to some extent, his magic research is a collaboration product of a fairly advanced idea and one of the oldest witches in the magic world. Regardless of the level, these studies are burning money. Jing-along is money. Pounds, US dollars, rubles, and marks are also money. As long as it is money, it is a resource. The world is not only the magical world with resources produced, most of the resources are still in the world controlled by ordinary people. The financial system in the wizarding world is very old, but when there is no problem in maintaining their lives, most wizards do not have that high demand for money, so this financial system established and executed by the fairies has been able to operate safely until now. The main reason is that most wizards do not have such an urgent need for money. The Weasley family is purely because they have too many children, and most importantly, most wizards do not have the habit of managing money. They only deposit things in the vault of Gringotts, and there is no interest. This may be very good in the eyes of wizards. It does not charge any fees to have the most complete security system. The safety of the treasures in the vault is more important than no interest. So John has no interest in the economics of the wizarding world in the UK or even the wizarding world in the West. The fairies of Gringotts only have gold and treasures in their eyes. Except for the land, there is basically nothing to impress them in the Muggle world. Because of the existence of the fairy group, the financial system of the entire Western wizarding world is self-contained. As long as there is no major war, the economic fluctuations in the Muggle world will not pose a threat to the wizarding world. www.readaloud.com. For one thing, no matter how hard it is fighting outside, it will not affect the wizarding world. After an economic war, the economy of the Muggle world may go backwards for 10 years or more. For the magical world, it is a month's change. This is something that John only recently thought of. He used to have some doubts about this issue. It stands to reason that the pound sniping has a great impact on the UK, but it is not reflected in the book. There are many explanations, but the most reasonable one is that although the wizarding world is dependent on the human world, if the environment and the continuous emergence of Muggle wizards are excluded, there is not much connection between the two. After all, if the financial system is not on the same level, then the two societies basically have no connection. The magical world and the scientific world, the two worlds have their own strengths in John's view, but in the final analysis, the ultimate purpose of the two is still the same. As part of the human group, wizards in the West study magic, and wizards in the East study rules. Ordinary people all over the world are studying science. There is no high or low path, but the speed of development is fast or slow. According to John's own thoughts, at the moment, the Western magical world is stagnant due to past abuses, and the development of science is obviously faster. John's own ideas, of course, are more inclined to develop faster, but he is now a member of the magical world. It is difficult to continue to stay in the Muggle world. In the face of a world that is destined to become more and more inappropriate, forcible integration is also a difficult choice, so it is better to be more simple. John intends to use what he already knows to do a big vote, and then return to the magic world to do his research with peace of mind. Chapter 54, Good Everyone. After pretending to be innocent on the sofa, John's face became a little stiff, and Mr. Smith finally got the job done on the phone. On the other side of the phone, Howard and Love, who answered the call, are also considered old acquaintances. The two people grind back and forth for a while before getting into the topic. After talking for a while, he was surprised at Love's request. In fact, it is normal for a successful person like Love to have the idea of managing money. It's just that at their level, they generally don't need to search for talents to manage property through a headhunting company. Any reliable financial company on the market can give a rate of return that meets their expectations. And Love's request to him is also very strange. What do you mean by financial talents who are both calm and adaptable, and who completely obey the boss's opinions? Do talents like this need to be found through a headhunting company? Doubts returned to doubts, but Howard also had to admit that Love offered a very good price. Their company helps customers sign contracts with talents, and the rate is very generous. The intention that Love described now is completely the simplest small case, and he can do it with any talented student under his hand. However, since it's an old friend's request, I'd better have a little snack and find a suitable person. He flipped through his database and started to find a suitable choice from it. So, can you tell me the reason now? What are you doing with so much money? Love straightened his son's collar, then squeezed John's face, and asked very seriously. He likes to stalk his son, but it doesn't mean that he doesn't care about anything. Especially my son's behavior has become more and more weird. Even if it is a father with a big heart, he has to ask a few more questions. John had already been prepared. He just sat here pretending to be behaving like a slapstick. Now, it's time to show off his acting skills. First, it started with a harmless little lie. Actually, I am here to make money. John shook the corners of his eyes slightly to relax the muscles around his eyes. Thanks to Ravenclaw's monocle, it greatly exercised John's control over the magical power in the eyes. Human expressions are determined by facial muscles, and as the window of the soul, the emotions expressed by the eyes are often the most direct hits on the human heart. This is because the muscles around the eyes are the most difficult to control, but they are used well when talking. The most useful weapon. Few people in the wizarding world pay attention to this kind of details. Everyone lives more straightforwardly, and you don't need this kind of trick. If anything really happens, the Dementor doesn't care what micro-expressions you make. These are what John learned when he was reading and studying micro-expressions outside of class. It is generally difficult for ordinary people to fully control their muscles. Of course John is not good now, but after so long training, you can simply adjust the state of the muscles. For example, now, his eyes are slightly rounded, minus a bit of sharpness, and a little water shines from the lacrimal glands, and his clear pupils look extremely sincere. Some things actually involve big secrets in the wizarding world. I didn't want to tell you. John looked at Mr. Smith's face with an extremely resolute and determined expression. He looked like you could not say that I would not listen, but he closed the office door and locked it very honestly. He knew his plan. It succeeded. In fact, as early as when I was in school, I heard other classmates' rumors about the magic world, and they all said, "That person is back." John made up a source of news, but what he said was the truth. It's already January, and Harry Potter will be enrolled in September. Didn't that person just come back? Mr. Smith has learned a lot about the magical world. This kind of big thing can be imagined with a little guess. But his data update is obviously a bit outdated, and the first person guessed turned out to be Grindelwald. No, another one. Volume. Love almost uttered the name, but fortunately the rigor he had cultivated over the years prevented him in time. Should be. Even if it is, like that, what does it have to do with your financial management? John quickly cut to the topic. This is what I want to say. This time it is not only the black wizards in the UK who are acting, but the black wizards across Europe seem to have been agitated. When I was in school, I also indirectly fought the black wizards. I've dealt with it. If he buys the hair of a live unicorn but fails because it is too expensive. Black. Love took a sharp breath. John said lightly, but he knew how dangerous a dark wizard was to a student like John. How did you meet those people? It's not a bump, it's all said that it's indirect. Dad, don't be so nervous. I was. John didn't expect that he would have to explain the problem, and it took a long time to get the topic back. Wait a moment, where did you just talk about it? John, who was interrupted by Love and had forgotten his words, www.readaloud.com, simply went directly to the next stage. All in all, the situation is very dangerous now. The dark wizards of the American magic world have gradually become powerful in recent years, but the most powerful legendary wizard is Dumbledore, as long as his old man is still firmly seated in the principal's room at Hogwarts. Now, those dark wizards dare not easily enter the British realm. You mean, they want to fish in troubled waters? Almost. Maybe I want to take advantage of the mess to make some money. The dark wizard, shouldn't you care about ordinary people's money? They don't need to spend this. John shook his head. The capital of the Muggle world is also capital. The mysterious man himself looks down on the Muggle world. It doesn't mean that he is like this under his hands. The people in Germany now seem to vote for him, but it is also because of Grindel. The reason why Woe didn't plan to come out of Newmangard, compared to the so-called loyalty, those dark wizards naturally planned more for their own interests. The American side has even more hopelessness. Those guys have always been sitting on the mountain and watching tigers fight. Taking advantage of the chaos to make money. The war in the wizarding world may not be fought, but if the Muggle world fights an economic war, the possibility is still very high. Once the fight really starts, one must fail to end. Love nodded. Which side do you think will win? John spread his hands, expressing his clear position. Although he is now an Englishman, he has no pressure on his heart because he is rich in the country. First, it was only the result of economic regression in the end, which was not unacceptable. Second, he couldn't do much by himself, so he might as well take the assets he can use now in exchange for some future capital. Anyway, it's all about making money in the end. If you have a good share, everyone. Chapter 55, Select. Is it possible for the two opposing parties to be friends? Love has reservations about the idea of getting good points for everyone, and John doesn't care about it. This idea is actually born out of Eastern thought, but its applicability can still be spread all over the world. An ancestor once said that all the world is for profit. As long as there is interest, there is no absolute hostility. Besides, who is he John hostile to? Dark wizards? Voldemort? The group of dark wizards didn't know who he was. Is it hostile to the government behind the British economy? I'm sorry, this one also doesn't know who he is. Now he is just an unknown person, no one can find him. He is not one of the snipe clams, but the fisherman who fishes in troubled waters. When he finishes playing here, he has long since retired. Who would really put himself in danger? Then according to our agreement, Anthony will do the work for you next. University of Greenwich, School Cafe. Howard's efficiency is very fast. John originally thought he had to go back and complete the magic test before he could see the person who came to the docking. He didn't expect it to be so fast. Of course, time is money. Howard looked at the father and son sitting across from him. Love was obviously lacking in interest, and there was still some expectation hidden under John's calm face. No wonder the words on the phone are so vague, it's not Love's own thoughts after a long time. And John exchanged a few veiled glances before Howard asked tentatively, "Little Mr. Smith, do you have any ideas?" John himself showed up here and never thought about hiding his identity. He needs to keep a secret far more than his identity, and for the Jewish man named Howard in front of him, he is not sure that his father can completely conceal the other party. Love does have abilities to be believed, but correspondingly, he also has some weaknesses, such as lying. No matter how much I listen to some things, after all, I can't express it directly and smoothly than I thought. For John, the age limit has been weakened to the utmost extent by the maturity he showed. With a Love sitting next to him, this trade will go smoothly. As he expected. After checking the content of the contract and the agreement, there is no problem, the lawyer immediately exited, leaving the space here for both parties to the agreement. That Anthony is a tall young man with blonde hair, but he looks a little more serious than Mr. Smith, and only slightly nodded with John from the beginning until now. After the lawyer left the field, he appeared a little less restrained, but he was a little surprised by Howard's sudden change of behavior, which was expressed through his expression. "Hello, boss." After receiving Howard's signal, Anthony smiled at John. "I hope we will get along well in the future." Mr. Smith naturally remained silent and on the sidelines, giving up all the stage of the performance to John. Get the dominance, John doesn't want to waste time, just like Howard said, time is money. He changed hands and took out a stack of non-disclosure agreements from Mr. Smith's bag and handed them to the other side. "This is a non-disclosure agreement. Before we start the conversation, you two might as well take a look. Anything that needs to be kept secret will make people curious, and Howard and Anthony are naturally no exception. I have read the terms of the agreement in detail. Everyone has been dealing with the agreement all year round, and I can see how strict this agreement is. This non-disclosure agreement, I can naturally sign now, but I am curious, what do you want me to do for you?" It is Anthony who is talking. Since the signing of the employment agreement just now, the affiliation has been reached. Howard, a third party, has no objection to the agreement itself. It has already been signed, and it is still here now, purely because the headhunter itself needs responsible to your customers. And his curiosity about John. John doesn't matter, whether Howard stays or not is a small matter that doesn't matter. His father is also sitting beside him, but he just wants to know what kind of person this Anthony is. Howard sent a lot of information yesterday. John chose Anthony himself, but there is actually no reason for this choice. If there must be a reason, then it can only be said that it is pleasing to the eye. Blonde and blue-eyed, he looks like an American, very suitable to go to Siberia to help John carry out the next plan. Although it is still in the Cold War, many people in the Soviet Union have seen the danger and are thinking about how to leave. What could be more reliable than a Western elite who carries a lot of money and speaks English? The most important thing is that according to Howard's remarks, this Anthony is a very direct person. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Such a person, no matter how clever, often offends some people. But John likes such a person. He looked at Anthony, who was sitting across from him and eating cake with a small spoon. Now this person's face is finally smiling, not as restrained as he was at the beginning. Is this person a little social phobia? In the world of normal people, John is actually a person who is afraid of trouble, so he likes simple things. A long time ago, he liked magic because magic brought him the greatest degree of convenience. Likes simple things, and also likes simple people. This is his life rule in the world of ordinary people. The world of ordinary people is much more realistic than the magical world. Those who cannot live independently from society, once they truly enter this materialistic society, no matter how passionate young people are at the beginning, they will eventually compromise with this world. Dreams, sharpness, ambition, these things can only shine for a while, but there is no way to shine forever. Those who are supported by people must be those that have been obliterated in the passage of time. In the end, even regrets and unwillingness will be drowned in a long and peaceful time. John, with his head down, carefully concealed the thought flashing in his eyes, and then raised his head. The three people around heard him say in a very soft voice, "I think, on the basis of the previous, let you change your status and do something for me. But this matter may be very dangerous. You need to be mentally prepared. If you refuse, the previous agreement is still valid. If you agree, please sign the confidentiality agreement. Then, please choose." Chapter 56, Come Back Home. Anthony signed the name without thinking about it for too long. People who register in a headhunting company generally have a personality in addition to their own special skills. These people hate to be constrained by traditional life and non-challenging jobs. Money is not something that is hard to get. The jobs that can be received on the headhunting side are often accompanied by considerable rewards, so for them, if a job can be accompanied by a special experience, it is a good job. So when I heard John's words, the two people on the opposite side had no special reaction. Howard directly gave up his curiosity. He originally thought that John would propose some meaningful work, but he had to say that he had seen too many things like changing his status. So at the invitation of Love, Howard and Love went directly to the other table for coffee. Exchanged glances with his father, John expressed his gratitude, and then began to talk to Anthony. The two people look like this, like a big brother with his own younger brother. No one can guess that this is an employment relationship. It's like this: before I tell you about this, can you please meet my request? John tilted his head. Can you laugh? Of course, why do you ask? Anthony smiled and asked. I originally thought that you seemed to be nervous when meeting a stranger, but now it seems that your restraint was on purpose. That's it. Anthony smiled slightly and said with a little embarrassment, your request is a bit strange. I thought you would like this kind of performance. Does he have any misunderstandings about composure, calmness, and flexibility, and obedientness? That's the case. I think you have misunderstood something. This time, I mainly hope you can help me with some things. The reason why I am required to be obedient and adaptable is because I need you to fully implement my plan, and at the same time protect yourself instead of being rigid. John jokingly said, however, you meet my requirements well now. I will tell you the next action by letter, or through my father. I hope you don't mind. Anthony nodded. Of course, everything is in accordance with your requirements. No one would really have trouble with money, even if he minded, but with so much money, he doesn't mind. Separating from Howard and Anthony, John pinched his watch. It was too early. You haven't talked to him for long, have you finished talking about it? There is nothing to say, I haven't figured out how to do the next thing. John looked at the back of those two people leaving, and said softly. Didn't think about it? Then why did you find them? Love was a little angry, but he also knew that his son never did things for no reason, so he didn't show his anger. Of course, he is really not good at getting angry. The next thing needs to be done step by step. I will tell him what to do next with the letter. John scratched the ring on his hand and handed an envelope to Mr. Smith. This is the first letter to him. When I go back, my father will send it out for me. Why didn't you give it to him just now? Love took the letter. The envelope was very clean, and nothing was filled in. I'm going back to school soon. I still need my father to take care of things here and help me deal with it. Okay. Love understood what John meant, and agreed to the matter. Anyway, you can take good care of yourself at school. Dad will help you with everything here. John nodded and got into the stopped taxi. Love still has a job, it is impossible to send him back, and he does not need Love to send him. Took the car home, locked the door, flew net returned to the old house. No accident. The first one John came out to see was Kaldi. Kaldi, are you waiting for me here specifically? Yes, master. John couldn't help having a headache looking at the elf who was bent over. Is nothing else, the main reason is that there are no lights in the basement, and the light is relatively dim. He used the flue net to appear in the fireplace and the light is even darker. In such a gloomy environment, Kaldi's black clothes and big head are very strange. Okay, get up quickly, don't wait for me here anymore. When John stepped out of the fireplace and walked by Kaldi, something suddenly occurred to him. He lowered his head and asked softly, Kaldi, do you little elves have any destructive magic? Yes. Kaldi raised his head and looked at his master. There are many, but we don't use them very often. Those magics can even hurt wizards. Is there anyone that can kill? It's like a life-threatening curse. Kaldi nodded. Then he said, but Kaldi does not recommend that the master learn it, because the magic of the elf is different from the magic of the wizard, and the master may hurt himself if he learns it. www.readaloud.com. I didn't want to learn it, just ask, just in case. John raised his foot and walked upstairs, with Kaldi following closely behind. I'm not here these few days, have my mother been here before? No, Madam doesn't come here much now, especially when you are away. Miss Bella came once on the first day, but she seems to have a visitor, so she didn't come. Who's here? A few little witches, Pinello, Chu, and one is Marietta, just these three names. Marietta Ekmo? Who is that Pinello? Forget it, but it's Bella's friend, as long as you don't bother him, it doesn't matter who comes. Don't tell them about my return. John took a sip of water, tidied up his clothes, and took the time to go upstairs. I am a little tired today. I will go to bed first. I don't need to call me tomorrow. Yes, master. Except for John's non-compliance requirements, the other Kaldi were obedient to John and did whatever they wanted. John came back in a hurry, because there was a slight delay on the road, but fortunately, he came back before the time agreed with Helga. Did not give a notice in the study. John returned to his room as quickly as possible, took off his clothes and got into the quilt. Closed his eyes and meditated. With that peaceful feeling, John quickly fell asleep. Then, the space changes. In the huge auditorium, there stands a stone monument. Helga, sitting on the high platform in the center of the auditorium, looked at the appearance of John and nodded slightly. John also nodded in reply. Ancestor Helga, long time no see. Chapter 57, War. Are you going to let me stand like this? After standing next to the steel for half an hour, John finally couldn't help but ask. It's better to just say it, what have you prepared? It also makes me mentally prepared. Helga squeezed his eyebrows, his figure erratic, flashed from the top of the platform to John's side, and pressed one hand toward the stone monument. In the next moment, the stone tablet burst out with infinite light, brilliant and dazzling. A line of words also appeared on the back of the stele, and John glanced briefly, and it was amazingly written on it. Born to be dazzling, I'm sorry. John. My grandmother. Has her milk been poisoned? In fact, this stone tablet is used to detect the vitality of the soul. In this way, you can infer your magical affinity, but it doesn't seem to work for you. Of course it won't work. Most of his soul is outside with his body. The stone monument in front of him is completely a soul creation. There is a problem with what it can detect. Maybe Voldemort can try it now. That said, today's test can't actually be done. It should be possible to have a few items, let me see. Helga waved, and pulled out a pile of parchment from the side out of thin air. Remove everything related to the spell. Your magic theory doesn't seem to be correct. Great, get rid of it together. John watched as the parchment in Helga's hand was getting less and less, and there were only a few pieces left in the end. Well, these photos are just fine. As for those items, I'm thinking of ways in the future. Helga smiled and passed him the parchment in his hand, slowly looking forward to it. John took the parchment paper with dense letters written on it. He just read the beginning when he passed out. Soul Magic Duel Retrospect. The soul imprint attached to certain items affects the opponent, thereby attracting the opponent and entering the soul environment preset by the creator of the item. This long-lost magic is created by the soul of Helga at this moment. Appeared in the space, the effect is more significant. Helga raised his hand to support John's fallen soul body. This space has become easier after many times, and the soul body also has a certain real feeling in it. If it falls, John will immediately wake up. This was the last and only item in the original test, but because the accident came too suddenly, the adaptation process prepared for John was cancelled due to environmental differences, so this can only be changed. Item directly ahead of schedule. Fortunately, this item was originally aimed at the soul, and it is not bad content. The world is darkened. The dark clouds that are condensed in the air by a certain force are like dust solids stacked on top of each other, forming strange shapes in the sky. Cover the sky and cover the sun. There are almost no traces of water in the river on the ground, like flowing silt, with countless corpses. Between the sky and the earth, dozens of castles stand on the hills, forming a circle of defense. There are fluorescent flashes from time to time, and the wizards and witches wearing robes and hoods hurriedly shuttled between the castle and the castle. In the distance of the hills, the huge city exudes a roar, and the flames on the walls exude brilliance, which are refracted by the clouds in the sky, illuminating its outline. Even in such darkness, the sense of oppression cannot be resisted. Metal is condensed into its first layer of armor. Fully armed warriors stand on the city wall. The silver armor and swords and shields respond to the fire, so they look gloomy. Behind them, a huge group of priests and bishops in blood-red robes were holding wooden crosses in their hands and chanting words in their mouths. They declared it to the people behind this city. Even if there is no reflection of sunlight, in the darkness, the world is still covered by the Lord's will. John stood in mid-air, staring at the city. In the darkness, he saw the city trembling and roaring from time to time. The dark clouds in the sky seem to be controlled by some kind of force, and sometimes they roll over, and sometimes they recede. Same as the roar, one after another in John's ears and in front of his eyes. A gloomy light shone at John not far away, and immediately behind John, a castle turned into ashes, and even the wizards stationed in it turned into smoke and dust under the dark sky. Then, this side counterattacked. Thunder blasted, and the shock wave erupted from below the earth, bombarding the protection of the city like a violent storm. Then, a crack broke in the city's defenses. The loophole then appeared. The place closest to the battle center is often the calmest place. At this moment, there is someone overlooking the war city below. Passively appeared here, and John accepted this perspective, carefully observing what Helga asked him to see. This is the medieval war to eradicate the witches. It occurred before the Black Death. It was one of the most difficult periods for wizards to survive. After this war, the wizards resumed without pay, and the Holy See was severely injured. Finally, they were beaten by the wizards. Only the Holy City is left. At that time Hogwarts could not escape from the world. As the wizard's last defense, this memory was probably after the victory, a certain great wizard brought back to Hogwarts www.readaloud.com and studied with Helga. After so long, he no longer needs to learn some history. What I remember has become a habit. The recognition of the city has naturally emerged after looking at the architecture. The Holy City of the Holy See, a monster that has fought against sorcerers for countless years. In the era of strong religious power, this was the confidence of the religious group to dominate the West. John lowered his head, and then, he squirmed his lips, but made no sound. The soundless curse was awakened, and then the wind was attracted by John, and suddenly passed to the city below, and returned again. Brought back the sound. War Magic Monitor Wind Talk. John didn't do anything himself, but from this perspective, what the person he possessed did was something he couldn't decide. But as a bystander, he is not doing nothing. John is studying. Scene backtracking like this is no stranger to John. Rowena's legacy in the glasses has allowed him to experience it once, but this time he does not need to support the scene by himself, and it is much more convenient. The listening magic came back in old sayings, but John could understand the meaning, and he was a little excited. The ancient magic that Helga and he talked about, including the magic of the Holy See, appeared on this battlefield. War magic, shelter magic, strangulation magic, purification. The battle between legendary wizards and archbishops is extremely fierce, and each kind of magic can be attacked by them in a different way, and there is even spare power to attack the opponent's camp. It's just a pity, he can't do anything. Wait. It doesn't seem to be impossible to do anything. Chapter 58, Earthly Python. When the violent energy fluctuations between heaven and earth, John got the first magic power that he could control. The fluctuation of the earth is getting more and more severe, but John can feel the smile on his face because of the chaos. Compared with the priests of the Holy See who confine themselves to the sacred magic, the magician adapts to the chaotic environment better, and the mobility in such an environment is higher. In John's perspective, in the chaos, he stuffed at least a dozen kinds of magic along the holes in the city until the city's defenses were repaired. War magic chaos bourbon. Interference magic confusion. War magic continuous explosion. War magic reappearance of mire. The way of releasing these magics was engraved by the only ray of magic that John mobilized. Although he basically couldn't remember, the familiar feeling was recorded by him. With the revival of magic power, these magics will eventually reappear in the magical world. In the Middle Ages, the British Isles were the main battlefield of the Holy War of the Holy See, that is, the rise of wizards. The number of wizards was far greater than it is now. At that time, the pure-blood wizards learned magic through their families. Rather than a school, the existence of the three schools of magic is first to provide a place for Muggle-born wizards to learn magic, and then to reserve the last kind of fire for the wizards. The wizarding world attaches great importance to the inheritance of magic. It is only because of continuous wars and various environmental restrictions that have led to the current situation. John, standing under the clouds, after releasing a few magic spells and causing a riot in the Holy City, he was finally discovered. The bishops and priests won't appear outside the city, but they counterattacked. The voice erupted from the center of the city, and the devout believers were praising, and the great immediately surrendered his grace. The holy light appeared with a misty sigh. It was a voice from heaven, carried by the believers' chants, and descended on John. But this John is obviously not a weak little character. The willow wand outlined dozens of light marks in his hand, and the same single magic mobile fortress instantly condensed around him, blocking the progress of the holy light. Then he started groping around, and finally took out a box. The instant the box was opened, the holy light broke through all his defenses. Then, dazzling light projected down, illuminating a huge pupil. The seal is broken. The pupils that automatically fought back after being attacked dried up the magic power of the wizard who held him in an instant. John struggling to throwing his pupils into the sky, he fell feebly. A little bit of magic power reappeared after being exhausted, and he disappeared from the battlefield before John was about to hit the ground and completely turned into mud. War magic shadow transformation. After appeared in the castle, John finally began to watch the battle with peace of mind after being surrounded by the healing wizards applying magic. In the battlefield. After the seal broke, the behemoth recovered immediately. One hit was successful, and the legendary wizards above the clouds disappeared for the first time, as if they had never appeared before. Then, the sudden change occurred. The clouds condensed from the fighting were swallowed by some mysterious wave. The magnificent light filled the space between the earth and the sky. The archbishops and the pope, who had lost their opponents, stood in the package of the light and immediately found them behind. Danger! Their figures retreated to the sky above the holy city with holy light, facing the resurrected behemoth. The eyeball that had absorbed the magical power recovered from the withering, and quietly expanded to a huge point. With it as the center, the cloud layer changed its shape and condensed into a huge, unclear behemoth. Because the newborn clouds obscured its figure. It flies and circulates in the sky, carrying a huge wave of air, and pressing against the holy city shrouded in holy light. This is a giant snake. For a moment, John caught a glimpse of the resurgent eyes of the giant snake. The cold and despair from the end of the world flooded into his consciousness in an instant, directly causing his consciousness to collapse. Don't look directly at it. He heard such words in his ear, and then became unconscious. Wakes up again, he has returned to the auditorium. Helga was busy by his side, and in front of her, a virtual screen appeared in the air with strange graphics drawn on it. The figure resembled an incomplete pattern handed down from ancient times, and John looked at it with a question mark. This is... He lifted himself up from the chair. What? This is your test result. Helga's gaze separated from the image for a moment to look at John. Come and see, you have slept for 3 days, and you should be in good spirits now. John walked to Helga and watched his test image with the legendary witch. This Helga combines magic and technology by himself. Reading www. The magic light screen created by yuyugonshu.com according to John's idea is unexpectedly easy to use. It's just a pity that this projected magic can only exist in this space that Helga completely controls and can almost do whatever he wants. On the screen, countless light spots are interlaced and crisscrossed. With Helga's dragging, they are finally inlaid with each other to form the final version of the graphics. A weird, constantly oscillating curve. Helga was busy analyzing various results from the curve, but John didn't quite understand how to analyze this changing curve for the time being. If Rowena came to teach you, it would be much better than me. I just don't know how to use this kind of magic analysis, and you can learn it by yourself in the future. No, I don't want to ask this, I want to know. The one you just saw. Helga lowered his head. For you, it is an ancient magic that you can't use for the time being. It is called double retrospect. The principle of this magic will be with you later, say. Then the one I just saw is. That is the biggest reason why the War of Rise can be won. Helga paused, then asked, do you remember what that thing looked like? John tried to think about it, but he could only remember that it was a behemoth and that feeling of coldness and despair. It was a war magic item jointly produced by wizards in Northern Europe. It took hundreds of the lives of great wizards to create a magical behemoth. In Nordic mythology, it represents the end and the end. Gods. The giant beast that devours the world, the giant snake. John was surprised. Could it be the earthly giant python, Yemengard? Chapter 59, Lesson 1. Yemengard, is that kind of mythical creature a real life? John didn't actually expect that he would receive such a burst of news. But, if it really exists, why haven't everything been recorded? As soon as the question came out, John thought he was a bit stupid about this question. How could these things be recorded? No one knows whether mythical life really exists, but in countless years of experimentation, wizards have indeed researched many magical items with the characteristics of mythological creatures, such as the Yemengade you saw, borrowing from giants. The behemoths of blood, the vampires and werewolves produced by a certain kind of magic potion, and the war angels of the Holy See. These magic items created more or less possess the characteristics of mythical life, and even some of them eventually became part of the wizarding world. And your second question, my answer is that of course these contents will not be recorded, and even you have discovered that many magics have disappeared actively or passively over time, and become a failure in the occult. After the obsolescence, human beings who began to develop science gradually took the upper hand in the world. You know this thing better than me. Helga seems to be talking about trivial things. Because this is a symbol of failure, the records in the Holy See were destroyed early. The records of the magic world were completely erased by the legendary wizards at that time directly using legendary magic. All of this is because we, who are powerful, have become the weaker party. Unlike the Holy See, what they say, we still have believers in the world. We do not have an advantage on either side, and we can only be forced to hide it. Is not actively disappearing, but passively hiding. Helga has lived for so many years, it really is not in vain. In fact, most of the hatred of pure-blooded wizards towards Muggles also comes from this. Since that war, the power of the Holy See has begun to weaken. After the wizards who have obtained the living space for a while, they have begun to try to control the hemp. Garena, that was a failed attempt. When the wizards tried to enter the human world, the power of the Holy See began to rise. This is the human world's restraint on the wizards, but this method is very effective, because after no power, most of the Holy See is more common than ordinary people. The powerful wizards control too much. The reason for the failure of the Holy See is because they are too focused on one type of magic. Of course, in essence, the magical essence of the holy light is the most beautiful, even on multiple branches, but it is not the strongest after all. That one. I saw this. John finally found a place to speak: war magic, interference magic, single magic, and many other magic. Speaking of which, were the classifications of magic at that time so detailed? In the era of strong magic, I will pay more attention to these details. From my own point of view, the current era seems too weak, which is actually not good. But obviously, the current human world is very satisfied with this state. John said, he knows that not everyone is unaware of the existence of wizards, at least, the government of Muggle world is very satisfied with this state. The Muggles are also unable to find a way. The ability of the Holy See is getting weaker and weaker. They don't have too much restraint on the wizards. Once the wizards are activated, it is easy to control them. John squinted his eyes and asked. Perhaps, the same will die? Their technology has actually been developed to a certain extent, and they have many powerful weapons. Who can they die with? The wizards all have their own way of life-saving. The Voldemort you mentioned, his Horcrux can guarantee him a long time. Muggles use weapons of mass destruction, and in the end they will only hurt it's yourself. Don't forget, the wizard is a member of human beings. Helga laughed blankly. Or, do you think Muggles are more willing to live under the rule of magic, or are they willing to die with the wizards? John was silent. As long as this kind of problem is not stupid, everyone knows that the former option is more advantageous than the latter option. Because of the previous option, they can live. As long as one country surrenders first, John guessed that if this war breaks out in Europe, then after France surrenders, all Muggle countries will surrender one after another. Once a hole is torn open, the rest can't hold on. Okay, don't think about the useless ones, let's see your results. Helga shared the light screen, and the dense data on it made John suddenly feel like he was back in the laboratory. According to the fluctuations projected by you in the dual retrospect www.readaloud.com, your soul has good adaptability, high homology with ancient magic, and good continuity, but it is not strong enough. This is because you are too young to be ignored. The explosive power of magic is not very good, the mental toughness is very good. John, your talent is very good. You have said this a long time ago, but what is your purpose for doing this test? Oh, I forgot to tell you, it's like this. Helga added, I plan to teach you some magic, but I don't know what to teach you. Now this space has been strengthened by Rowena, I can hand in. I'm here to give you some simplified versions of ancient magic, so that I don't have to waste my energy to improve those magic for you. May. Don't worry, the spells of the magic world were originally simplified and improved from ancient magic because of the decline of the magical environment, but now they are changed back and there will be no problems. Okay, sit back now, there is 1 hour left for today, let's have a lesson first. When things developed to this point, John could only nod his head and was dragged by Helga through the space to a small classroom. Helga, a qualified tutor, John is still very used to her teaching style, so the two didn't get into the subject because they didn't get a good fit. The first class is about the history of magic. About the origin of ancient magic. The so-called magic, as the name suggests, is the way the devil uses magic power. In the distant origins, the first witch to discover magic, thought it was a curse of the devil. Later, in constant groping, the wizards found a way to control the curse, turning this curse into an ability to make them more convenient. Chapter 60, Back to School. But do gods really exist? Generally speaking, even if gods really exist, they must be humans among members. After all, there are countless places on the earth that are difficult for humans to detect. So far, no more than 50% of the world has been explored by humans. Assuming, if there is a god, why do they appear? What would they want to do? Did the dissolution of the magical environment also take away the life of the gods? Do those mythological creations and wizards belong to the same existence? Helga couldn't answer these questions, and could only wait for John to explore it himself. After explaining a few words about the development of magic, Helga showed John some ancient magic operations. At that time, magic wands were not as popular as they are now. Only very powerful wizards can have magic wands, so when Helga showed them, he did not use magic wands. Of course, it is still a bit difficult for you little wizards to cast spells without a wand. Should I start learning from war magic? John looked at the magic wave slowly disappearing from Helga's hand, wondering whether it is too difficult to monitor wind whispers, this large-scale war magic. In fact, monitoring wind is the simplest of all war magics. It only requires you to cast spells, and does not even need to rely on your magic power to maintain it. The range and duration can be completely controlled by yourself. Still find it difficult? To put it bluntly, it is just a magical monitor that can be controlled. John doesn't think this magic is too difficult, but since he has already started to learn war magic, it's obviously not advisable to learn wind and whispers first. John likes the single magic mobile fortress very much. The defense power of that magic is much stronger than the iron armor curse. Helga doesn't like John's defensive thinking at all. Obviously, this kid also has active offensive behavior. He prefers to learn this defensive magic, and he doesn't like to show the limelight. I really don't know who I learned from. John's idea was of course unsuccessful. Helga could only learn what he wanted to teach. Before Helga taught magic knowledge according to his ideas, now this witch wants to change it. Can't let a good boy hide behind the defense forever. John didn't know that there had been such a large fluctuation in Helga's heart, he just felt that he might have found a good job for himself. The name Magic Castle should not be given, and now even Helga has become more and more powerful as a queen. As a descendant of a legendary witch, it's nothing. As a descendant of a queen, life is too difficult. Coming out of the magic fairy castle space, John first went to find Kaldi, and fell asleep for 3 days, not knowing what is going on with his father. Kaldi said that he had not received any letters from Mr. Smith, which made John very relieved. At least, this means that my plan has been stabilized. 2 days before returning to school, John didn't go to the Magic Castle space to find Hull to add lessons, but began to prepare what he brought back to school. By the way, I started to try War Magic Monitor Wind Talk. This magic seems easy, but it's still quite difficult to use. John tried for a long time, coupled with the previous experience in the dual backtrack magic dream, it was difficult to enter the door. It wasn't until the morning of the beginning of school that he initially mastered the magic of monitoring wind whispers. King's Cross Station, Platform 9 3/4. John and Bella are sitting in a carriage, but Bella does not appear to be as happy and lively as before. It's not because I didn't see Cedric anyway. Cousin, what's the matter with you? John shook his ears, paused the passive effect of monitor wind talk, and asked. The express train will start in a quarter of an hour. After a rich Christmas holiday, he is finally returning to Hogwarts. You don't have to be so careful this semester. Helga prepared for him a magic that is forbidden to explore. If someone wants to use contemplation on him, the first thing he has to face is Helga. The soul attacked. John is quite relieved at this point. Helga has existed in the soul state for so long, and the application of some soul magic has reached a peak. Bella was obviously absent-minded, and John asked twice before she reacted. Hey? What did you say? I said, the price of the shirt is £9.15. Bella rolled her eyes. John, this joke is not funny at all. Your silence is too. Is it so hard to accept being with me? No. Bella swallowed her saliva. There is one thing, forget it, it has nothing to do with you. Does it have anything to do with the girls who came home during the holidays? John keenly thought of the girls who visited during the holiday. www.readaloud.com. This is a tradition of Ravenclaw. Every 10 years we will start an activity to find the crown of Ravenclaw. It is said that Ms. Grey, the ghost of the college, is the guardian of the Ravenclaw crown. She was in the castle to prove that the crown was hidden somewhere in the castle. This kind of nonsense, you believe it too? John knows the truth. Ms. Grey, Helena Ravenclaw, did steal the crown, but Helena should not have known about Voldemort bringing the crown back to the castle. Except for Voldemort himself, there should be only John at present, who knows the true position of the crown. In fact, not many people believe it, but this event is a group competition. It's not about who can actually find the crown. It's just to compare everyone's strength. Then compare, what's to worry about? John is very strange, he has never been afraid of this kind of game. The left is just a game, how can it be too difficult? He hadn't thought of letting Bella find the crown. Although this Horcrux did not appear in the original story alone, John didn't think this year was a good opportunity for this Horcrux to appear on the stage. But now Voldemort will return to Hogwarts next year, so this year is indeed the best opportunity to destroy this Horcrux. The only problem is that John didn't have a reason to take this crown out. Helga's forbidden magic is not difficult to destroy the soul fragments in the Horcrux, but that would be a great drain on Helga, and John will not easily waste this opportunity to destroy a Horcrux. It's not that he likes crazy collecting perverts around Ravenclaw.